Good morning, everybody. I declare open this hearing of the Environment and Communications Legislation Committee into the 24-25 supplementary budget estimates. I begin by acknowledging the traditional owners on the land that we meet and pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging. The committee's proceedings today will begin with corporate matters and general questions of the Communication and Arts portfolio. The committee has set Thursday the 19th of December as the date for return of questions on notice. Understanding Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. The Senate has endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the department and agencies which are seeking funds in estimates are relevant questions for the purposes of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committee unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and should be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised, and I incorporate the public immunity statement into the Hansard. I remind all senators, as we continue our work implementing the Set the Standard report, as Chair, I will ensure that proceedings are conducted in an orderly, respectful and courteous way. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear. Mobile phones should all be switched to silent. And now I would like to welcome Senator the Honourable Jenny McAllister, Minister for Cities and Emergency Management, representing the Minister for Communications. Minister, would you like to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
I also welcome Mr Jim Betts, Secretary of the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communication and the Arts. Mr Betts, would you like to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
Excellent. So I will, as ever, make a plea that we are heading to corporate questions first and remind senators that this part of the program relates to matters concerning central department administration such as building, services, ICT, staffing levels and media procurement. Questions relating to individual policies and programs should be addressed to officials when the specific programs are considered in subsequent sessions. So with that, let's go. Senator Cadell, over to you.
Yeah, I want to ask about department use of non-disclosure agreements. Question on notice. Senator McAllister confirms the entire department, not just in the Comms department, had used them 9 times, and it's affected approximately 115 stakeholders. Can you confirm if any of the 115 stakeholders to sign NDA were on gambling reforms?
That's not a question under corporate. That's a question specifically related to the communications outcome.
No, it's not. It's a question on corporate on NDA and use of NDAs as illegal.
No, I have to take it on notice.
Senator James Chisholm, Deputy Secretary, Communications and Media Group. Would you mind please just repeating the question, particularly as it related to wagering?
A question on notice is answered that the department's then entered into non-disclosure agreements on 9 occasions and 115 stakeholders were affected. How many? We want to know if any of those were on the gambling advertising discussions or gambling stakeholders. How many were?
Yes, Senator. So as the Secretary indicated, there were non-disclosure agreements in relation to wagering discussions. That is related to policy consideration of those reforms.
The discussions
rather than
are not the NDAs.
The
NDAs.
NDAs.
LDAs?
Sorry, the official has answered the question.
Yep.
Do you have an additional question, Senator?
Yep. No, I'm seeking clarification on this. The NDA is a legal thing and comes into corporate. It was answered as a department-wide answer. So we're asking how many, not what was there. We'll get to that later. How many affected?
Senator,
I think Mr Betts took that on notice, Senator Cadell.
I'm sorry, Mr Chisholm, he said he'd taken on notice. Mr Chisholm gave extra information
I'm sorry,
saying it were.
the department has indicated that they'll take that matter on notice. We'll see what information can be provided.
Mr Chisholm was answering that there was ones for... His evidence was different.
Okay. So, The question's been taken on notice. Did you have any additional information, Mr Chisholm, that you would like to provide at this time ahead of the other information on notice?
I don't want to add to the Minister's answer, Senator, but very happy to discuss this in the context of the policy.
Okay. In the comms section as opposed to in this section where you've taken it on notice. Okay,
That's
I think
right.
there's two things there.
Well, if we want to go then down gambling harm contracts, FOI number 25076 shows that the government spent nearly $200,000 on surveys around that. I want to ask the process, not of what those surveys were, but the process of giving those surveys out. The first, two consultancies. The first was called Wagering Advertising Research that cost $175,208. What was that contract for?
So, Senator, that was likely a contract in relation to data to assist our assessment of the potential impacts of reforms. I will just ask one of my colleagues to come to the table. Ms. Gannon, thank you.
Margaret Lopez, Assistant Secretary, Media, Industry and Sustainability. Senator, that contract that you're referring to was in relation to some research that we commissioned from the Australian Institute of Family Studies.
Australian Institute of who, sorry?
The Australian Institute of Family Studies.
Yep. And what was it? Scope?
And it was research to identify the potential socio-economic benefits to Australians of wagering advertising reforms.
Right. And it was a direct. It was a direct with them. It wasn't open to tender. It was specific to that group.
Senator, the Australian Institute of Family Studies was procured through a panel process.
Right. Okay. The second contract that came up was $19,250, and it was labelled Wagering Advertising Reforms Impact Analysis. Who was that to?
That was Nichols MMC Proprietary Limited.
Okay. How was that granted?
That was a limited tender process.
How many took part in the limited tender process?
Limited tenders are direct.
Okay, so
yes,
direct.
Yeah.
My concern is that it would appear, I'm not saying absolute, that the minister was emailed by, that seems to be run by a person called Rob Nichols, that firm. He worked at a law firm with the minister back in ancient history before 2010. But under FOI, it appears that he emailed the minister asking for support in forming a video for the launch of an event he was involved in Sydney in February this year. And this tender was awarded on the 15th of March 2024, just a month later. Is that correct?
I'm not aware about the exchange with the minister, but the dates that you're referring to for the contract do sound correct.
How do we go about a minister making a video for a former colleague and then being awarded a direct contract just a month later?
Senator, we're not aware of the correspondence you're referring to.
Right.
Senator Cadell, I wonder if you might table the correspondence that you have.
It's an FOI 25046. And you'll see a whole string of emails between Nichols and Minister Rowland's office on the FOI log. So there is some concern.
I'm not in a position to answer questions about that, Senator Cadell. I don't have the documentation in front of me. I don't have a copy of all FOIs released by the department in front of me.
I'm sorry, but it exists, and I'd like to know, is it a coincidence that a month after a request for a video from an ex-employee comes through and is done, a tender for $19,250 is awarded to that person?
Senator, it's Bridget Gannon, Acting First Assistant Secretary, Media Policy Division. What I can say is that Dr Nichols was contracted through a limited tender process, and was identified after completing other work for the department. I'd note that he had 30 years' experience working in media and telco sector, concentrating on competition, regulation, governance and financial management, and he'd previously worked at the ACCC on competition, regulation and broadcasting and content, so there was clear expertise there.
I'm not questioning that, I'm questioning... So other work, how much other work? You just mentioned other work. How much other work is Dr Gannon done?
I can defer to my colleagues on the previous procurement.
This is the only contract that we're aware of with respect to Dr Nichols.
Dr Nichols, sorry, yeah. So, hang on a second, I've just heard the answer just given by Ms Gannon was that he'd done previous work for the department, and now you're telling me it's the only work he's done.
What we might need to do is take on notice whether there was any work. You'd appreciate, Senator, that with respect to our responsibilities on this issue, that's the only contract we're aware of.
Ms Gannon, what other work did you think he did in that regard? This is on gambling reform, someone with a relationship with the minister. You said he's done previous work. What work were you referring to?
I'm sorry, Senator, I must have been mistaken, but I can take that on notice. I must have been confused.
He was procured from an existing panel arrangement, so it's quite likely, Senator, he has done other work. In the broader portfolio, the department, for other agencies, so we would just need to check all that to give you an accurate answer.
Is there a requirement for ministers to put a potential conflict of interest out on things like this?
Dr Nichols did sign a conflict of interest declaration as part of his contract, and no issues were raised during that declaration.
Is that declaration public?
No, I don't think so.
Can you table that declaration?
We'll take that on notice. We likely don't have it in front of us today.
No, I accept that.
Yeah.
Have you made these things public before, or are they...
Just need to check with our colleagues in corporate as to whether we would normally make those declarations public. We certainly would, I don't think we would ordinarily do that, but we can check, given that it relates to often personal matters.
Marie Bridger, Chief Operating Officer. I don't believe we normally have made them public, but I can take that on notice for you.
Did that declaration list the existing relationship with the minister and the fact that he was seeking videos for support of another project just a month earlier?
I don't have knowledge of that on hand at the moment, so I'd again need to take that on notice.
I don't think there's any suggestion that the minister was involved in the procurement process in any way. She would have been entirely at arm's length from that. You've characterised the pre-existing relationship yourself as ancient history, but we will take on notice the question of the declaration.
I'm sorry, the work relationship was the email regarding a favour for a video to be filmed was a month earlier.
Yeah, but my point is that the minister was not involved in that procurement process, which would have been undertaken at arm's length by the department in accordance with the PGPA Act and our own relevant procurement policies.
I might accept what you're saying in full, but what I want to know is that the right disclosures were made so that the department was aware that relationship existed.
We've taken that on notice, Senator.
Okay. If we are talking about something such as the gambling reforms, and we're talking about process or even contracts of any form, if a minister is being contacted personally by a person and then immediately after being given contracts, there is a perception of a potential conflict of interest in there, isn't there?
Senator, ministers are contacted very regularly by a very wide range of people. As Mr Betts has indicated to you, there's no suggestion that the minister was involved in the decision around this procurement process.
Minister McAllister, how many videos have you done for people who have been given contracts by your departments shortly thereafter?
Well, Senator, this is a hearing to examine the communications estimates.
Correct.
If you wish to ask questions about the National Emergency Management Authority or about the Department of Transport, that was yesterday. I
was exploring your answer that you are contacted all the time and that these things aren't effective. So I'm looking for...
Sorry, what was...
These relationships where you're contacted all the time and there's not a conflict of interest. So I'm examining that question as it relates to this. This was a video filmed and asked for a month before a contract by the Minister on a gambling reform basis. And I would like to know how often that's happened for you.
Well, Senator, as I said, if you wish to ask questions about the portfolios that I administered directly, the time to ask those questions was yesterday.
The original contract value for this was $27,500, but it was only, I think, ended up paying $19,250. Why was that?
Because Dr. Nichols was contracted on a daily rate, and that was the amount of work that he undertook.
Okay. And what was that work specifically about?
Dr. Nichols was engaged to provide specialised advice on the potential financial impacts of the recommended wagering advertising ban on the broadcasting industry.
Okay. That's all I have in that section if you want to rotate.
Thank you. Senator Hanson, do you have any corporate questions?
Some questions just generally about workload of the department and whether we're getting things done that have been promised to get done. So I don't know, Mr. Betts, whether we could do that broadly, and then obviously the next section's where the detail is. I'm interested to know how many pieces of legislation your department is currently working on.
In the communications portfolio?
Yes, specifically in communications.
Okay, so you've framed it in terms of the overall workload, and I'll ask somebody, maybe Mr. Chisholm can provide you details specifically on legislation. But if we look across the agenda that the government is pursuing, and I'll focus this on online safety and media reform, the anti-siphoning and prominence legislation is now on the statute book. Stage 1 of the classification reforms legislated. The Minister's committed to landing the news media assistance policy by the end of this calendar year. A framework has been prepared for the regulation of scams, which will be delivered soon. Work is underway on social media age limits, which has been talked about. A lot of work has been done by the Online Safety Commissioner, whose funding has now been quadrupled. Her base funding has now been quadrupled, including the delivery of 6 industry codes and 2 standards, which will commence in December 2024, with the second phase of the codes at final draft and due to be implemented later this year. Legislation's been introduced on misinformation and disinformation. A voluntary industry code of practice has been delivered on online dating. ABC and SBS funding has been restored in line with the election commitment, and work continues on other reforms, including gambling advertising, which has been touched on, and Australian content quotas for streaming platforms. I may have missed something, but my assessment would be that's probably the most ambitious program of reform in media policy and online safety in living memory.
There's a lot there, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm interested as to what this committee is going to have to deal with before the end of the year. We're obviously we're part way through mis and disinformation, so we know about that. Are we expected to have to deal with gambling reform before Christmas?
So, as we've discussed in previous hearings, the timing of those reforms, the timing of any legislation that gets introduced, is tied up in government decision making, which we can't comment on in Senate estimates.
Is there a draft of gambling reform legislation that the department has?
The policy decisions around gambling advertising are currently before government for consideration.
Okay. And the news media bargaining code response, will that require legislation?
Again, before government for consideration. I'm looking at Mr. Chisholm in case he wants to add anything here, but
nothing to add to that answer.
So we have a number of reforms in flight. I've described many of those which have already been delivered, and others are going through government deliberation at the moment.
Are you currently working on legislation for the news media bargaining code response?
News media bargaining code is a matter for Treasury.
Yeah. So, but is your department working on any legislation or any amendments?
So again, Senator, as the Secretary indicated, the code is the responsibility of Treasury, so the question is best directed to them.
Yes.
And consideration of the code and its relationship to media reform issues generally is a matter before government.
Right. In terms of a public interest journalism fund, or what's been floated by the government in terms of helping small and independent publishers, have you got a framework that you're working on for that?
I think we're straying, Senator, into a more detailed policy conversation than was promised in your opening question. We can talk about where all of this work is up to in that part of the agenda.
Yes.
Yeah, and we'll have the subject matter experts at the table,
Okay.
obviously subject to...
Fair enough. Mr Betts, have you had to bring on more staff to deal with this workload, or have you had to appeal for more?
We've had some modest supplementation which was provided in the last budget, and as individual initiatives have been brought before government from time to time, those have been funded. But it's fair to say it's a large workload which is being delivered by a very hard-working team within the department.
Yeah.
And obviously in my introduction I didn't talk about things like NBN ownership legislation, regional broadcasting related legislation, which is currently before the Senate.
Yes.
So yeah, it's a big program.
Okay. Look, I prefer just to get into the details, Chair, so if we're happy to do that.
Senator Henderson, do you have any corporate questions? Thank you, Chair. Senator Sharma, do you have any corporate questions?
Yes, I have a few.
Okay, please go ahead.
Good morning. Morning, Secretary. Just wanted to turn to an answer you gave on working from home figures in response to a question on notice. So I think in the figure you provided in the question on notice, you said that 1,025 or 55.2% of your staff, Secretary, are working from home 3 or more days per week. Is that figure still roughly accurate?
I'll ask my Chief People Officer, Rachel Houghton, to give you any updated information we might have, but that sounds about right.
Hello, Rachel Houghton, Chief People Officer. I don't have it. No, we don't have it. Okay, working from home.
Happy to answer any questions while we're sourcing the information, Senator.
I might just, whilst we find that information, I had one other question, so maybe I'll turn to that, Secretary. You might recall when we last year I asked you about, and it had only just broken at the time, the signatories of the open letter criticising the government's policy towards Israel. And I believe in response to a question of notice, you said you identified 10 employees of the department who'd signed that letter. Is that figure still correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And what action has been taken with respect to those individuals? I'm not asking for personal details, I'm just asking in a general sense, how have you managed that issue?
Thank you. I appreciate that, Senator, and it's an important question. So I'll ask Ms Bridger and Ms Houghton to give you the detail on that. But obviously, when it was brought to our attention that an estimated 10 staff had signed that petition, we moved quickly to remind them of their obligations under the Code of Conduct. Individual staff were contacted through their Deputy Secretaries and First Assistant Secretaries and reminded of those obligations, and in the great majority of those cases they were successful in removing their names from the petition and were counselled about the need to avoid any repetition. I'll ask Ms Houghton to give you more detail on that.
Yeah, that's correct, as the Secretary said.
So they were each individually counselled, the 10 signatories? Okay.
Each of them received an email from my team outlining what their obligations were. And the other thing that we did was we sent an email across the department just to remind all staff about their obligations.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that response. Just going back to the working from home then question. So, as I said, you mentioned in your last, in response to a question notice, you have 55.2% of your staff working from home 3 or more days a week. Is that still correct?
We have about 1,521 staff who have flexible work arrangements. We have 1,400 who have staff who have home-based work arrangements. We don't have the detailed breakdown that we provided in the question or notice about how many days. We can get that again, but we do have an update in relation to the number of staff. So it's about 59.98% now who have working from home arrangements. That's formal working from home arrangements. So some staff might work from home on an ad hoc basis without a formal work from home arrangement.
Okay. So you mentioned that figures that 1,400 staff have home-based work arrangements, is that right? So what does that mean? The default is they work from home rather than from the office?
So that could be anything from 1 day a week through to 5 days a week, depending on their particular circumstances. But I don't have the detailed breakdown that we provided in the question or notice for you.
Okay. And how does it work in the office? I mean, do staff retain individual desks, or is there hot desking going on? What are you doing about the real estate? Because obviously that's significantly less demand on it than there was 3 or 4 years ago.
So the broad policy in the department is that if staff would like to work from the office, that there is a desk available, and largely that is on a one-for-one allocation. Of course, we always look for the most efficient use, so some staff will be desk sharing or hot desking, and in some of our offices, we've recently opened an office in Brisbane, refreshed that office, and that is flexible use, so staff don't have allocated desks in that location.
And as we plan our future accommodation, recognising that leases will expire over the coming years, we'll be working with our staff and the unions to look at the most effective use of that office space, including whether there's scope for more efficient desk allocation, which obviously a number of businesses in government and in the private sector are moving towards now across the Australian economy.
So you might be looking at, without preempting it, reducing your real estate requirements if this...
We would want to make sure that we are optimising value for money and staff productivity, and sometimes there are some trade-offs there that we need to make, and obviously we want to do that in a way which is consultative with our people.
Okay. Thank you, Secretary. Thank you, Chair. That was all from me on corporate.
Thank you. Any further corporate questions? No. Excellent. We will cease the corporate matters section, and we will now go to outcome 5. Program 5.1, which is Digital Technologies and Communications Services. And we will start with Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. I want to get stuck in on the gambling reform, if we could. Firstly, are we expected to see legislation by the end of the year?
That's a decision for Cabinet and the Government.
So it's currently being considered by Government?
Correct.
The options that the department has been working on, does that mirror the recommendations of the Murphy report?
The Murphy report is obviously a very important starting point and foundation for a lot of work that's been done in government over the last year or more. But what's currently before government is before government, and therefore we can't talk about the detail of that. Obviously, a number of steps have been taken by the government since the Murphy report was landed, including things like bet stop and restrictions on the use of credit cards and so on. So it's not like a lot of work hasn't been undertaken on other aspects of that report.
Has the department consulted on banning gambling logos and advertising in stadiums?
So, Senator, that also goes to one of the issues raised in the report. And hence we have been considering that as part of the reforms as well.
Okay. What in recent weeks has the department been consulting with the free-to-air broadcasters and their representative body, Free TV?
Senator, we have consulted with a very broad range of stakeholders, including organisations concerned about the scale of wagering advertising, academics and experts. We have also consulted with organisations that would experience economic loss associated with future potential restrictions on advertising. So yes, free-to-air TV is one of those groups, and that's basically part of the process for considering impacts. We would have to do that as part of these reforms. So yes.
Has the department got an understanding of what the revenue loss would be to the free-to-air broadcasters?
So, Senator, we are looking at, as I say, in broad terms, economic impacts, and that is currently being assessed and understood in the context of the policy process, including a decision or decisions that might have to go before government. So we're looking at a whole range of impact assessment issues, and that will form part of the consideration. Yeah.
I understand you're looking at it. What I'm trying to work out is, do you have the facts?
We have
Do you have a figure that you understand the economic impact would be on free-to-air television?
We have a whole range of issues that we are considering, including harms associated with wagering and wagering advertising. We've undertaken an extensive assessment of issues related to that. We've consulted with experts such as, and you would have heard in the earlier evidence, the Institute of Family Studies.
Mr. Chisholm,
and wagering experts there.
My question's pretty specific.
We've also consulted with industry to consider the impact on them as well.
What I want to know is there a figure or a range that the department understands changes to gambling advertising will have on free-to-air television? You must be basing your analysis on something concrete.
Yeah, we're very confident, Senator, of the evidence base that we're considering as part of the reforms.
What is the figure that free-to-air television is likely to lose?
So, Senator, we've been provided information as part of these reforms, and this to some extent goes to the discussion earlier about non-disclosure agreements from organisations and their commercial operations. That is information provided to the department in confidence and will form a core part of the evidence base for the decision that government makes.
Has the free-to-air television stations, companies, given you a figure that you are basing your work on?
Senator, we don't provide information publicly that companies, commercial organisations provide to us.
I'll tell you why I'm asking this question, Mr. Chisholm. Because government ministers have argued that you can't implement the Murphy report because of the loss to free-to-air television. Minister Shorten went out and used that as the excuse on television. It was backed in by fellow ministers and members of the government. Are you telling me you don't have a figure that that criticism was based on, that excuse is based on?
Senator, I think that question fails to acknowledge the information that's already been provided to you by Mr. Chisholm, which is that the department is engaging with a range of stakeholders. May I finish my answer and then we'll come back to your question? The department is engaging with a range of stakeholders. Part of that involves understanding the way that this might impact on the operations of broadcasters. Mr. Chisholm has indicated to you very clearly that there has been information provided to the department, and it forms the robust evidence base that includes this and a range of other information, including information about gambling harms, that is presently before the government.
Has the department briefed other ministers about how much
the television stations are claiming this will cost them.
The matter is before the government, and ministers are routinely briefed as part of the ordinary
Minister
processes of government.
Shorten given a figure, and was he briefed as to how much money
I can't really add to the
gambling advertising would cost the free-to-air television stations?
Senator,
could you, if you don't know the answer, could you take it on notice? Was he briefed? Was he given a figure? Was he told what to say, or did he just shoot his mouth off?
Senator Hanson-Young, I've indicated to you, as have officials, that the matter is before the government, and you will understand that that implies a whole range of processes within the government by which ministers may consider issues, and they are not generally canvassed in open forums such as this one.
Well, this parliament has seen a unanimous report that recommends a total ban on gambling advertising, and your government is trying to excuse not implementing it. And the excuse that you keep giving is that it costs too much money to the television stations, but you won't tell us how much money that is. That sounds like sneaky, secret politics to me.
Senator Hanson-Young, I utterly reject all of the characterisations in your question. We are consulting with stakeholders on a proposed model for online wagering advertising reform. And the Minister has been very clear that it focuses on three outcomes: breaking the nexus between wagering and sport, reducing the exposure of children to online wagering advertising, and tackling the saturation and targeting of wagering ads. Those are principles-based approaches to dealing with the harms that everyone in this room understands arise from online wagering. We also consider that any reform does actually need to be robust and effective. That does mean talking to a wide range of stakeholders, and we're unapologetic about that, Senator.
Mr Chisholm, has your department advised the government or have any evidence that has been provided to show that gambling advertising, cracking down on gambling advertising, will cripple news in Australia?
Well, they're your words, Senator.
No, sorry, the question was to Mr Chisholm.
Yes, and you know that the standing orders allow me to provide.
Okay, so you won't let him answer.
I'll ask Mr Chisholm to add to my answer, but it is simply that, of course, we want to make sure that the way that we approach this is effective. And that means understanding the impacts on all of the stakeholders in this ecosystem. It does mean trying to avoid unduly financially impacting other sectors, such as broadcasting, news media and sports. It doesn't take away from our focus on harm and the need to address the harms, which everybody agrees, I believe across the parliament, are presently unacceptable. Mr Chisholm, do you want to add anything about the way that the department is approaching the work?
I need to say, and to reinforce the Minister's evidence, that we have to take into account all these considerations.
Yes, but you won't tell us what they are.
Well, that's before government.
Have you done a thorough cost-benefit analysis of these reforms?
We are required to undertake cost-benefit analyses of any reforms that involve regulation and where there would be costs to stakeholders.
Okay. Is the figure that you are working on in relation to the broadcasters around 239 million?
Again, Senator, we're not able to provide individual numbers to the committee today because they form part of what will be cabinet consideration of the reforms.
That's not the reason not to answer the question. Sorry, Senator Hanson-Young.
Well, Senator, it has been generally accepted in these forums that a matter that is before the cabinet is not disclosed to the Senate. We can take it on notice and consider whether a formal request to the committee needs to be made, but I think we have operated under this convention that if a matter is before the government, it is not for discussion in the estimates process.
So if you could take on notice to see what you can provide in the current circumstances, that would be very helpful.
So Senator Hanson-Young's question was about a specific figure, and we'll take that question on notice.
I'd also like you to take on notice what the what figure the big corporate sporting clubs are claiming this will cost them as well.
Do you mean, in what context, Senator? Do you mean in private discussions?
Well, in whatever information you are basing your cost-benefit analysis on. I mean, you can't keep hiding all of this from the public. You just can't. People want this reform done. You're saying you can't do it on the basis of how experts have suggested because of the cost, because of the implication on broadcasters and on the big sporting codes. But now you won't tell us how much that's actually going to cost. So please take on notice whatever information you can give us, please.
Senator, I need to respond.
The call now. I think we can take it on notice and just move on if that's all right with everybody.
I'm sure we're going to be talking about this for
some
time to come.
Thank you.
I do actually, if I may, Chair, I do wish to respond to that because Senator Hanson-Young has made a number of assertions which are incorrect. And what I wish to say is to reiterate that the government is taking this seriously and taking the time to get it right. That does mean consulting with a wide range of stakeholders and it does mean working through the implications. The last time a reform of this kind was undertaken under the previous government, advertising, gambling advertising actually increased. It increased generally and it particularly increased in regional Australia. And so it is worth taking the time to understand how the regime that is proposed will actually work in practice. And that is the basis on which we are speaking with the wide range of stakeholders that you've alluded to, and we make no apologies about that.
I'm not worried about you speaking to them. I'm worried about you hiding the facts from the public and using it as an excuse. Your ministers are coming up with excuse after excuse after excuse, but you won't release any facts to back it up.
Again, Senator Hanson-Young, I don't think that an ordinary process of government could in any way be characterised in the way you've just done. The government is working through it.
Oh, sorry, I thought you'd finished.
Thanks, Senator.
We can move on now. That would be great. Thank you. We'll go to Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for your time here this morning. I'm interested if the department is in the possession of any evidence that restricting gambling ads would increase illegal offshore gambling.
So, Senator, we are looking at reforms in relation to offshore activity.
Sorry.
Yeah.
My question is, do you have any in your possession studies or evidence that suggests that banning gambling advertising in Australia would lead to an increase in punters going to illegal offshore gambling sites?
I'll just ask my colleague, Ms Lopez, to assist you with that, Senator.
So, Senator, we don't have specific data on that, but that is a risk that has been raised with us from stakeholders in terms of if domestic wagering service providers were prevented from advertising in Australia, it may be more difficult for Australian consumers to identify legitimate wagering providers for them to bet with.
And outside of Responsible Wagering Australia, who has raised that with you?
I'd have to take that on notice, but it has come up through our consultation. In terms of
I can add, Senator, that we had consultations with Ofcom, the regulator in the UK, specifically on this issue, and they flagged that as being a major source of concern, which has informed the equivalent policy making process in the UK. That was the principal headline issue that they raised as a source of concern.
It's probably also worth noting that the ACMA already does regulate in this space, and illegal offshore is already illegal under the Interactive Gambling Act. Yeah.
Yes, okay. So you've had that raised by gambling stakeholders, but you don't actually have evidence that has occurred?
I'm not sure that you listened to the
Ofcom is the national regulator of the communications sector in the UK, so it's a pretty legitimate source of policy input, and they raised this as a significant concern with which they were having to grapple and which had led them to be cautious in going down the path of an outright ban.
But they could likewise be hearing that from gambling stakeholders. We've seen this play out in Australia where Responsible Wagering Australia pointed to Norway as the reason not to ban gambling advertising. The head of gambling in Norway has come out and said, total bollocks. That's not what's happened there. So I'm just trying to really find out, like, where is the actual evidence apart from...
Ofcom is an independent regulator. You asked the question, has this issue been raised with us? The answer is yes, it's been raised by credible authority, but there's no particular conclusion to draw from that other than that, yes, it's been raised.
Sorry, Secretary, my question was, do you have evidence?
So, Senator, because people have raised it with us as an issue, we consider it as evidence that we have to take into account.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Is the department in possession of the evidence that the chair of the NRL has cited several times, and that the Prime Minister has also referenced, that the lotto causes more harm in the community than sports betting?
Well, I'm sorry, your assertion is in relation to the Prime Minister. I'm not sure what you had a chance to speak about the Prime Minister's comments yesterday, I understand, with Senator Wong in the other forum, but I think Mr Chisholm can provide information about the evidence that they do have.
So, Senator, we are aware that, there has been research done and reporting in relation to the scale of losses associated with poker machines. That's been widely reported for some time now, the link between poker machine use, the time at which it's used, the penetration of poker machines in pubs and clubs, and the link between that and the losses that people experience. So we are aware that there is significant concern about poker machine activity in the context of wagering, in the context of the issues we're considering. So yeah, we obviously look at that and consider it as part of.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Chisholm. I didn't mention pokies at all. My question is, do you have any evidence that lotteries, is a bigger issue than sports betting?
So again, we've looked at lottos, so we consider, but again, that's not actually something that we are responsible for in a policy or portfolio sense.
It's something that the Prime Minister of Australia is asserting, and I just can't find any evidence, no matter who I speak to.
Yeah.
The only people who seem to have this evidence is the Prime Minister and Peter V'landys. So that's why I'm asking if the department has any evidence.
Another excuse.
So, Senator, we don't. So, we can check whether we can assist you on notice on lottos. But again, lotto is not something that we're responsible for. Just to be really clear, our focus here, and this particularly goes back to the report on wagering, is specifically in relation to wagering advertising, and that's quite confined in the context of the questions you're asking. So happy to see if we've got anything.
Maybe
again, we're not the department that administers or looks at those other forms of gambling.
Have you had a look at gambling inducements?
Inducements, yes, because again that does fall into some of the categories that we're talking about here, and then were raised in the report. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It was reported in the AFR today that government sources have said that banning inducements would not be in the official response to the inquiry. My understanding that it was a recommendation that inducements be banned without delay.
So, Senator, I'm not aware of the report you're referring to. It was this morning. I'm happy to have a look at it, but again, I'm not really in a position to indicate the accuracy of anonymous reporting in newspapers.
Mm-hmm. Senator Cadell referenced earlier a contract given to a Dr. Nichols to undertake a media impact analysis. Was that on the basis of a full phased-in ban, or what was the doctor asked to model?
I'll ask Ms. Gannon or Ms. Lopez to take you through that.
Dr. Nichols was looking at responses that we received from our industry consultation, which looked at a range of different scenarios around advertising restrictions, including the recommendation from the committee.
Are you able to table that, the terms of reference or the contract that was given, redacted for commercial in confidence?
Might need to take that on notice in terms of what we're able to provide, but we can look at what we can provide.
Why are you taking it on notice?
You don't have to provide a reason to take a matter on notice, Senator.
I think you...
You are incorrect. The standing orders don't require that. Any matter may be taken on notice.
You can't just say, I'll take it on notice.
If they do not have the information to hand, or they need to check or verify any details, then yes, they can.
Why don't they have it?
Senator, we just...
Don't you have that on you?
No.
Not the contract with Doc Nichols, no.
Do you have the terms of reference?
No.
No.
Well, we're here for several hours. I'm sure someone can get it.
Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young. Are we talking about the contract that we discussed earlier with
Yes.
Senator Cadell?
Yes.
They don't have the contract with them, so I believe the department has advised they have a great number of contracts. They don't.
Sure. If you take it on notice, that'd be great. I'm interested if the Commonwealth has the power to ban the advertising of inducements.
So, Senator, the Commonwealth has power with respect to advertising. Again, I don't want to provide legal advice on the fly, but broadly speaking, we do have powers with respect to advertising restrictions. There's a whole range of restrictions that already apply in other contexts.
Sure.
So yes.
You do, okay. Minister, it was reported in the AFR today that Peter V'landys has described the late Peter Murphy's work as nanny state ideology. Is that how you would describe her work?
So Peter Murphy is our very good colleague, and we're really grateful for all of the work that she did. She's also my friend, and yes, I'm really proud of the work that Peter did, and our government is committed to dealing with the harms that are identified in that report.
And so you wouldn't characterise a government taking a public health approach to a public health issue based on experts as nanny state?
I'll use my own words to describe how we approach these problems, and the thing that I would say is that the government's made it very clear that the status quo in relation to harms associated with online gambling is not acceptable, and it's on that basis that we've initiated the policy process that we've all talked about on many occasions.
Minister, are you aware that Free TV Australia is currently proposing to add 800 more hours of alcohol advertising into school holiday periods and on weekends as part of their new code?
I'll let officials speak to the specifics.
So I'll just check. Are we aware of? No, it's not something that we've been made aware of. No.
Sure. Minister, we'll understand, this sits under ACMA, but will the government be backing this in? Free TV wanting another 800 hours to advertise alcohol during periods that we know that family and domestic violence and alcohol consumption increases.
Senator, what's the source of this information?
The draft code that they are updating at the moment, the voluntary free TV code.
Sorry, but on what basis do you believe that that's the proposal?
Because that's what they've put in their draft self-regulatory code, is to give themselves another 800 hours to advertise alcohol to. And I'm asking the Minister if the government's going to back that in.
Senator, I think, as you say, the interaction between industry codes and the regulator is a question best directed to ACMA.
Clearly not for you. That's what I'm asking the Minister.
Senator, I think the officials answered the question. I mean, when the regulator appears before you, we can discuss that, and I'll see what advice can be provided about the status of the current process.
Sure.
We're going to need to rotate the call. Senator Pocock.
Cheers, thank you.
Senator Cadell.
If I can just stay on a still subject, I'm going to go to the NDAs that we spoke before. So of the 155 stakeholders who were affected by NDAs, how many were related to the gambling reforms?
So, Senator, we will endeavour to get you that answer. I don't have the actual number of the NDAs related to the wagering reforms here, but we'll do our very best to get you numbers on that.
Can you tell
today.
me, if you're going to take that on notice?
Yeah.
Can I have the names of the people or the groups that signed NDAs relating to gambling reform changes?
Take that on notice.
Were there any gambling companies signing NDAs regarding this? I don't need to know who, but were there any?
So I would have to check whether any wagering companies themselves were signed NDAs. So again, we'll get you that answer.
Senator, I might just clarify as well, these weren't non-disclosure agreements, they were confidentiality deeds. There is a difference.
Okay. Can you expand on that? I was told they're NDA. So the answer said, from the letter said, entered into non-disclosure agreements on 9 occasions was the answer. So that was the answer we got. They weren't non-disclosure agreements?
For the most recent consultation on wagering advertising, it was a confidentiality deed.
Okay, how many of those?
We'll need to take that on notice in terms of...
So separate between NDAs and confidentiality deeds would be great. Who they were. Was Free TV or TV companies part of those?
They've been part of the consultation, so they would have been one of them. But again, I don't want to mislead you, so we'll check and get back to you.
So when Senator Hanson-Young asked questions about the numbers that it'll cost Free TV from you, you can't answer it. But they've signed confidentiality agreements or non-disclosure agreements, so they can't answer us either.
So, Senator, they're at liberty to disclose whatever they like. We will not disclose information given to us in confidence.
But haven't they signed confidentiality agreements?
So just in terms of the confidentiality deeds, that doesn't preclude these stakeholders from discussing issues in the public domain or issues that they may want to advocate for. It does just prevent them from sharing Commonwealth confidential information.
So, Senator, just to add to that, you'll appreciate that whenever we consult on regulatory reform, it's really important that we can provide confidence to organisations that we will handle that information very carefully. That assists us in the policy process so that people have confidence. It's not just limited to these sorts of discussions. It relates to other regulation too.
You lost the confidence of the public by keeping it all secret, though.
So, Senator, it again forms part of the process that will go to Cabinet, but in doing that, organisations do provide us with information that they trust that we will handle confidentially.
And we provide them with information, which I think the point Ms Lopez is making, which goes to models which may be under consideration by Cabinet, and we do require them to treat that with the same confidentiality that we're bound by as public servants. The irony of this is that Free TV, for instance, is a lobby organisation which advocates for commercial free TV. They are, outside of the boundaries of that confidentiality agreement, absolutely free to lobby in any way they want and to provide you with any information they want. So you might want to talk to them.
I'm not the one using it as an excuse. It's the Prime Minister and your ministers.
So of the various criticisms that could be levelled at the government, a lack of consultation is not one of them. We've been through 3 stages of consultation to elicit information from people, and we have most recently gone through that confidentiality arrangement that we've described to make sure that we get the model appropriately calibrated for government consideration, as the Minister's indicated.
When we go forward and we get that list and these are the number of people in this process, either under NDA or confidentiality associations. We've said number of wagering companies, if any, TVs, if any, a list you've taken on notice. I know not these we provided.
Just to check, can I just clarify? We have consulted with a range of organisations, not limited to the sort of entities you're referring to.
That's fine.
So what are you
after the whole list if everybody? I can get them, but I was after if we could get it today to speed up rather than waiting for the whole list. Were there wagering companies? But I take you don't know that. I accept that at this point in time. And sporting bodies, I think specifically, do we know of any sporting bodies that sign non-disclosure or confidentiality agreements off the cuff?
Yes, so we have spoken to sporting organisations and we'll confirm whether they've signed confidentiality undertakings, but I think it's a safe assumption that they were one of those organisations. But again, I want to double check rather than go off the fly.
Chair, this is all I have on this matter. If you want to rotate on this matter, I'm happy. Otherwise, yeah.
Thank you, Senator Cadell. Senator Sharma, did you have anything on this one?
On this one, no.
Did you have anything further? And did you have anything on this issue? On this topic?
Well,
on this topic?
I'm not sure yet, Chair, but I'm seeking the call on another issue.
I know you are. I'm asking if you have anything on this topic.
Not at this point in time.
Thank you. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Has the Minister met with Mr V'landys?
I'm not aware that she has, Senator.
Okay. Could you take that on notice? Has anyone in your department?
No, I haven't. I'll just check with the team.
I don't think so.
We're pretty confident we haven't.
Has the Prime Minister met with Mr V'landys?
You'd have to check with the Prime Minister's office on that.
Minister McAllister, could you please check as to whether the Prime Minister has met with Mr V'landys or anybody from his office?
Well, questions about the Prime Minister should be asked in the portfolio estimates
Yes,
for
but
the Prime Minister's department.
it is in relation to this particular matter, and it is asserted that it's the Prime Minister who is blocking full-scale reform here. So
You're asserting that.
No, it's reported in the newspapers today, in the media today. So are you rejecting that? Is it not the Prime Minister? Is it the Communications Minister? Who wants a full ban and who doesn't?
I think the challenge here, Senator Hanson-Young, is that the government's been really clear that we're consulting on reforms that will impact gambling harms, and you're asserting the opposite. We are presently engaged in a process to deal with the harms arising from gambling and seeing what reforms to advertising could ameliorate those harms. It's an active process, it's involved extensive consideration, and it does involve understanding how the reforms that are proposed would impact in practice. That is the reason for speaking with stakeholders. A wide range of stakeholders have been consulted as part of this process, as officials have indicated to you.
So will you take on notice as to whether the Prime Minister or anybody from his office has met with Mr V'landys?
Well, I'll take
in relation to this matter.
Senator Hanson-Young, the standing orders really clearly describe what can be examined in this portfolio. And
so I'm asking if you will take it on notice.
I will take it on notice, but you really, if you had sought an answer to this question, yesterday the Prime Minister's department appeared for an extended period of time. That would have been a good time to ask about the Prime Minister. I'm here to answer questions about the communications portfolio. I'll take it on notice.
Has the department briefed anyone in particular on these matters in the Prime Minister's office?
No, we don't communicate with other ministers' offices in that way, Senator.
Okay.
That's standard practice.
So no one advised the Prime Minister that Lotto was more harmful or was the bigger issue. Did anybody advise the Minister from your team who's working on this as to whether inducement should not be included?
So, Senator, the question of inducements again goes to the broader set of reforms that are currently being considered by the Minister and the government.
Mm-hmm. Has there been... So, no one's advised the Prime Minister or the Prime Minister's office of the facts of this issue?
We don't...
From your department, who is working on the reform?
Senator, in the ordinary course of things, briefings to the Prime Minister's office are provided by the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet, who appeared yesterday. And it would be... It is... sorry, but to conclude the answer, your question implies that it's unusual that officials from this department have not been directly briefing the Prime Minister's office. Ordinarily, briefings to the Prime Minister are provided by the department that he administers.
Has anyone in your department been in any meetings with any staff from the Prime Minister's office in relation to this matter when meeting with stakeholders?
So, excuse me while I repeat that, just to be really clear, have any of our staff been involved in meetings with the Prime Minister's office where
they've been meeting with stakeholders on this matter?
No. Answer is no.
Okay. Has the Minister herself asked for... has the Minister herself been meeting with stakeholders on this matter?
The Minister has met with some stakeholders, including with the department present,
Mm-hmm.
which is totally to be expected in the context of these reforms.
Yes. So it would be the minister who understands what's going on here.
Yes, the minister understands very well the policy underpinning these reforms and is strongly committed to a robust framework that reduces harm and protections to be built into that. She's also been closely involved in a number of other reforms in relation to harm reduction and wagering, including some of the things that the Secretary ran through before in terms of things like bet stop and bans on credit card use, mandatory minimum classifications for gambling-like content and computer games, and other reforms in relation to, or reviews in relation to offshore activity, Keno-type activities.
Yeah.
So she is very much across
She's the
these
expert.
issues.
She's the expert.
She's the minister.
Yeah, she's expected to know her brief. Could I ask, does the department have the information as to whether lotteries are the second biggest cause of gambling harm?
This goes to the evidence we were discussing earlier with Senator Pocock. There is material available that can be looked at and has been reported on the scale of losses associated with those activities, and there's some research on that. But again, Senator, our responsibilities with respect to these reforms are focused on the wagering advertising recommendations in the Murphy report, and questions about the relative costs of different forms of gambling and wagering are probably better directed to others.
So the department didn't provide any advice to the Prime Minister's office or his department in relation to the impact of lotteries versus sports betting?
Again, Senator, I wouldn't add to the Minister's answer on who we provide advice to.
Well, you just told me you don't provide advice to them.
Yeah, so your question was...
So then why can't you answer that question?
Well, so your question was, did we provide advice?
Are you asking the same question?
Yeah.
I mean, you've asked this question already. Does this department provide...
I'm asking a specific question as to whether you have provided any advice to the Prime Minister's department or his office in relation to lotteries.
Senator, the only, if you could call it advice,
yep,
the only related process is cabinet consideration of the reforms, which we obviously are responsible for through the minister, and of course the Prime Minister's portfolio, as do every other portfolio, has an interest in that as it goes through the normal processes.
You said you've been doing a lot of consultation. The minister's well briefed, is the expert in the field, understands all of this.
Just for clarity, I don't think anybody... sorry, I shouldn't have interrupted you, but I don't really think that the minister claims to be an expert.
No, I'm saying what you'd claimed.
You did say that, Senator.
Nobody said that. You actually introduced that phrase into the conversation.
Well, is the minister an expert in this?
The minister is an extremely diligent minister who understands the portfolio that she is administering and all of the policy issues that are within it. She receives regular briefings from her own department and also from stakeholders about the issues that concern them. She does all of the things you would expect a diligent minister to do.
Great. I've got two more questions on this, and then we could move on if that's all right, Chair. I'm happy to do that. Does the department have evidence that lotteries accounts for 15% of all gambling harm?
Senator, I don't have detailed breakdowns of gambling harm losses in relation to things like lotteries before me today because, again, it's just not something we're responsible for.
No. Okay. Yeah. So what percentage of harm do you understand, after all of the experts you've talked to, all of the consultation you've done, what is the percentage of harm that sports betting and race betting has?
That probably goes to some of the information canvassed in the report. So I'll just check to see whether my colleagues wish to add to that, or whether we need to take some of that on notice.
I don't think so further.
No, nothing further.
Well, okay. The whole gambling reform, advertising reform is in your purview,
yes.
Right?
Well,
but you can't tell me what the percentage of harm it is doing on the community, it has on the community.
So we are very focused on the question of harm reduction in relation to these reforms. We've been aware of and looked at a range of evidence on that, including provided by experts in the field and in the report, the Murphy report. And that guides as much of our focus as anything, and the government's commitment to the fact that the status quo is untenable.
Do you have any? What is the basis that you are working on in terms of the amount of harm that wagering is having?
The basis we're working on is exactly as I outlined, that the status quo isn't tenable, and the government seeks to tackle the nexus between sporting activity and wagering, and wagering advertising in that context is a focus of the reforms.
And why is it a focus, Mr. Chisholm? What is the underpinning concern of the government and the evidence that you are working on that makes it the focus? Is it because it is actually worse?
So I don't really think there's much more to add other than that the status quo isn't tenable and the government is committed to reform on that basis.
But if the Prime Minister is right and lotteries are worse, why wouldn't the government be working on that?
Because, Senator, we're not responsible for lotteries.
So the Department of Social Services is actually coordinating the whole of government response to the Murphy report and has policy responsibility for those harms in the round.
Is there any evidence that you are aware of or any material within your possession as a department that supports the Prime Minister's assertion?
Again, Senator, we don't work on lottery issues.
No.
So.
So you can't answer that question, but you don't have any evidence.
Well, we don't come into this hearing today with evidence or information about things that we're not responsible for.
But surely
so we're
you would
responsible
have looked at,
for.
surely when the Prime Minister stands up in question time and makes this assertion, or goes on the national news at night and makes this assertion, his minister, your minister, works out whether it's actually true.
Senator, the officials are here to talk to you about any range of things that they are working on, and as we've made abundantly clear publicly for a long time, we concur that reform of advertising in relation to online wagering is required.
Has anybody...
That is why, and that is the work that this department is principally focused on.
I understand
and it's
that.
because, if you, just to take a step back, they are the communications department, and advertising is immediately relevant to their core expertise and their core regulatory responsibilities.
Has the Prime Minister asked you to ban lottery advertising?
Senator Hanson-Young, I think they've advised a number of times that lotteries does not sit within this department.
But the advertising of it does, doesn't it? The advertising of lotteries sits within this.
And we are going to rotate the call. Thank you. I just have one question, just in terms of what's been said so far today. Can you actually outline for us what your broader policy work is in terms of the issues required to address gambling harms?
Yeah, absolutely, Senator. I might just ask my colleague, Ms Gannon and Ms Lopez, to take you through that.
So, Senator, we administer the Interactive Gambling Act, and that is focused on gambling that's happening online, like at a simplistic level. So things like...
You maybe want to talk us through some of the stuff that you've done
sure.
and some of the things you're doing. That would be kind of helpful.
Yeah, so for example, one of the more recent changes in this space, was restrictions for credit cards not being able to be allowed to be used for those types of betting that happen online.
We also work closely with the Department of Social Services on a range of wagering-related...
Senators, I wonder if you could just keep it down a little bit so we can hear what the officials are saying. Thank you kindly.
Wagering-related and gambling-related elements such as BetStop, the National Self-Exclusion Register, which the ACMA operates, or is responsible for, We also look at gambling through a classification lens, looking at the regulation of gambling-like content and loot boxes. We've worked with DSS on the taglines for stronger messages around the risks and harms of online wagering, and worked with DSS through regarding the mandatory customer pre-verification that came into effect in September last year. A lot of those things we do work closely with DSS. There's it's really a Venn diagram of our responsibilities and that portfolios, and we work closely with them on a number of gambling-related matters.
And Senator, if I could just add to that, and I think the Secretary has already referred to this earlier, if we look at those reforms and how we've worked with our colleagues in social services, we bring a framework to the advertising reform consideration that I guess is sort of threefold. So one is to reduce the exposure of wagering advertising to children. The other is to tackle that nexus between sporting codes, so sporting activity and wagering, and to acknowledge that there are unacceptable levels of wagering advertising, particularly in the context of live sport. The concerns expressed by the community in relation to that, which are reflected in the Murphy report, which is a really valuable and significant input into this, very much something that we take into account. And so we have spent quite a bit of time talking also with academics in the field of gambling research, organisations such as the Australian Medical Association, who we have met with, and taken into account input that they've provided to us, and also practitioners who are members of the association who look at these issues, mental health issues, impacts of wagering on particular communities, particularly First Nations communities, and concerns about the growth of that and how it impacts on those communities, cold communities as well, and then that sort of brings us to the sort of third point in the kind of threefold focus, and that's to really restrict advertising in that context. As we've indicated as well, we spend quite a bit of time talking with counterparts in other jurisdictions to take that into account. The states and territories, given that they have some responsibilities with respect to this as well, particularly in relation to, I think the point was made, in Stadia or Jersey advertising. So these are things we've been looking at. There's been a number of stages of consultation. We've had extensive information requests of industry and of other stakeholders. We've spoken to broadcasters, we've spoken to platforms, to Australian companies, to overseas owned companies, as I said, state and territory governments, academia, advocates, and there's a very extensive process underpinning that. A big part of that has been to really estimate the impacts, the costs and benefits of the reforms, which is really about making sure we get that right to maximise the success of the reforms, and that is all part of a framework that the government requires us to consider in terms of impact analysis.
Great. And are you seeing any signs that some of the work that's been done is having an impact?
We have quite a bit of evidence in relation to the self-exclusion and BetStop register, so I might just ask my colleagues to speak to some of that.
So since its commencement in August last year, more than 30,000 Australians have registered with BetStop. and 79% of registrants are aged 40 and under, and 39% have registered for a lifetime ban. And some, I think at this stage, as at October, 23,000 people were still active on the register to have chosen to self-exclude themselves from gambling.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to you all. I'd like to ask some questions about the Misinformation Bill and the consultation process. There's been a lot of criticism from stakeholders about the lack of consultation on the revised bill. The Australian Catholic Bishops' Conference in its submission said, given the committee has only allowed 1 week for the preparation of submissions, the conference has not had time to give the bill adequate consideration. The Australian Human Rights Commission said given the immense impact the bill could have on freedom of expression and democracy itself, more time should have been provided for stakeholders to provide considered responses to the federal government. And the Law Council of Australia, given it has 17 constituent bodies, didn't have any time to consult with those bodies and actually get a submission in. So they too have expressed a lot of disappointment. Minister, what do you say about this lack of appropriate consultation on a very significant piece of legislation?
Can I just make a quick comment? Given that bill is currently in an inquiry, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with your question at all. I'm not, so don't. Okay. I saw that look. But just in terms of this particular estimates inquiry, your question is within order, but if there are issues of sort of line and verse of the clauses within that bill, they are better referred to Monday's hearing where we have both the department and ACMA.
So what do you say, Minister, about the lack of consultation in relation to this bill?
Senator, this bill was first released, I think, as an exposure draft back in June 2023 and has been subject to consultation and discussion since that time.
Sorry, Minister, just to clarify, I'm talking about the new version of the bill, not the original bill. So the stakeholders are referring to the revised bill.
Senator, I'm providing an answer, which is to say to you that this is an important area of policy reform. It does require us to engage broadly with a wide range of stakeholders, and it's proper that the widest possible group of Australians do get a chance to contribute on this area of policy reform. The point I'm making to you is that it has been in the public domain, this reform process, for actually an extended period of time. We will welcome submissions from stakeholders during the committee's hearing process, and we will, of course, be very interested in what the committee finds about the bill.
So you would take late submissions in relation to the separate Senate inquiry into the bill? Is that what you're saying?
Senator, I'm not responsible for the Senate inquiry. That's actually the committee that you are part of.
No, I'm just clarifying that because there's a lot of stakeholders who are expressing very serious concerns about the bill. Does the government care what stakeholders have to say about this bill?
Of course, Senator.
So why did the government provide such a limited amount of time for stakeholders to provide feedback and raise concerns on the bill?
Senator, I've already indicated to you that it's an area of public policy reform that has been ongoing for some time. I think you're asking about the specific arrangements that the committee has put in place to examine the bill.
No, I wasn't asking about that.
I'm not in a position to answer that question.
No, I was asking about I'm talking about the second bill, just to be very clear, not the original bill.
I understand that, Senator, but I'm saying to you
so
that
on
the
second
arrangements
bill,
for hearings
no, I'm not talking about the committee.
Oh, you're not?
No, I'm asking about the fact that the government has only provided stakeholders with 1 week to make submissions on the revised bill, and I'm putting to you that it appears that the government doesn't seem to care what stakeholders think about the bill.
Yeah, well, I would reject that, Senator, because, as I have indicated to you already, consultation on this set of policy reforms began in 2023 in June. At that time, there were nearly 24,000 responses received on the exposure draft of the bill. That included comments, it included submissions. There has been targeted consultation in the period since with stakeholders. The bill is now, of course, the subject of a Senate inquiry. Of course we are interested in what people think about this. It's a complex area of policy reform.
And are you listening to the concerns of stakeholders?
Indeed, Senator, because the bill has been under discussion for some time now.
Can I ask about how many submissions have been received?
I'll have to ask. Do you mean to the Senate inquiry?
To the Senate inquiry, that's right.
That's not a question that I can answer.
Does anyone have that information though?
It's really a question for the committee.
No, I
the
appreciate the
Secretary
difference,
sitting next to you.
Minister. I do appreciate the difference. Just in relation to the ability to make submissions, and perhaps, Secretary, this is best directed to you, that there were lots of concerns about the website crashing, so people were trying to upload their submission and they couldn't do so. Are you able to shed any light?
This is the exposure draft consultation, which received 24,000 responses, 2,500 of which are currently on our website. Is that the
okay, so it is 24,000?
24,000 responses were received, and a significant proportion of those have been posted online on our website. We've got the people at the table who can talk about that, and then, as the Minister's indicated, 2 stages of targeted consultation following that. On April around proposed changes, and in July around the revised bill itself, which is, as we've discussed, now before this committee for consideration. In terms of any issues with the website, I might ask Ms Vandenbroek or Mr Hiles to respond.
Before I just go to that, can I just clarify with you, there's 21,000 submissions that have not been uploaded. Are they pro forma submissions, or can you provide any further information on that?
We can.
So, Senator Andrew Hiles, Assistant Secretary of the Digital Platforms International and Policy Branch. Can I just clarify the submissions you're talking to? Are you talking to the Senate inquiry submissions?
No, talking to the submissions to the government.
So the submissions last year?
Yes.
Yes. Look, I'm not aware of any crashes to the website. We've gone through an extensive process of reviewing all of the submissions that we received last year, we've posted the submissions that we can post on the department's website. Those are submissions that were able to be posted because they're public. The remainder of the submissions were in relation to comments that were received. So we have posted a sample of those as well. Again, we had to go through and vet the content to make sure that there was no inappropriate content on those.
So what are the guidelines for which submissions were posted online and which were not posted?
Submissions that were public were posted online.
So are you suggesting that the 21,000 submissions...
There weren't 21,000 submissions. There were...
That's what the Secretary just said. 24,000 in total, 21,000 not posted.
Submissions
online.
And comments.
Responses would be the way I'd characterise
responses,
that.
Yeah. But you can still... A comment can still be a submission.
A comment, it's done through a different process on the department's website, so it's a have your say kind of process. So there were 20,500 comments, 2,418 public submissions.
Okay, and how many of the 20,500 comments were uploaded onto the website?
I'd have to take that on notice, but I think it was a sample. I don't know off the top of my head, but it's public. It's on the website.
Okay, so just based on what Mr Betts has just said, it sounds like about 21,000 were not put up online. So what were the... why is that the case? Why weren't they posted online?
So all 20,500 comments weren't posted online, but a sample were. So a sample that went to the kind of the scope of the comments and the different issues and matters that were raised. The reason why all 20,500 weren't posted is simply because we'd gone through and reviewed them. If we'd have to go back and review them to make sure that there was no, defamatory content, private content, content that went to names of individuals, that kind of thing. So, posting the submissions that we did post online was a substantial effort as it was.
So, are you saying that the comments that were not posted publicly were by reason of their defamatory comment or inappropriate comment?
That's not what I'm saying, Senator. It would have taken a significant effort to go through again and check to make sure that there was no content that was inappropriate.
So there's a capacity issue in vetting all of those submissions, in other words, all comments.
They're all read.
They were all read?
Definitely
yes.
all read. The evidence that Mr Hiles is giving is that then going back through them all again to check whether they were provided on a basis that a person would want them to be public, and to check that the content was appropriate, because some of the submissions did contain content that some people might find upsetting. So we decided.
Well, because they were critical of the government, saying the government.
No. I'm not going to go into detail about some of the content that people provided to us, but it included concerns about things they have seen online that goes to the core of the bill, which is the government's aliveness to the harmful nature of mis and disinformation, including extreme content. So we have to be very careful about what we then put online. And our staff need to be very careful as part of that. And that's something that we work very closely on and take very seriously.
And Senator, I can confirm that the department's website, as I understand it, didn't crash.
It didn't crash. Okay. Are you aware of any difficulties uploading any submissions? Because that's the anecdotal advice we've received.
Not that I'm aware of.
You're not aware? Okay. Can I ask about...
Senator Henderson, it might help you. Just we did have some problems with the Senate inquiry, with the volume of stuff, so it could be there's a bit of confusion.
Right. Okay. Thanks, Chair.
And just for a point of clarity, the submissions closed on the 30th of September with an extension to the 11th of October, which is another 11 days, and we also accepted late submissions as well.
Thank you. And it is for, obviously there's two inquiries. I appreciate there's the Senate inquiry into the bill, and then there's the department's consultation on both bills. So we've got parallel processes running at the moment. Thanks for that clarification.
Well, actually not at the moment, Senator. If I...
Just the Senate now.
Well, different processes.
On the exposure draft, and now we're running the Senate inquiry on the actual table bill.
The exposure draft consultation took place last year, Senator, so that was to deal with any confusion.
Is there anything...
It is the case, I think Mr Chisholm indicated to you that all of the submissions were read. We were grateful for the very wide range of organisations and individuals that engaged with the bill, and the bill that is now before the Parliament actually does have a number of quite significant policy changes that arise as a consequence of what we heard during that consultation on the exposure draft.
Yeah, thanks very much.
And would you need to rotate?
I've just got a couple. I've got a couple more questions on the same issue.
Yeah, we'll
rotate it short. Thanks.
If that's all right, just because we've got a lot of people in the room.
Thanks, Chair.
We will go to Senator Sharma.
I just wanted to ask about age assurance and age verification, if I could, please. So, just so I understand the history on this, the age verification trial, that was originally a recommendation from the eSafety Commissioner back in March of 2023. That's correct?
That's right.
She'd recommended
That's right, Senator.
And then the initial position of the government was not to proceed with the trial, but instead to pursue industry codes.
Sorry, there's a bit of background noise and I missed your question.
Just say, and then the initial position in response to that recommendation of the government was not to proceed with that trial, but to instead pursue industry codes. That's correct?
So I think the initial position, there was reference made to industry codes as part of that, but also in the meantime we were looking at the difference between age verification and age assurance to assist the government think through how that recommendation in the roadmap from the eSafety Commissioner would work.
Okay. So on the 1st of May this year, the government announced that they were going to proceed with a trial. Is that an age, am I using the terminology correctly? Is that an age verification trial or an age assurance trial?
The age assurance trial is the trial underway now.
Okay, okay.
Senator Sharma, you are perfectly welcome to say no to this, but would it assist the committee for officials to explain the difference between the two things?
Yes, yeah, happy. That would be. Thank you, Minister.
So Senator, the age verification is very precise in the sense that, as the name suggests, it requires verification of identity. So identity documents, for example, might need to be provided to verify that the person is in fact over 18, and to do that you would need to look at their identity documents, or they might need to be uploaded as part of that. And I'm constantly checking with my officials to make sure I get this right, because it is something that we need to be careful about how we describe. Age assurance is a broader term, and that uses other technologies and tools to make an assessment about whether a person is likely to fall into a particular age bracket or not. And it's using a lot of innovative technology, particularly now that platforms are using or looking at using, examining things like keystrokes, facial recognition, answers to particular questions to make an assessment about whether a person is a certain age or not. It's getting to the point now where they can actually distinguish between certain ages, but it's not quite there yet, is our sense, and that's why we're doing the trial to make sure that it is fit for purpose, particularly in the context of things like you mentioned, the Phase 2 codes that the Commissioner is doing, and also the age limits commitment that the government has made. So that's essentially the difference, but I'll just check with Mr Irwin if he wishes to add to that.
Thanks, Mr Chisholm. Andrew Irwin, Assistant Secretary, Online Safety Branch. That's exactly right. Age assurance includes both verification and estimation, and there are a wide range of technologies that can be used for estimation. We have had some providers suggest to us that waving a left hand in front of the screen, they'll be able to provide above 90% accuracy. But that is exactly why we're running the trial, so that we can get an independent assessor to look across all the technologies and consider them against a range of criteria.
And why that's really helpful is that one of the risks with a strict verification approach is that people will then avoid it altogether, and we won't be then achieving the policy objective of wanting to prevent exposure by children to extreme content or adult content, whereas assurance wraps around the user in a way where that people need not fear that they need to disclose their identity, and that might include parents who take responsibility for what their children are doing online. And so hence the big focus has been on age assurance to reinforce these broader reforms.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to move on to the trial that's underway, or is going to be underway. I should just declare for the committee and the public's purpose that my partner works at one of the digital tech companies at Alphabet, so I just wanted to make sure that's on the public record. So following the announcement on the 1st of May, a tender has been run, is that right, to conduct the age assurance trial?
Yes, that's right.
And is that tender, can you just talk me through where that is up to? So the tender was open, it's now closed?
That's correct. We received 7 applications. The tender closed on the 8th of October. The department has assessed the tenders. Unfortunately, under the procurement rules, it would be inappropriate for me to confirm just as yet until we've made an offer that's been accepted and until the unsuccessful tenderers have been advised. But we do expect that to be within coming days.
Okay. I should add as well, Senator, just to be really clear, when we talk about the trial, that technology procurement process is obviously a key part of it, but it also is an umbrella that includes a number of other consultations and research that we're doing. So, Mr Irwin, would you just want to add to that, like the roundtables that we've done and that sort of thing?
So I'm happy to go into detail for the specific roundtables, but broadly we've conducted 9 roundtables with over 120 participants. That's one leg, the consultation process. We've also commissioned some consumer research, and that goes to Mr Chisholm's point before about consumer willingness to use the technology. We've seen examples in the United States where age verification was introduced for access to Pornhub. Traffic from that particular jurisdiction dropped by 80%, which suggests either people are going to darker websites or they're using VPNs, neither of which are good policy outcomes. So we've sought that research to understand exactly what consumers look for in terms of a technology they're more willing to use.
Okay. And so you haven't chosen the successful tender yet, and that tender has not been advised?
For the technology trial, we have completed the assessment process, unfortunately, as I said, because we haven't received a signed contract back.
Okay. So you completed the assessment process. So you expect it to be that process to have concluded within weeks, then I imagine the successful tender
possibly shorter. Yeah.
And when would the trial commence then, and when would it complete?
That's dependent on the actual tenderer and the contract with the tenderer. We imagine it wouldn't be the shortest process. It will include live testing, so on Australian adults and children to look at that. But we imagine it would be concluded in the first half of next year in order to inform the age limits legislation.
So, yeah, that's what I wanted to get to. So the outcomes of the trial are to inform the legislation that the government has proposed, and particularly the age limit?
Well, particularly the implementation of the legislation. The Minister stated in Adelaide on the 11th of October that there would be a minimum 12-month lead time for implementation, and that is to allow both the platforms and the regulator to look at the available technologies and consider what would be reasonable steps for age assurance.
I see. So at the moment, does the government have a policy on what the age limit should be? I've seen public remarks by the Prime Minister suggesting he thinks 16, I think, is appropriate, but he also hasn't been definitive on that.
So we've been the age that will be central to the age limit legislation is currently being considered in the cabinet process, and we've been looking very closely at the different perspectives on that. There was a recommendation in the French report that South Australia commissioned. You'll have seen that New South Wales government has indicated a preference as well. As Mr Irwin said, a lot of that was discussed at the conference in New South Wales, in Sydney and Adelaide. So it goes very much to the heart of what government is going to introduce legislation for this year.
So again, the government is committed to introducing this legislation this year.
Absolutely.
But will this legislation have an age in it? This is what I'm a bit puzzled by, because the trial is meant to inform the age, but the government's committed to introducing the legislation this year, which will presumably have to specify an age.
Sorry, Senator. I was just going to say the government has committed to introducing an age limit legislation this year. Yep.
But the trial won't have been concluded by this year.
But the trial will be more helpful in the context of the implementation of these reforms, because what the trial is doing is informing both ourselves but also the eSafety Commissioner and industry on how industry can comply with these sorts of reforms, not just age limits but also the Phase 2 codes process. The trial isn't as relevant to the legislation that will contain the age limit restriction.
I'll just go to the Secretary for a moment.
Oh, sure.
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify something that was discussed in an earlier line of questioning from Senator Hanson-Young. So you may want, Senator Sharma may want to finish.
I'll just wrap, because we need to rotate.
I'll finish off. Yeah, it seems a bit strange that we're introducing legislation to do age verification, but the trial, which is intended to inform what technologies are available, the efficacy of that technology, the tools you might use, the tender of that hasn't been concluded. The trial hasn't commenced. It won't have concluded, but we'll be having legislation which is meant to address all these things. I mean, isn't it a little? Hasn't the cart been put before the horse here?
We're very confident that the legislation that we introduce will comprehensively address the government's policy on legislating an age limit, but also allow for the work of the trial to inform implementation of that. Again, it comes back to the fundamental commitment the government's made to introducing an age limit. How that then is implemented in consultation with industry and the work of the trial and helping to inform that is a related but separate consideration.
So what age are we going to legislate?
Clarification, Senator Dunman.
So the trial isn't informing the age for the legislation, is that right?
That's right. So the trial, it's obviously relevant, but the trial is giving confidence, or the focus on it is to provide confidence that industry has the technology available to it to assess whether certain ages are accessing content. Yep. And again, it's broader than the age limit, and that came up in the context of evidence we provided at last estimates and the separate committee looking at these issues.
And the technology trial component was asked to look at between 13 and 16, so it will cover the range of ages.
Yep. Senator David, did you have a clarification?
Just to clarify, so the trial is about technology. It's a technology
testing trial, but we are going to have age verification legislation before us. What age are we talking about?
Not age verification legislation, age limits.
Age limits. So we're going to have legislation that says people of this age, yet to be determined, can't access social media, but we don't know how we're going to enforce that.
The legislation will contain the age limit, and the trial will include ages that we are considering as part of those reforms. So the two are working in tandem, and yet we're very confident that the broader work of the assurance trial will reinforce that limit in terms of support its implementation, and also the work that the eSafety Commissioner is doing on other content as part of the Phase 2 codes work. And also be relevant to further work that the Commissioner might wish to do in this area, or other government policies on platforms.
So the trial, though, is also going to inform what different social mediums or social medias and what age limits should apply. So there might be an age limit for Insta-teens that is different to Instagram, to Snapchat, to TikTok. So that's there is going to be a single age limit, no exemptions.
Just so that Instagram can introduce Insta-teens and the government can say, tick, done, let's move on.
So if I could just comment, that is not true.
Well, tell us what the age is going to be. Okay. Tell us what the age is going to be.
We're going to, I know, a lot of people have questions, Senator Schubert. We're going to need to wind up here, so...
Oh, there's still so many questions.
Oh, yeah, and we're going to come back. We're not going anywhere. We are going to come back. But for this point, we are going to take a break. I do want to go to the Secretary for a point of clarification from an earlier issue, and then we'll come back to this after the tea break.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So there was a line of questioning from Senator Hanson-Young earlier on around representatives of the Prime Minister's office and their involvement in meetings, including consultation meetings around gambling advertising. I can't remember exactly how those questions were formulated, but I just want to be clear that the department supported approximately 80 meetings in August and September with around 60 entities, and our understanding is that an advisor from the Prime Minister's office was present at a handful of those meetings.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Betts. Could I ask you during the break to come back and tell us which of those stakeholders those meetings were?
I'll take on notice providing you with information about which meetings they were, if I can get that information.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And we will now... Yes.
Clarification. And just on that, Mr. Betts, could you just tell us if there was a representative from the department at the Prime Minister's meeting with NRL executives that have been uncovered in FOI OPD documents?
I think not, but we'll take it on notice.
Thank you very much.
Right. We'll now take a break and we'll return at 11 a.m. Welcome back. We will now continue with program 5.1 and we will go to Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks. To continue on with the questions about the age assurance trial and age assurance. First of all, Minister, for the legislation, it's one clear takeaway is that do we understand the government hasn't set the age or has set the age but is not telling us what the age will be for the legislation that will be introduced? Where are we up to?
I think the government has been very clear that it intends to consult on the age and that the age will be informed by engagement with states and territories through National Cabinet. We also, of course, have the opportunity to draw on the French review that was prepared for the South Australian government.
But you're bringing in legislation
this year.
We've got, what, 2 more sitting weeks. Are you saying you still haven't made up a decision? You still haven't made your mind up about what the age will be? The consultation between now and what, the next fortnight is going to determine the age?
The matter is before the government.
So is it going to be 13?
Pardon me?
Is it going to be 13? Is that the age?
No, as I've indicated to you, the government has said that it will consult with stakeholders about the age, and that includes taking into consideration the views of the states and territories.
When you say you will consult with stakeholders, you've got a fortnight to get the legislation in. Is that what's going to happen? The next fortnight is going to be some festival of consultation at which you'll come up with an age, and it might be 16.
I'm not speculating about the age, Senator. When the government makes a decision, it will announce it at an appropriate time.
Deputy Secretary, are you still running to the timetable of having legislation in Parliament that will set the age limit by the end of this year?
Yes, so, Senator, the commitment is to introduce legislation this year. Yep.
All right. And that'll have a number in it.
Can we just clarify, do you expect the legislation to be passed? Is that the time frame you're working on by the end of this year? Or just introduced?
Senator, the government's indicated an intention to introduce legislation by the end of the year.
Could I then ask about the trial? There are the 2 components to the trial. One is for 18 plus, and Deputy Secretary, that's about, is that aimed at pornography and those high impact sites?
Senator, would you mind just repeating the question?
There are 2 parts to the trial, 2 parts to the tender. One part is about 18 plus, one part is about 13 to 16. So for the 18 plus, is that part of the trial designed to moderate, limit, restrict access to pornography?
I'll just ask Mr. Irwin to help step you through how that works.
So, Senator, that's right. There are 2 streams to the trial, and the 18 plus is related to pornographic and other high impact material, broadly the sorts of material that are under consideration in eSafety's Phase 2 codes process.
And then the other part is the 13 to 16-year-olds, and that's designed to do what? Proof of concept to prove that an age limit on social media could work. Is that?
It's designed to look at a range of criteria that we've laid out in the tender process that was put together through cooperation with 14 government agencies, and this looks at not just the question of accuracy and interoperability and reliability, not just those IT questions, but also matters of privacy and security. And it's to look at what is available on the market at the moment, where that is all up to, and where, if there are particular aspects that might require improvement, and also to look at combinations of technologies, not just technologies in isolation.
And Senator, you will have limited time. If you want, the official can step through the criteria that are being used, the evaluation criteria for the trial.
Yeah, I have a set of questions and issues, so that's good. Thanks, Minister. Is it intended to test for the ages, to be able to test if someone's 13 or if someone's 14? Or if someone's 15, or if someone's 16?
The range that we've put in our tender is 13 to 16.
Yeah,
so
but I assume the outcome is not this person is aged somewhere between 13 and 16. The tender is designed to test if someone is 13, separately if they're 14, separately if they're 15, separately if they're 16. Is that the intent?
Subject to the capabilities of the successful tenderer, yes.
So one of the criteria which you declined to have provided to you is accuracy. So how well does the technology detect a user's age? for example.
Some of this was covered in earlier questioning, and I don't want to go back to that. You covered that, and I listened and heard. I've looked at the AUSTender material. There's nothing in here about privacy. Is that part of the tender?
Yes, it's the criteria that you declined to have read to you. One of the criteria is data security. If user data is stored, and if so, is it secure or de-identified? Protection of privacy, how well the technology protects personal information.
So it's not on the AUSTender website, the material. Is that part of the where do we find the details in the tender about protecting kids' privacy and, of course, protecting everyone's privacy? Where do we find that, Mr Owen?
Probably have to take that on notice to look at which particular document that comes up in. But as the Minister has said, that is one of our criteria, right. Yes.
Of course, if you're testing to see if someone's 13 or 14 or 15 or 16, you're also testing to see, by definition, if they're 16 plus. So if there's going to be age verification, everybody is going to have to go through an age verification process, won't they?
Yes.
Yes.
So this isn't just about the privacy or collecting data about kids. This is literally everybody accessing social media. That's how it has to work, isn't it?
Yes.
Senator Shoebridge, you just used the term age verification. You may not have been in the room when we had a discussion about the distinction between age verification and age assurance. This is an age assurance trial.
This is, if you're going to have age assurance for kids 13, 14, 15 or 16, testing, if they're that age, you're testing everyone's age and you're doing it at that level of age assurance. And that has privacy and data protection implications for literally everybody accessing social media, doesn't it?
Yes, and that's one of the reasons why we've commissioned consumer research to look at consumer willingness and particular aspects that are important to them.
And is it intended that it's going to operate... this is then intended as a proof of concept to see if the ledge can work, if the age limits can actually work. That's one of the things, and I think you said that, Mr. Chisholm, is one of the aspects of this trial. It's a proof of concept if the ledge can actually work.
Probably, Senator, the best way to think about it is that it will be a question for industry to make sure that they can comply with the legislation, and in doing that, they will have available to them a range of technologies and tools. The trial will be a relevant input to that, but it's not, just to be, I guess, really clear, the age limit will be applied, and the way in which industry seeks to comply with it will be a matter for industry, but it's not that the two are codependent, so to speak.
Where is it intended the obligation will lie? Is it intended it'll lie on platforms, such as, individual social media platforms? Will it be their legal obligation? Will it be for devices? Will it be for individuals? Will it be a criminal prohibition for a child to join? Where is the legal obligation intended to lie?
So, Senator, we can step through. I think the Minister set out some of those some of the principles in her speech.
That's right, in Adelaide on October the 11th, and one of those was the answer directly to that question. The onus will be on platforms. Mm-hmm. There will not be penalties for individuals under this.
And so will there be prohibitions on... Well, I assume it's going to operate at the point that somebody seeks to get an account, a social media account? Or is the age assurance going to happen on every interaction on social media? Is it going to be constantly testing for age, or is it only going to be at the point which you get an account?
I think, Senator, you're confusing the technology with the obligation. The officials have explained to you that the age assurance trial informs the way that the legislation might be designed. It's not that the two are not the same thing.
Well, I'm asking is it an ongoing obligation to test for someone's age every time they interact with social media, or is it only at the time that they obtain an account?
Yeah, so Senator, and it's a good question, and it it relates to the design of the legislation that we're involved in right now. The broad principles guiding the design of the legislation, as Mr Irwin indicated, were outlined in the speech. We can explain how that underpins the work. But
so
yeah,
it will be, as Mr Chisholm said before, it'll be incumbent on the platforms to demonstrate reasonable steps from that part.
But I'm asking, is it reasonable steps at the time someone obtains an account? Or is it reasonable steps that is a continuing obligation every time people are interacting with social media, that this person is above a certain age limit? What's the intent?
The details are under consideration of government.
We see one is a one-off privacy issue. The other one is every single time you interact on social media, your details, your age, your personal attributes are constantly being interrogated. It's a pretty fundamental point. You're going to have legislation before the end of this year. Are you saying you can't answer this fundamental point?
So, Senator, we understand the point, and that the privacy concerns were one of the reasons for the setting up of the cross-government working group I referenced before. Of the 14 agencies, 2 are the Attorney General's departments and the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner. So we've been constantly liaising with them since May on the question of privacy.
Well, can you answer the point, though?
It's
this
subject to the
legislative
design at the moment.
Senator, these are issues that, again, I want to emphasise, they're really important considerations. They are forming the basis or relevant to the design of the work that we're doing right now, and further information on that will be made available when the government chooses to do that.
Right. Thank you. Senator Dunman.
Thanks. I wanted to move to the mobile black spot program.
We're just going to switch some witnesses out, Senator.
Thank you. I was just wondering if you could please give an update on round 8 of the mobile black spot program, please. How it's rolling out.
Thank you, Senator. Sam Grunhard, First Assistant Secretary, Communication Services and Consumer Division. Yes, the 8th round of the black spot program has been announced in some detail, and indeed I'm very pleased to report that the project notice board for the round opened on the 23rd of October. The round will have a particular focus on areas that are impacted by or at risk of natural disasters. It might be worthwhile perhaps Ms Pigeon just outlining the purpose of the project notice board and what that will achieve for communities.
Thank you, Senator. Carly Pigeon, Assistant Secretary, Regional Mobile Infrastructure Programs Branch. As Mr Grunhard said, we opened a project notice board on the 23rd of October. That allows communities to put forward locations through their community representatives, so local governments or state, federal parliamentarians. They can make a proposal about a location or particular issues they're having, and it's a way to connect them quite quickly with the industry, who actually will draft and submit applications to the program.
And so the purpose of that is to get community engagement, I assume?
Yeah, it allows the community to raise their issues really quickly with the industry. Yeah. We do consider in our guidelines as well the role of the project notice board. So where an application from an industry member, the telco industry, where they can demonstrate support from the community, that's one of the factors that we take into account in the value for money part of the assessment. So if we can ideally align the community's interests with the industry's preferred areas for co-funding through their applications, then we look to do so.
And it's only opened, you said, on the 23rd of October.
That's correct.
How has it been going so far? Like, have you had a lot of interest?
I'd have to check. I think, I'm not sure, I'm not aware off the top of my head of any submissions that are on there just yet. No.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if you're the same, if it's the same people. I wanted some questions about the mobile coverage audit. Is it
different
the same?
People.
No, different people. Sorry.
No problem. We can, just to, as we swap people out, the audit has been going through a trial phase and is starting to yield some really interesting insights. we're deploying a range of tools to roll the audit out, including within the portfolio, Australia Post, and really trying to get a better understanding of where we can better target communications infrastructure, and also do a bit of a comparison with what the sector is telling us about coverage maps and that sort of thing. So we do now have the witnesses, and they can step you through this really exciting piece of work, Senator.
Hello, I'm Nicole Power, Assistant Secretary, Universal Services Branch. So, as Mr Chisholm noted, the National Audit of Mobile Coverage commenced in May this year, and that started with a pilot audit, and that involved some dry testing in all states and territories, and then the additional element of it is some static testing in around 70, it will ultimately be in 77 locations, but in a smaller number during the pilot process. At the same time, we've also made available a range of crowdsourced data that provides an additional layer of data available to consumers, state and territory governments about the lived experience of users across Australia. When we move, we have just started the main audit with the drive testing from that, but ultimately that will lead to up to 180,000 kilometres of road being tested each year for 3 years across all the states and territories. And then 77 static locations, as I said, and they were all identified through engagement with states and territories, issues that came out of the government's role in rolling out the mobile black box program, and we're just moving into that main audit stage now.
I think the intention is to make data progressively available as we come into it.
So the data that's available from the pilot audit is already available on the department's website, as is the crowdsourced data. As we move into the main audit, we'll move to a more regular update of data on a monthly basis. So there will be a significant increase in the amount of data that will be available and widely available for a range of players to be interested in.
So thank you. I wondered if you could talk about what I haven't looked at the website. What's the data showing at the moment?
I would say that because of the nature of the pilot, it's a relatively, the amount of data is somewhat limited from the drive testing side of things, but it certainly does point to, identifies a range of black spots. Some of those align with, I guess, known black spots, but even the pilot stage has identified some areas where perhaps there was an expectation that there was coverage that there in fact wasn't. Sometimes that is down to a process that our contractor undergoes afterwards, and to talk to the mobile network operators, and in some occasions they've identified that there was a particular outage at the time that the drive testing occurred. So it gives an opportunity to test that with the MNO, but also I guess it has identified areas where I guess the more granularity of coverage. So the public mobile maps that are put out by the providers identify where there is coverage, but perhaps not the, I guess, the quality of coverage. So one thing the audit is looking at, and the data available on our website gives a sort of a greater view of what you can do with the level of coverage you have at any location that's been audited.
Yeah. And so as that information is built up, what will be the next phase of the program?
So, might be one that others in the department might want to speak to, but already that information is being provided and shared with the areas of the department that are designing and operating programs. We've been keeping states and territories well updated on this, and they're very interested, and so they are using it for their own purposes. No doubt some of that data will also help inform the project notice board process that Ms Pigeon spoke about earlier.
Yeah, and it was the Minister recently chaired a meeting with her colleagues on regional connectivity, so state and territory ministers, and it was a topic of key interest there to help inform their own work, but also really the future targeting of Commonwealth supports, particularly in those programs where we're trying to improve hardening of network coverage, peri-urban and resilience-related measures as well.
Lisa Lawrence, First Assistant Secretary. While the data will continue to strengthen, as Ms Power said, as the audit goes along, we will be using it on a rolling basis. We're not waiting for something to be finished to start drawing on that to inform project selection through the programs that Mr Grunhard and Ms Pigeon spoke about.
It's quite, in a way, it's really quite exciting to have an evidence base to guide some of these programs in a policy area where traditionally you're reliant on direct consultation, particularly with industry, but obviously also users. But to have an independently verifiable audit of locations that we can point to reinforce where we target investments, it's quite new, is my sense, looking at this. And so, yeah, it's one that we're really excited about and hoping it'll yield a lot of future work.
Great, thank you. Senator Pocock.
Very much. Can I just a quick follow-up on the mobile black spots program. Mr Betts, congratulations on the ANAO report. I thought it was really...
We were very pleased with that report.
Good. I did want to ask a question about whether anything's done around the process. Like, I note that 74% of Labor's election commitments were in Labor seats and 44 of 54 were in marginal seats. When the Coalition oversaw this program, 124 of 125 were in Coalition-held seats. Doesn't seem very fair. I'm wondering is that just a decision for government, or is there work on some sort of framework to ensure that this is actually on a needs basis, that people who don't have reception are getting the help they need?
Thank you, Senator. So you'd be aware, of course, all of our programs are conducted in accordance with the Commonwealth Grants
No, I understand
rules
that.
and guidelines, and we're now following the new rules that have been released in that respect. So we are always designing new programs to ensure we're meeting the needs of the community. I'll note that, for example, the mobile black spot program Round 8 that we were just discussing is open to all communities in the country, in regional and rural areas. It's a needs-based program. The purpose of the community notice board that Ms Pitcham was talking about was to allow communities to volunteer that they have a problem in their community that needs industry attention and potentially government go funding. So the entire purpose of that program is to allow, on a needs basis, people to nominate areas where there are black spots or coverage areas of concern.
And that final decision is made by the department, or that is then fed to a minister to make a decision?
So we assess any applications that will come to us in accordance with the Commonwealth Grants rules and principles that have just been released, and we provide recommendations to the minister. The decision maker in our grant programs is the minister, sure. But I should say that in every case where we've presented recommendations to the minister, which are assessed on the basis of the needs of the applications that have been given to us, the minister has accepted our recommendation.
That's great to hear. Thank you very much for the work you're doing. Could I just go back to some of the... I want to clarify some of the evidence around lotteries, if that's all right. I understand we're jumping around here. And I know the department's not responsible for measuring harms from different forms of gambling, but what I want to know is whether the department has possession of the research that's been mentioned by Mr V'landys, which says that 20% of problem gambling relates to lotteries. Has that been submitted to the department in discussions? And
no, Senator.
It hasn't?
No.
Do you have any knowledge of that study? I understand it might be a report from the University of Sydney using data from New South Wales Gamble Aware.
No, Senator, we're not aware of what Mr V'landys is using.
Okay, so that wasn't submitted at all as part of consultations?
No,
or?
It wasn't.
It's also not guiding our consideration of this.
I'm not suggesting it is, but I'm really trying to get to the bottom of this data that during the break I spoke to a few researchers and people are pretty bemused where Mr V'landys and the PM are coming up with this data. Secretary, I also had some questions about your mention of Ofcom. and again, a few academics have reached out saying that they were pretty intrigued by that. Because as you may be aware, an increase in illegal offshore activity from ad restrictions has not been the experience of Belgium or Spain or Norway. And I actually believe the former CEO of Paddy Power called that argument a load of baloney. Secretary, I'm interested if Ofcom provided you data to back up this view that they gave you, or if it was just that they'd been fed that feedback.
It came up in the course of discussions, face-to-face discussions that we were having in London when Minister Rowland and Ms Gannon and I were over there. But you're right, so we also met with the Belgian gambling authorities who had a very different view and had undertaken a much more extensive ban on gambling advertising. So my point was not that that was a decisive point, but you'd asked me the question, had that been raised, and that was one context in which that argument had been run. It's not to say that that argument is a clincher or a proven one.
And I think the broader point, Senator, is that these are not reasons to stop the work we are presently doing to limit the harms that are produced by online wagering. They are factors to consider to make sure that the program design and the policy design that we bring forward is good enough and will have the effect that we intend.
Thank you. And on that note, I just wanted to read a short statement from the UK Secretary of State for Culture, Media and Sport in relation to this, and to quote, "The threat of an online gambling black market does not mean we should avoid tightening controls on licensed operators. If parliamentary time allows, we plan to give the Gambling Commission increased powers to support disruption and enforcement activity." Minister, are you currently concerned that ACMA may not have the power it needs to block illegal offshore gambling if this is being held up as a potential unintended consequence?
Senator, I'm not going to comment on the thinking that we're undertaking as we respond to all of the recommendations of the Murphy Review. I think we have said on many occasions that government will make our announcement at a time of our choosing. But I will reiterate what I've said to other senators, which is we're really clear that reform is required. And the focus of our effort is breaking the nexus between wagering and sport, reducing the exposure of children to online wagering advertising, and tackling the saturation and targeting of wagering ads. That's the focus. We are presently engaged in a policy design process to meet those objectives, and that means speaking with quite a wide range of stakeholders about how best to do that in a way that produces the effect we want and doesn't have unintended consequences.
Thank you, Minister. So currently ACMA has powers to regulate and to essentially demand that people take down illegal offshore wagering websites and the like. Is the government concerned that they don't have enough powers, or do you think that they currently have enough powers to deal with any potential illegal offshore gambling?
I think you're inviting me to speculate about the design that we'd bring forward.
Do they have enough powers, or should they be strengthened?
You are implicitly asking me to speculate about the kinds of changes that we bring forward. I think the government's been very clear that we are presently working through the arrangements that will be necessary to meet our objectives.
Okay, I don't feel like I understand the ruling around hypotheticals. I don't feel like this is hypothetical. Does the government believe that ACMA currently has the powers it needs when it comes to illegal offshore gambling?
Senator, I'm not saying to you that the problem with your question is not that it's a hypothetical, it's that it asks me to disclose the outcome of a process that's presently underway in the government that has not concluded. The government is considering the reforms that will be necessary to deal with online wagering advertising and the reforms that could be done in that space to prevent harms arising from online wagering. That means looking at all of the elements of the problem. The government's been really clear that it's doing that in a way that's consultative, and we will announce our conclusions about that at an appropriate time.
Okay, thank you. Just finally on a last one.
Yep.
Thank you. Just finally on a different matter, Mr. Betts, in the wake of the ACCC's findings against Optus and some of the sort of unconscionable conduct levelled at both of the two major providers, Telstra and Optus. Can the department advise as to whether you're allocating any resources to researching or engaging with affordability issues for consumers relating to essential communication services, including phone, internet plans?
Yeah, I'll ask Mr Chisholm and maybe someone from his team to respond to that. Mr Grunhard.
Senator, just while Mr Grunhard comes to the table, so obviously we are aware of the Optus action and the proceedings there, so we'll avoid commenting on that. But I'll, in relation to consumer issues, I'll just ask Mr Grunhard to speak to it.
Thank you. Thanks, Senator. So the case you're referring to, as Mr Chisholm says, is now before the courts. But in the broad, I can say that the sort of the concerns that have been raised in that example are covered presently within the Telecommunications Consumer Protection Code, the TCP code, that is overseen by the ACMA and the Communications Alliance. That's presently undergoing a review. One of the things we're very concerned to ensure is that there are sufficient protections in that code for the sort of unconscionable behaviour that has been alleged in that particular circumstance, and we're working through the process right now with the ACMA and with Communications Alliance to ensure that the TCP code doesn't need to have sufficient protections for consumers.
And what about in the broader context of a cost of living crisis where families can't afford to have internet access and you know, children aren't able to do assignments at home? Do you have any piece of work looking at how do we make that more accessible and affordable? It seems pretty...
Yeah. There is another stream of work that we do. The School Students Broadband Initiative is one of those that we can speak to. We also have First Nations digital inclusion programs, and I can run through or ask the team to run through where that's at. So we're targeting supports and investments for digital inclusion and connectivity. And the School Students Broadband Initiative is a great example of that because it's about ensuring that children have access to the internet to support them in their work.
And how many households currently are being helped by that program?
So that is one where we'll need to get the team to the table because it's a program, and we go through quite a extensive process of assessing applications and checking that they are meet the criteria. And Mr Ashurst, I think, will be able to... Dr Ashurst, my apologies. We'll be able to speak to that. Yeah.
Thank you, Senator. Jason Ashurst, Assistant Secretary of Digital Inclusion and Deployment Branch. As out of the 16th of October, there's 18,734 eligible families have been connected to a free NBN service, with 462 connections pending.
And what happens if you're not eligible for NBN? Here in the ACT, the NBN target is 48%, so you've got half of households who can't access it. What happens then?
Unfortunately, at this time, it's only available for people that can access the NBN under this program.
There is, however, Senator, other work that we are doing in relation to upgrades and closing the digital gap or divide in relation to NBN. And that, I don't know if Ms Lawrence, you want to add to that? So that program is targeted to people who have access to it, but we also have other work that involves investments and support through NBN to continue the rollout and close that gap.
So subsidising some of the NBN connections, given that they're on a sort of cost recovery basis?
Subsidising NBN?
Well, so the NBN is connecting...
The government supports NBN directly, so there's essentially, that sort of support.
NBN's mandate is that they have to do it on a commercial basis where it makes sense, and that's why the ACT has a 48% target. And so are you saying you're extending it to areas that they otherwise wouldn't go, or you're helping them?
Well, I just ask, we just have to be really careful with language and closing that gap, and Ms Lawrence will take you through that.
So there are obviously some particular complexities with the ACT which we can talk through, but we continue to work with NBN on rolling out the current fibre upgrades program that's underway. The work that Dr Ashurst is talking about is in some ways unique, and it's a series of programs that have been around trying to understand and target areas where there is a need for different support. That program is, we're aiming for up to 30,000 on that program. So obviously that's not going to cover all students, but we look closely at how that program is rolling out. The other program that we can talk about, noting that it doesn't have a particular focus in the ACT, is the work of the First Nations Digital Inclusion Advisory Group, if that's useful.
Can I just ask on...
Senator Pocock, we really are going to have to rotate the call.
Can I just ask one question on
You've said that before.
non-NBN households? How many applications have you had, or is that just you can't get through the first hurdle?
Do you want to talk about the process?
I'm just...
Keep
quick because I'm holding up the committee.
Yeah, look, we don't have that number, and it's something we can go back and ask. There's a national referral centre where most families can phone into the 1-800 number to identify whether they're eligible or not.
The number of calls to 1-800 versus the sort of 18,734 that have got...
We can take it and see.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you.
Senator Davey.
Thank you. I want to come back to the mobile black spots program and the review on it. Just coming back to some of the questions Senator Pocock asked regarding the decisions that are made and the advice to ministers about who's successful, and I understand the call is put out to communities to identify areas in need, but then when those target areas are identified, you're still reliant on an industry proponent to apply. Is that correct?
That's correct, Senator.
Prior to the last election, there were several announcements made by candidates in certain areas that they would fund an elected government of their colour, would fund certain sites. One example is in the then electorate of Hasluck, 1.75 million for 3 sites was promised. Only one of those sites has progressed to receiving funding in October 2023. That was a site in Stoneville in stage 1 of the improved mobile coverage round. The other 2 sites, it appears, did not get an industry proponent. Can you just explain that? In that round, there were 54 target sites identified, but only 42 progressed. So can you just explain that discrepancy?
Thank you, Senator. So I think we discussed this quite extensively in the last couple of hearings. The round you're referring to there, the improving mobile coverage round, you're right, was a specific set of sites that were selected and identified through election commitments. That's absolutely correct.
So,
and I need to draw, sorry, Senator, I just need to draw the distinction between that and the round we were just discussing, which is an open round, open to anyone to apply anywhere in the country, which has been the norm for the program generally, and is the case for the round that's just opened, round 8, and indeed round 7, which ran last year, I believe.
I think clarify for round 7 and round 8, they're both being run for regional areas.
Yes.
So regional, remote, and
anywhere in the
remote
country outside of urban areas. I apologise.
Outside of urban areas.
Yep.
So it is only that stage 1 of improved mobile coverage round which was actually predetermined based on election commitments.
And so there was 2 rounds where the locations had been predetermined, Senator. It was that round that you're referring to, the improving mobile coverage round, and the priority locations round run under the previous government.
Which was round 3 at the program.
Right. Okay, and that stage 1 round did include some peri-urban areas, including in areas like Hasluck, which is on the outskirts of Perth.
Senator, I believe round 3 did as well. There are a couple of rounds where... So the legislative authority for the program does not constrain it to regional areas only. It's actually a national program. So for the targeted location rounds being round 3 and round 6, some of the locations are identified in the major cities.
And some of those target areas that didn't get industry proponents, which was 12 in that stage 1, are they still able to have applications in future rounds if an industry proponent comes forward?
So, Senator, of the 54 locations, we didn't receive applications for 5 of the locations, and a further 7 we recommended against the applications we did receive, and there's a list of those 12 on our website with the reasons against each of the individual sites. They can apply if the applicants are interested in a solution in the area and that area is eligible in, say, in the regional area for round 8, then an industry applicant can apply for those locations, yes.
I want to now move to, my understanding is the Regional Telecommunications Review is underway again, due to report at the end of this year. On the website, it says that that review is examining the adequacy of regional Australia's telecommunications, but at the same time, prior to the last election, Anthony Albanese and Communications then Shadow Minister Michelle Rowland announced that Labor would commit $20 million to commence in 2022, they said at the time, an independent national audit of mobile coverage to establish an evidence baseline to guide future priorities, which you've discussed. My understanding, though, is that after 2.5 years, the audit is only now starting.
The audit?
Yes.
The audit's been going through a number of phases. We started on...
Slow phase. So the audit...
No, it was not a slow phase. It was a pilot, and the pilot commenced...
That's the pilot of the posties collecting data.
Yes, and so that's the website that we were just discussing where information is starting to flow. So just to distinguish, you were referencing the Regional Telecommunications Independent Review, which is a separate process which you can discuss
my
also.
question is there a duplication happening?
No, because the audit actually covers, goes outside regional areas. It includes urban areas and cities, everywhere basically.
Yeah. Right.
So we are interested in also understanding whether there are black spots in our cities, in our suburbs, as much as in regional areas. So the RTIRC, the regional review, is more focused on the regional side of things.
And if I just may add, Senator, just to distinguish them further, the audit of mobile coverage is clearly a very technical exercise, as you've seen, the data that's flowing to the website to indicate the strength of coverage in different locations. The Regional Telecommunications Review, which is run every 3 years for the last decade or so, is a policy inquiry into the current settings, into the standards, into the various issues facing telecommunications consumers in rural and regional areas. So they're quite different processes. One is really about mobile coverage. One is about a whole range of policy matters that the Regional Review Committee is considering.
And which has to happen every 3 years.
Yes.
Yeah.
And my understanding is the audit, you are partnering with Australia Post to help collect data.
Yep, that's correct.
Is there consideration about areas where we don't have posties?
Hello. Yes, that's correct. It was clear when we went out to market under what was an open tender process that obviously Australia Post doesn't travel down every road across Australia, and certainly of the identified priority roads that were identified in consultation with the state and territory governments. So it is an organisation called Accenture that is operating the audit on behalf of the government and using Australia Post as a subcontractor. So they have their own capacity. They've got a long-standing experience in undertaking these types of testing. So they have some of their own vehicles that are testing roads where Australia Post vehicles don't travel down. Equally, there are a few of the identified priority static locations where there is not a post office, and so in those instances, state and territory governments have assisted in identifying alternative locations, such as rural fire service facilities.
Senator Davey, I'm going to start the wind up on you as well. I will just note that we're running about half an hour late for those who are interested.
Can I just, I'll finish up then. Just wondering, given that there are new technologies coming to light at all times, and there is a proposal by several telcos to introduce satellite coverage direct to device. Have you considered how that will impact future outcomes and potentially future rounds of funding for things like mobile coverage issues?
Yeah, so certainly Ms Power can speak extensively to that point, but that is another stream of work that relates to what you're talking about, Senator, the future role that low Earth orbit satellites, LEOSats, would play in improving connectivity, particularly in the context of the future of the universal services obligations. And as the copper network continues to age, we're looking at LEOSats, we're looking at other technologies, and that's been an active consideration in the context of a LEOSats working group that we chair with industry and with government. One of the things we looked at recently with the assistance of our colleagues in BCAR was the potential for LEOSats in relation to agriculture. And what was the other one? Agriculture and transport. So yeah, it was. But we want to get the settings right. This is new. There's a series of regulations that we would need to consider, and in particular, in relation to the way that technology would work with 000, that will be a fundamental consideration, and that goes to some of the trial work that we're doing right now. And Ms Lawrence could speak to the trial on satellites and direct-to-device technology.
Yeah, so there, in addition to the audit of mobile coverage, we also have another trial underway, which Ms Power will expand on, but it is around trialling how those alternate technologies use in terms of delivering voice services in different locations and under different conditions. For example, areas that have different seasonal conditions. Do you want to talk a bit more about what the voice trials are doing?
Of course. So, as Ms Lawrence said, as part of broader work on what the future of the sort of current telecommunications universal services framework will look like, a key element has been what role future technologies could play in that process, noting that I guess the existing arrangements to focus on a range of technologies that have been in place for some time. So a key thing that we're doing under that is undertaking some independent trials, as Ms Lawrence said, that will be across 50 locations across Australia, which is particularly focused on the ability of that low Earth orbiting satellite technology to provide a quality voice service. But we're also, for comparative purposes, considering seeing that against some of the NBN services that are also available in those areas too. So that process has recently commenced, will run through till mid next year, with obviously the coming wet season for the north of Australia a key element to that.
Thank you. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. I've got some questions on where the streaming regulation is up to. Mr Betts, you mentioned that streaming was one of the things that your department's been busy working on. Obviously, government was meant to have delivered this and it was meant to be in place by July 1. That's what was promised. We're well and truly past that. So when do we expect to see legislation?
As we discussed last time, the timing of legislation is a matter for government and cabinet.
What's the reason that the July 1 deadline has been missed?
Government is still considering its policy position.
Still doing your homework?
Yep.
Has the department been briefed in relation to the impacts of the US free trade agreement on the options being considered?
The US free trade agreement is obviously a matter for Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, but they are a department that are consulted on a regular basis as all departments formulate policy which may have an implication for FTAs.
So in relation to this specific piece of legislation, have you received advice that the US free trade agreement has an impact?
I'm going to ask the relevant officials to handle that.
We consult with a range of departments and agencies as part of these reforms, and that would include Foreign Affairs and Trade, PM&C, Treasury. So yeah, but all of that is in aid of the government consideration of the streaming commitment.
I should point out this stream of work is undertaken by the arts portfolio, and the relevant officials who are across the subject matter will be at this evening's session.
Mm-hmm.
So.
But this is always the problem with this piece of legislation. We have two ministers responsible, and
I don't think that's a problem with the legislation at all.
Right.
There are two ministers responsible. It's quite normal for ministers to work collaboratively together to progress policy work.
If that's what's occurring.
Which it is.
Okay, so why has it taken so long? Why are we in November 2024 and we still don't have an answer on what the model will be, what the implications will be, and when the sector should expect it? I mean, if people are collaborating and working well together, surely you would have got your house in order by now.
Senator Hanson-Young, the question implies that their problem lies in coordination between ministers. That is foundationally incorrect.
Right.
Ministers are working well together, but like many of the reforms that are underway in this portfolio area, these are not simple matters. We are
I know that, Minister,
lift up a little, if I may, just conclude this part of the answer. We are engaged in this period of incredible transformational reform that has been underway for some time. The digital revolution is having profound impacts on the way that people consume information and receive information and produce it and are able to market it. And it requires a substantial body of work to make sure that the policy settings we have are responsive to that and meet the public interest. If anybody believes or asserts that this is simple and easy to resolve, they are frankly misinformed. These are complex questions. It's worth getting it
Why
right.
did you promise that it would be done by July 1 then?
It is taking longer than we had hoped. We don't make...
I guess I'm frustrated because every estimate, I'm told it's coming. Every estimate I'm being told, it's coming, it's imminent, and it's imminent. And then it just doesn't happen. I would really like a clear response as to whether you have information or evidence in relation to the impact of the free trade agreement with the US in relation to this piece of legislation or the model that we use. I don't want a in general answer. I want to know specifically in relation to regulating streamers, have you got advice or sought advice in relation to the impact from the free trade agreement?
Free trade agreement is a matter for the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade.
Yes, but you must have some idea. If it's not, say it's not.
So the way in which policy is generated is that proposals are put through a cabinet process and comments are coordinated across departments, and ministers and officials get to contribute to that policy-making process. That's the way it works, but it's subject to cabinet confidentiality. And I'm not going to be drawn into a line of questioning about the operation of a free trade agreement because it's not my area of expertise. There are plenty of opportunities for you to ask that question to FTA.
Been given any advice from the Foreign Affairs Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade in relation to this matter? Yes or no?
We routinely consult with the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade.
Why are you being so? Why are you trying to avoid this so much? What's the problem?
When the relevant officials are here, as I've suggested to you tonight under the arts portfolio.
But this does relate to the Communications Minister as well, doesn't it?
It does, but the relevant officials who are across the detail of this, more than I can be as Secretary, will be here tonight.
Okay,
so
all right. Has the Minister had any conversations with the US Ambassador, Mr Kevin Rudd, in relation to this matter?
Minister Rowland?
Yes.
I'm not aware of any conversations, but I have to take that on notice.
Has anyone from your department had any conversations with Mr Rudd or anyone from the Australian unit in Washington?
I'd be extremely surprised if anyone from my department had any conversations with Mr Rudd, but I'd have to take on notice the question of whether there's been any discussion with the post in Washington. Normally that stuff is conducted through DFAT.
Is there any truth in the rumour that this legislation has been put on ice because of the US election?
I'm not going to comment on rumours, particularly as they relate to processes which were before Cabinet.
Is it true that this legislation has been put on ice because of the US election?
You just repeated a question and I've answered it.
The
Pardon?
Secretary's answered your question.
You
Senator
just repeated the
Hanson-Young.
same question. We can be here all morning. The answer's
No,
not going to change.
I'm asking you, is it true? Is that the case?
I'm not going to comment on matters which are before Cabinet. I couldn't even if I wanted to.
Okay.
Senator.
So it's before Cabinet. So that means the legislation has been drafted?
There has been extensive consultations around all of this. We can answer more questions of detail tonight, but this is a matter before government for consideration, and we have no further news on it.
Minister, do you think it is appropriate for Australia's cultural policy to be held up and hijacked because of the United States of America?
The assumptions in your question are inaccurate. I've said to you how important this is. I've said to you also that it is a complex piece of policy reform. I've also said to you that people who assert that policy reform of this kind is simple are misinformed. The government is
working
working
Should big US
through
companies dictate what is important in terms of protecting Australia's cultural policy and heritage?
Senator Hanson-Young, this government always makes decisions based on our national interest. That's how we approach this policy area and all policy areas.
Okay.
We're going to need to rotate the call in a minute.
I will come back to this issue. So if there's information that you have, I urge you to bring it forward for tonight. I want to go to one of the other issues you said in your opening, in the first lot of questions in corporate, about the long list of things that you're working on. News Media Bargaining Code and the Fund for Small and Independent Publishers. Have you got the architecture of how that fund will operate?
I didn't talk about News Media Bargaining Code, which is a matter for Treasury. I talked about the News Media Assistance Program, which the Minister has indicated is something that she aims to bring to fruition by the end of this calendar year. I did go through a long list of different items. Some of them you've accused us of going too fast. Some of them you've accused us of going too slow. The only differentiating factor seems to be whether you agree with them or not.
Anything. I just wish you'd get on with most things.
Oh, I've heard that misinformation and disinformation.
I didn't say anything about that. I didn't. Please, Mr. Betts, I have not asked you any questions about that.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Well, he just accused me of something that was not actually correct.
You spent all morning accusing him of a whole range of things. I think it's a fair retort.
And he has corrected when he thinks it's wrong. I would like that withdrawn. I have not asked you any questions about that.
No, there were questions around social media age limits and the speed at which that was going. My point is simply that we are proceeding on multiple different fronts. Sometimes we're accused of going too fast, sometimes going too slow. The common factor is, through our Minister, we are consulting, we are engaging and we are endeavouring to get the right and a sustainable policy solution.
Senator, if I could assist you, what you're referring to there is a rolling set of commitments that the government has made to support media diversity and strengthening the presence of media, particularly in local and regional communities. And the underpinnings of that is the government's strong commitment to public interest journalism and media diversity, particularly in a context where we're starting to see the migration of advertising to digital platforms, and that very much goes to your questions and concerns about the News Media Bargaining Code.
Could you come to the specific question in relation to the fund?
I was just providing a little bit of context. The news map, as I say, is a rolling set of commitments. In the 2022-23 budget, the government provided funding to the Public Interest Journalism Initiative, as part of that process and other processes, funding to AAP, funding to support broadcasting resilience, to culturally and linguistically diverse media literacy, community broadcasting, the Pacific Australia Initiative, funding for local and independent news and regional and local newspaper publishers. And the framework underpinning that the Minister has referred to is the government's strong commitment to quality and diversity and engagement. There was a consultation paper released. We received a number of submissions in relation to that. And the government's news map framework will be released before the end of the year. That is the commitment there. And that's been something that we have been working very closely on. It's a high priority piece of work for us. But I just wanted to highlight that it's not just one thing that's happening this year. There has been a number of substantial commitments to support media diversity and quality.
But in terms of the... Okay, we'll come back to it.
Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Look, I want to table an article in the Australian Digital Law to Silence Debate Says Coalition, written by Sarah Eisen on the 25th of September. Thank you. And in this story, and I quote, Communications Minister Michelle Rowland said misinformation was threatening the safety and wellbeing of Australians, and warned there would be devastating consequences should her rejigged legislation not be passed by the end of the year. Minister, what are those devastating consequences if this legislation is not passed by the end of the year?
Well, I think the government's been very clear that we do think that there are some serious harms that require us to change the way that we regulate the online environment to make it safer. There is necessarily a high threshold for understanding the particular harms that and the seriousness of the harm that would precipitate a government intervention. But we do ask, the framework of the legislation is presently before your committee. I understand you're having a hearing about it on Monday. We do consider that platforms do need to demonstrate that they're taking appropriate steps to deal with information that is capable of causing very significant harm, and those harms are set out in the Legt.
So just wanting to know what those devastating consequences will be if it's not passed in the next few weeks.
Just to add to the Minister's comments, there have been comments made by the Electoral Commissioner, for example, about his concerns about threats to electoral integrity in democracies through the presence of mis and disinformation on online platforms. And you will be aware that in the bill that issue of electoral integrity or threats to electoral integrity forms one of the bases for serious harm. And as the Minister said, it does need to be serious harm. There was a very high threshold set for that in the definition of the bill. So electoral integrity is one of those things. That's been an active debate for some time. Do we want a system where the presence of bots and online farms are providing information to disrupt and ensure that verifiably false information is contained on platforms? But it goes beyond that. There are serious harms in relation to physical infrastructure, to health, to personal safety. And I think the bill really does target this concern that the community has that the...
Sorry, if I can just cut in there.
Yeah.
Can you explain what you mean by that, please? Serious harms to physical infrastructure?
Yeah.
What are those serious harms?
Well, so, for example, if there is information online that is verifiably false
So you're saying if. So this is speculative, is it? There's no serious harm
so
to
the
physical infrastructure
be...
right now. Sorry, Mr Chisholm, if I could just finish my question. So there's no serious harm, threat to physical infrastructure right now that would justify the passing of this legislation? I'm just trying to understand, are we talking in facts here, or is this just your speculation or that you're putting to the committee?
Senator. It's been an active discussion about the threat that seriously harmful information on platforms which assert certain things about everything from the way our health system works through to economic infrastructure.
So what's the serious harm to physical infrastructure? Could you explain that, please?
Well, again, that will come down to how it's interpreted by the regulator and how the platforms...
No, but you've made that comment, and I would like you to explain what you mean,
because that's in the bill. So we can talk about how the bill defines those things, but how it's interpreted by the regulator...
I was asking you about the devastating consequences.
If
So
this
I'm
bill is
using-
not... Hang on, Mr Chisholm, please stop interrupting me.
Okay, maybe we could
I was
stop talking
asking-
over each other.
I was asking about the devastating consequences.
So-
if the legislation is not passed, and you cited the threats to physical infrastructure.
So, to quote the Minister, mis and disinformation poses a serious threat to the safety and well-being of Australians, as well as to our democracy, society and economy. Doing nothing and allowing this problem to fester is not an option. And the definitions of serious harms in the bill go very much to that point. And they, in some respects, also reflect the commitments that the platforms have also made about the information that they don't want to have on there. And the regime seeks to reinforce that. But I'll just check.
I'm just sorry, Mr Chisholm.
Can I just say one thing here? We do have, just for your information, Senator Henderson, we do have emergency services and various other groups coming on Monday to the hearing on mis and dis to unpack this, with the department appearing as well to then fill up any questions. As I said earlier, the role of this is an estimates committee.
That's right.
The detail of this bill is more appropriately dealt with through the inquiry that this committee has on hand at the moment with its next hearing on Monday.
Chair, if you don't mind, with respect, I would want to pursue my questions. This is a government bill. So, Mr Chisholm, are you able to...
It is a government bill, Senator Henderson. No, Senator Henderson.
Chair, if I
it
could
is a
just answer
government
my
bill.
question, if I could
It is
just
a
ask my
government
questions.
bill and it is in an inquiry.
I understand that. I understand that. Thank you very much, Chair. So just going back to my question, could you explain the threat to physical infrastructure that you've just put to the committee, please?
Yeah, so, Senator, I just want to be really careful because what I'm referring to is actually what's in the bill. So, threats to physical infrastructure. I'll just check that I've got my language right. Yes. So, and threats to electoral integrity or threats to damage and to personal safety. So those things are in the bill. Asking me then what that means is a different issue because that will come down to how that's implemented on a case-by-case basis. So, but the explanatory memoranda, I think, speaks to some of these issues. So I'll just check if Mr Hiles wants to help assist you with some of those points.
Mr Hiles, just before you do, can I just draw everyone's attention to the rules of estimates, which says quite clearly that it is not considered appropriate to ask questions about the meaning, purpose, intention or effect of clauses in the bill that are subject of a separate inquiry. So again, Senator Henderson, I will advise you that there is an inquiry on foot.
Yes, thank you,
You
Chair.
are a participating member of the committee. You are more than welcome to attend any of the hearings, engage with any of the debates and obviously read all of the materials.
So thank you very much, Chair.
And this is estimates.
Yes, and one of the great things about estimates is that all senators can ask about the operations and expenditure of government departments. And that's what
Notwithstanding that it is not considered appropriate to ask questions about the meaning, purpose, intention or effect of clauses in the bill that are subject of a separate inquiry.
I was asking about the Minister's comments in relation to the wellbeing and safety. So, look, we won't have that debate. I'll just quickly, if I can just finish the last couple of questions.
If you could kindly not ignore me, I'd be really grateful, Senator
Chair,
Henderson.
I'm not ignoring you, but under the rules of the Senate, I have the call, and I would ask you to just respect that.
And if you could respect the role of the Chair to keep us to the rules, which I have cited to you twice now.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and I'm within the standing orders, as I think you might have said before. Minister, can I just go back to this concern that the Minister has raised, Minister Rowland has raised, about threatening the safety and wellbeing of Australians? Could you, was that really a bit of a threat, do you think? Is there anything more that you can provide the committee by way of information if this bill is not passed by the end of the year?
Senator, you'll recall that your party went to the last election promising to empower ACMA with new powers to hold big tech companies to account for misinformation and disinformation. Now, I assume that at that time your party considered that misinformation and disinformation were problems that we needed to address as a community. On a different policy area and in response to questions from Senator Hanson-Young, The advice I provided to the committee is that we're going through a period of profound technological change that is introducing new challenges for societies, and misinformation and disinformation is one of them. Responding to it in a sensible way is not straightforward and it is not simple. We have to strike a balance, of course, between protecting freedom of expression and dealing with potential harms. This bill attempts to do that. It sets out, as the officials have described to you, a set of areas where if a serious harm was identified, we would expect a platform to take action to address it. Doesn't suggest that we direct the platform to do so. It simply says that at a systems level, we expect platforms to have arrangements in place to deal with these harms. Now, that used to be a proposition that was bipartisan in nature. Dealing with our shared challenges on misinformation, disinformation was something that you used to support. It's really up to you to explain why you don't any longer consider this a priority, as I understand is the case.
Minister, just to clarify, and I will ask you, the position of the former government was very different to the bill before the Parliament now, so I just want to clarify that. We had a very different policy, but I guess many Australians are concerned about the dreadful impact that this could have on free speech. You've acknowledged that you're seeking to strike the right balance, but it just suggests, the minister's comments suggest that the minister does not care about free speech, that she just wants to ram this legislation through.
Well, that's completely wrong. It's wrong on any reading of the bill that's actually before the Parliament or on the statements that the Minister has made publicly about the bill. And I will say, questions of simplicity versus complexity, I think we do our best work as a Parliament when we're willing to engage with what's complex. I don't think having the Shadow Minister run around talking about bin the bill with a 3-word slogan is particularly helpful. This is a hard challenge to meet. We've consulted widely in our attempt to meet it. A bill is now before the Senate and there's an opportunity to engage. I'm surprised and maybe a little disappointed that the approach taken by the Shadow Minister is sloganeering instead of serious policy work on something that's actually quite important.
I think the Shadow Minister is very concerned, like many Australians, about the impact of this bill. Thanks, Chair. No further questions.
Thank you. Back to the news assistance program that we were talking about before, Mr. Chisholm. Will this require any legislation or regulation? Is there any legislative element to the creation, the architecture or the distribution of the funds from this program?
There are funds being distributed or have been distributed already under the auspices of the support for news diversity and quality. As to what sits within the final news map framework that will be released later this year, we'll have to come back to you because that's still being considered.
Okay.
It's probably the
So
best
do you
thing.
expect out of Newsmap? I mean, we've been talking about this concept of Newsmap for a couple of years now. Am I following you correctly? If you're saying some things that might fit under this whole package might require legislation or a legislative instrument, and other bits won't. Or you have no idea. I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, we know what the framework will be. It's just that it's still going through cabinet process. You know, the sort of the material that will be released later this year, as I say, on Newsmap. But the kind of the objectives underpinning it have supported the other work that's been done to support the industries that you're talking about. And
So the architecture has been created or is agreed to within the department's purview, and now it's up to Cabinet to tick off on it.
Yeah, I think that's probably a fair way to put it, in the sense that there is an architecture that we have been working under for some time, but there will be more in that context. that will reinforce the objectives that I ran through before on quality, diversity and engagement. It's just that the final features of that, including what the mechanism is for further support, is still being considered. But yeah, the government is very alive to the issues here. As I said, the context of the shift of advertising revenue to platforms, and how we can continue to support news and public interest journalism nationally and also in regional areas and in other communities.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, as I say, that's gone very much to the grants programs and targeted supports that I ran through earlier.
And so there may be legislative instruments or legislation, but you're not sure?
So again, it comes down to the question of we're not the decision makers. The government will decide on what that looks like.
Okay. And what about this idea of a levy on the platforms? At what level is this still a concept, or is there architecture around that?
There's been references to levies in news, in news media, stories
Yep.
about this. But again, we can't talk about that because it's still before government.
Have you consulted with various news agencies in relation to how the distribution of this assistance fund would work? Have you run any consultations around that in particular? The reason I'm asking is because I'm getting questions about this from people saying, how is this going to work? Who's in, who's out? Some people, I'm trying to work out if anyone's been consulted, and perhaps are there people that should be?
Yeah, so we're definitely consulting, and we've spoken to a number of organisations, both larger media organisations but also local and independent media organisations. We've spoken to groups that represent media organisations. As I said, the consultation paper that was released on Newsmap attracted a number of submissions, and they then triggered follow-up discussions with those organisations, and we've had face-to-face meetings and written correspondence with them over an extended period of time. So, and of course, the Joint Select Committee, which has been looking at digital platforms, has raised a number of these issues too, which we've been alive to and considered. I think we're also mindful of how this issue is being looked at globally. Australia isn't alone in addressing this issue, and it's fair to say that it's a significant priority for governments around the world to find ways to continue to support a thriving and independent news sector, especially as it relates to public interest journalism in the face of really quite significant transformation of the economy.
Can I have a list of who you have consulted with or are consulting?
Yeah, we can provide that to you, but we'll have to take it on notice. We don't have it.
Thank you. How will you decide? How will it be? How will you decide who's in and who's out? I mean, will there be a threshold? Will you make a judgment of this company, is able to look after itself? These media agencies won't, or is it a one-size-fits-all approach?
So, on that, again, we won't decide the parameters of the framework. That'll be a matter for government. As for how the money is distributed or how it continues to be distributed, taking into account the rolling set of commitments I ran through before, that'll be dependent on the final framework. But again, I'll come back to the point that it is designed to support a broad and diverse media sector, particularly in an environment where the traditional revenue stream is not there as it used to be. So it won't be just concentrated on one particular part of the value chain.
And will news, you're saying by the end of the year, is this something that's going to be in MyEFO, or are we expecting something to be tabled in the Parliament before we leave?
It's a matter for the government.
Minister, will we see this before the Parliament rises, or are we? Is this something that'll be dropped minute to midnight on Christmas Eve?
Well, the government will make an announcement at a time when it's ready. I think the officials have told you about the work that's been underway to finalise the program. I know it's an area of real interest for Minister Rowland, but I can't provide you now with an announcement date.
Okay. Could I just go back to my questions in relation to streaming? I understand that the Arts Minister told the Labor caucus this morning that the plans to introduce content quotas for streaming have been delayed. So did your minister know that that announcement would be made in caucus?
I'm not in caucus, obviously,
No.
I'm here. But I indicated to you earlier that the reforms are taking longer than we'd like, and I was quite upfront about that in my comments to the committee earlier.
It's reported that Mr Burke said the delay was caused by consideration of whether the quotas are consistent with the US Free Trade Agreement and that it is, quote, worst possible time to be negotiating about this in reference to the US election. So all the questions I just asked you and you wouldn't answer, the minister has been in his own caucus room answering. So you won't give the Senate the answers, but you're prepared to sit behind closed doors and tell your own members.
Senator Hanson-Young, nobody in this room was in caucus this morning because we were all in this room.
No, exactly.
So the minister would have no line of sight of that.
I'm sorry. No.
You're being deeply unfair.
If your officers and your staff are not briefed, you've basically sat there and said you couldn't give us the answers.
Senator Hanson-Young,
Meanwhile,
may I please respond, because that actually doesn't respond to the answer you're provided. Mr Betts suggested to you that a better time to ask these questions in the program, in this hearing, would be later in the day.
So you wanted to make sure your own Labor members were given the information before the public.
That is entirely immaterial. Mr Betts gave you a quite reasonable solution, which is why not ask the questions when the relevant officials who've been doing this work are here to provide answers.
But Minister, we all know how this works. You've all got mobile phones in front of you. You're all being briefed and you've got, all these people sitting behind you. You've got ministerial staff. You're telling me that no one thought, actually, the Arts Minister has just stood up in caucus and it's been briefed out to the media that this has happened, that the US are dictating how Australia's cultural policy will roll. It is absolutely revolting, and it's time that you stood up to them.
Senator Hanson-Young, there are so many assumptions in that, but here is the first point I would make. I don't comment on what happens in caucus.
And Donald Trump will dictate what Australian content will be on our screens.
Senator Hanson-Young, let the minister answer the question.
I don't comment on what happens in caucus, and I also can't in this instance because I wasn't there. I think officials have given you a pretty straightforward answer, which is that the best time to ask this would be when the relevant departmental people are here at the table. And I said to you clearly before that Australia will always take the decisions that are in our national interest. That's the approach that ministers take across the government, and it's certainly the approach that's taken in this portfolio.
Why should Donald Trump, if elected president, get to dictate what content, local Australian content, is on our television screens and our devices? Why should Donald Trump get to dictate that?
I'm simply not going to speculate about the outcomes of an election that is yet to take place in another jurisdiction, and you know exactly why.
But it's
a responsible party of government would not do that. A responsible party of government would not do that. I understand that that's not how you conceive of your party's role in this system, but as a party of government, we do not comment or speculate about the outcomes of elections.
And we will rotate the call now. Thank you. Senator Cadell.
On the conduct of regional telecommunications review, if I can get this bit up. Very quickly, because I'm aware of time, I'll try and speed date when this goes on. Looking at the functional directory, there's a few staff allocated to this. How many staff and how were they allocated?
Senator, can I just clarify? You're talking about the staff that are supporting the operation of...
Yeah, correct.
I don't think we'll have exact numbers before us, Senator, but happy to provide that to you on notice.
Roughly? Won't hold you to misleading the Senate standards on this.
Jason Lange, Assistant Secretary, Regional Connectivity Branch. It's roughly 7 FTE are working on that.
Okay. Lots of setup questions, won't go through them on time. Had a report of the conduct of one of the board members or the panellists, whatever you call them, at a hearing in front of others. They were concerned, they thought it amounted to bullying. Has there been any allegations or any actions on bullying of panellists to staff members, any of those 7, in the conduct of this?
Senator, I think we'd be very cautious about entertaining such questions in a public forum. Obviously, there's a whole range of issues we have to be careful with here about, privacy of staff, and I'm not sure that it would be helpful for us to canvass these things on a public forum on Hansard.
So the department has not sent a letter to Alana McTiernan outlining the requirements of treating staff?
Senator, again, I think I'd just refer back to my previous answer.
Yeah, I'd like to take that on notice. Obviously, our priority is to make sure that our people are safe and respected at all times, but I don't think this is the right forum to be answering questions.
What is the right forum?
To the extent that there are allegations of that kind, they need to be handled in a sensitive and
I'm asking a question.
way.
Did you write a letter regarding behaviour to Alana McTiernan?
No.
Regarding the department has not written a letter.
I didn't write a letter.
Has the department written a letter to Alana McTiernan regarding her behaviour and treatment of staff as part of this review?
I'll take that on notice. We'd need to check our documentation.
Right. So this is the right forum. Have any staff made complaints about their assignment or movement from this task force?
Senator, we receive, on a daily basis, we would interact with staff about,
This is specific to this group of approximately 7 people, not the rest of the staff, not the 1,500, not the 2,000.
Senator, I guess what I'd say here, and it does go to the point that Mr Grunhard made, and I want to be really clear, staff, because the staff who have been assigned to this review are known, because we know.
I'm not trying to seek to identify them.
Then, on that basis, and take into account the secretary's answer, we want to be very careful about entering into those sorts of things in this forum. We need to handle these things very sensitively and carefully, and take into account personal privacy, and take advice on ensuring that we're compliant with the relevant legislation as we do that.
But clearly, if I was wrong, you say that hasn't taken place. Clearly, if I was wrong and nothing had happened, you would say that's untrue.
Senator, I think we've agreed. We'll take it on notice because we just want to check very carefully what is wise and what is legally available to us.
Okay.
To say in answer to your question.
So the questions are: has the department written a letter to the Honourable Alana McTiernan or others? Have any staff sought counselling or support for their treatment at the hands of a board member that was assigned to this? And have any staff received support and what that support looks like? Is that okay?
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Now, has everybody completed their questions for this session? Excellent.
I'm interested in whether this is in relation to prominence and anti-siphoning. I'll obviously have some questions for ACMA in relation to this, but I do have some questions for the department. Is the department drafting or have drafted or has drafted any regulations in relation to the recently passed prominence and anti-siphoning legislation?
James Penpraise, Assistant Secretary, Media Reform. Look, we're providing advice to government in relation to those prominence regulations. They are an integral part of the framework, so their regulations will be made because they will establish the minimum prominence requirements for the framework.
Yeah. And are you aware that a number of the the manufacturers are trying to find ways around the intent of the prominence legislation?
We're certainly aware that the ACMA has undertaken a recent consultation on its preliminary views regarding the making of certain instruments under the framework, 3 instruments in particular. Look, we participated in 2 of the roundtable meetings that the ACMA convened on that matter. We've also had a look at the submissions that were provided by relevant parties, including manufacturers, to that process. So those views and perspectives, both from manufacturers and others, are all relevant to consideration of instruments being made, including the regulations that we made under the framework.
Okay. Will you need regulations to define the primary user interface and making sure there's a proper definition of that?
Well, the statute provides for a definition of the primary user interface. It's a 2-pronged definition, which sits in the statute book. Look, the regulations can specify what the minimum prominence requirements are. So the exposure draft regulations that were put out in February to aid the Parliament's consideration of the bill set out a number of matters about the placement of applications on the primary user interface. So those regulations, depending on the position of government, will establish and specify anything that's required in relation to the placement and position and visual representation of those apps on the primary user interface.
Is it government position that the definition of primary user interface is something that would require or not require scrolling?
Well, look, the final form of any regulations made and whether they address that is really a matter for government, Senator. But I would say that those views that were aired through the recent process are front and centre for the consideration of the regulations.
Could I ask the Minister, what is the government's position should you have to scroll in order to see the applications that are meant to be what the prominence legislation was designed to deal with?
We want a set of effective regulations that actually deliver on the objective of the prominence arrangements. As we've talked about a number of times in this committee, that actually means engaging with what is happening with the technology, commercially within industry, so that the arrangements we put forward have the intended effect. I think the officials have explained to you that they're actually quite interested in what industry is bringing forward, because we need to make sure that our regulatory arrangements are responsive to that and deal with it appropriately. Mr Betts may have more to add, or perhaps one of the other officials.
The intent is exactly as you've described it.
Yeah, to not have to scroll.
That's the intent, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. That's the clarity I wanted. Thank you. And on the anti-siphoning element of that piece of legislation, has the review started yet?
The review, Senator?
The review in terms of the streaming elements and the impact on the anti-siphoning list on streaming services.
There's the statute requires a review to be conducted 2 years after the scheme has commenced.
Yes, within 2 years.
After 2 years has been completed. The review will commence when either on proclamation, the scheme and the list will commence either on proclamation or on the 9th of January 2025. So it hasn't commenced yet.
Okay. Are you preparing for the review to start in the early next year?
The review is designed with that timing in mind to assess the impact and efficacy of the new framework. It's hard to undertake a review until it's actually commenced.
Obviously, Senator, we'll schedule the review in line with timing that allows us to take into account how the scheme is operating, but I think the point that Mr Penrose is making is that it hasn't commenced yet, the scheme, so we haven't commenced the review.
And you haven't been given any guidelines from the Minister's office or the Prime Minister's office about that review?
No.
Okay, thanks, Chair.
Thank you. And we will now release program 5.1. I thank you all for your time this morning. I will advise at this point in time that we are releasing the Bundanon Trust from their graveyard shift, and we are currently running nearly an hour behind, just for people's information. I would now like to call officers from the Australian Broadcasting Corporation to the table. We might suspend for a moment. Okay, we're back. We now have officers from the Australian Broadcasting Corporation at the table, and I'd like to welcome Ms Melanie Klein as the Acting Managing Director. Do you have an opening statement?
I do, thank you, Chair.
If you would like to go ahead, that would be great.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. I welcome the opportunity to make a short opening statement. With your permission, I would like to formally table some documents. These are the Independent Review Interim Report into ABC coverage of 2nd Commando Regiment, Operation of 2012, which was published September 2022, and the ABC statement in response to the report. These documents were provided to the committee in advance of today's hearing. Are we able to table?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. The review was commissioned by ABC Managing Director David Anderson and conducted by Alan Sunderland, an independent member of the Press Council and a journalist with 40 years' experience. The ABC committed to publicly releasing the review. We have received an interim report from Mr Sunderland, which is now tabled. The ABC will provide an update once it receives the final report, which will address matters relating to the handling of complaints. Mr Sunderland has advised that, based on the information currently available to him, he expects his final report will not have a significant impact on the findings and recommendations in his interim report. The statement from ABC News Director Justin Stevens acknowledges errors and failures of process that meant some aspects of these stories did not meet our standards. The review found no evidence of any intent to mislead by any ABC employee. The interim report has also rebutted the suggestion that the central focus of the entire story was misleadingly altered. The review has also found that the stories contained important issues that are in the public interest. In relation to the issue of altered audio, the review specifically states that there was, quote, no evidence to support the conclusion that any of this was done at the direction of the journalists involved or on the initiative of the video editor in order to doctor or deliberately distort the depiction of the events that occurred. On the contrary, what evidence there is suggests it was not a deliberate editorial decision to include additional gunshot audio in order to mislead or deceive, unquote. Nevertheless, I want to be clear. The errors identified in the interim report should not have occurred, and we apologise for them. The ABC accepts Mr Sunderland's findings and is committed to implementing the recommendations. When errors happen, the ABC corrects them and commits to ensuring they are not repeated. We also stand by the public interest of our reporting on the conduct of some Australian soldiers in Afghanistan. We are determined to continue to support our journalists in their pursuit of important matters of significant public interest. All the participants in this review have cooperated with Mr Sunderland with a view to not only upholding the truth, but also in meeting our commitment to transparency, accountability and the great trust Australians place in us. We welcome your questions.
I might just start with it's an interim report. What further work needs to be undertaken?
Can I assume the committee has the report? There is, if I can just find my copy of the report, there is a point in the terms of reference. It's point number 6. Mr Sunderland notes within that he is still waiting to complete some interviews so that he can complete that particular point. But aside from that, the report is otherwise complete based on the information Mr Sunderland has today.
So is there any chance that additional work will alter the findings of this report?
Based on conversations with Mr Sunderland to date, that is not his expectation, no, based on the information he has. So Mr Sunderland, as I understand it, may make further recommendations on process improvement, but Mr Sunderland has indicated, based on the information he has, the findings and recommendations he has found to date, he does not expect to materially alter.
Okay. Thank you. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Has who's received this interim report aside from us today and executives?
Senator, nobody else has received the report. So the report has been provided to myself as Acting Managing Director, to a small group of executives to enable, to ensure we understand our communications, etc. Mr Stevens obviously has provided a statement with regard to the report. So just as required for executives, other than that, nobody's in receipt of this report.
So it hasn't gone to the board?
The board, sorry. My apologies, Senator. The board do have a copy of the report, that's right.
And has the board asked for any more detail aside from this, or they just wait till it's officially final?
The final report was delivered, so we have effectively shared the final report within about an hour to the committee, to the Secretariat last night, I apologise. So it is effectively hot off the press. So we have provided the report in that manner. We have provided the report to the board. At this point in time, I expect the board, I imagine the board are considering and no doubt will have extensive conversation with the executive over the coming weeks, months.
Can I say...
Sorry, Senator Hanson-Young, just for clarity, I think we should add that, of course, the report was provided last night to the Minister.
Yes. Apologies.
Yes, okay. Thank you. To that point, Minister McAllister, have you been given any information from the Minister's office as to what the Minister will or won't do with this report?
So the Minister has received the interim report. I understand that she has sought a briefing and I believe received a briefing about the report this morning. Obviously, she also expects to see a copy of the final report, although as Ms Klein has indicated, it's not expected that that will substantially change the recommendations. I think the Minister obviously has received the report last night, received the briefing and will respond in the ways that she thinks are necessary in time. Like the committee, only recently seen the material.
Thank you. Could I ask...
Sorry, Senator Hanson, can I just clarify? I'm a little bit hard of hearing, and I just want to clarify. I thought you said that you delivered the report the final report to the board within an hour last night, but I think you might have meant the interim report.
The interim report. I apologise.
Just for clarification,
I apologise,
and
Senator.
maybe for Hansard too.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
Could I ask whether, and I understand the confidentiality element of this, and I just want to say first up, I think you've actually done the right thing by giving it to us as a committee as soon as you possibly could last night. So I appreciate that. I think we all would appreciate that. It doesn't happen from every agency, I can tell you. But what I'm interested in is, have you already received any media inquiries in relation to this report from other media agencies?
Mr Stevens. I personally haven't, Senator. Mr Stevens.
I'm not aware of any immediate queries in relation to the interim report.
Okay, just wanted to understand that. Thank you, Mr Stevens. Could you give us what's the upshot of this? What is this really saying? From your perspective as Director of News, you've had to manage this. What is this really saying?
Well, Mr Sunderland's...
Could you just please put your name and the position in which you're appearing on the record? I know it's on your tag, but for the Hansard.
Understood. So my name is Mr Justin Stevens and I'm the Director of News. So I oversee all news teams at the ABC. Thanks very much for the opportunity to address this. So Mr Sunderland has done a very detailed review and sought a great deal of information and spoken to presumably a large number of people about what occurred, very specifically to investigate the claims that have been made about 3 related stories, specifically concerns about the editing of video material which related to helmet cam vision from a helicopter in Afghanistan, and secondly, the use of a interview material by Mr Brett Hamilton, who used to work for the DA. Mr Sunderland has concluded that in regards to a specific piece of video which was embedded in the online article, which ran for 56 seconds and highlighted the 2 key elements of the material, found that 5 additional sounds of gunshots were inadvertently but inaccurately introduced into footage showing a commando firing from the helicopter. Mr Sunderland also found that additional sounds of gunshots were also inadvertently but inaccurately introduced into the 7:30 video, but at different points than in the online video. So there's a disparity between what occurred in the editing of the material in both. There are many key observations from Mr Sunderland, but to pull out one for the benefit of those who haven't had the time to read the report, Mr Sunderland says, quote, "To be clear, I find no evidence that anybody at any stage made a conscious or deliberate decision to introduce additional gunshots. It appears to be an inadvertent consequence of attempts to create clean, accurate and effective sequences in the story." He goes on to say, "I've found no evidence to support the conclusion that any of this was done at the direction of the journalists involved or on the initiative of the video editor in order to doctor or deliberately distort the depiction of the events that occurred. And on the contrary," he says, "what evidence there is suggests it was not a deliberate editorial decision to include additional gunshot audio in order to mislead or deceive." There's no evidence that anyone at the ABC deliberately doctored, falsified, manipulated or distorted information, material or evidence in order to mislead audiences, and on the contrary, there was significant care taken to ensure the stories were checked, discussed, reviewed and upwardly referred. Having said that, obviously this shouldn't have occurred, and we're taking it and have taken it very seriously, and that's why we sincerely regret and apologise those editing errors in the video clips, including to members of the 2nd Commando Regiment, and that's why we removed the video when it was brought to our attention. Underlying the 2 stories was an exhaustive amount of investigative journalism where our team went to great lengths to investigate a number of issues that are absolutely in the public interest, not limited to the allegations that Australian soldiers might have fired shots from a helicopter in a manner that may or may not have breached the rules of engagement by seemingly firing at unarmed civilians. There were 3 other substantive public interest issues which have residual public interest value from the
quality of the journalism that our journalists went to, including and not limited to the allegation that in preparing for a mission that they discussed a quota that needed to be met during operation. That they well, intimating a number of people being shot during a particular mission, or during an operation rather. Australian soldiers may have shot Afghan prisoners after they were detained, and an Afghan man on the ground was beaten with a stick by an Afghan soldier in the presence of Australian commandos. So the team went to great lengths to stack this up journalistically, including 2 substantive efforts to get material from the ground from direct witnesses in Afghanistan. The great shame from all of this is that for weeks various outlets have accused journalists of the highest integrity of doctoring material, which is one of the most offensive and damaging allegations one can make against a journalist, because the meaning of doctoring is to deceitfully change something intentionally. What Mr Sunderland's review shows independently is that our team and journalists and executives at all levels did not doctor any material.
So, there was mistakes, but it was not deliberate, and there was no doctoring.
Absolutely, and clearly it shouldn't have occurred. And the video edits issues, as well as accepting the finding of Mr Sunderland in relation to the use of one particular grab of Mr Brett Hamilton didn't meet our expectations and standards. We expect those findings, and we've got a great deal to learn from that.
You said that for weeks various media outlets have questioned the integrity of your journalists and the work that the ABC has done in this area. When you say media outlets, you mean media competitors, right?
Of course.
News Corp, Channel 7.
Well, any other media outlet is entitled and rightly should be able to investigate and hold the ABC to scrutiny.
But they're not the ones in front of estimates now, are they? It's the ABC.
No, but that doesn't undermine the fact that it was via the Spotlight program, for instance. It was Spotlight and Channel 7 that brought to our attention the video editing issues and brought that attention to ABC News. So that's a piece of journalism that is scrutiny that is warranted. The perpetuating allegation that it was intentionally doctored was false, as is shown by the independent review, and not an accurate characterisation of what occurred.
What impact has this had on the journalists involved in this story?
Our journalists have amazing resilience, and they hold themselves to the highest account and are people of integrity. The nature of investigative journalism is that we will inevitably tackle uncomfortable issues and events that provide discomfort, and it's not our jobs to avoid covering issues just for that reason. The overall and extensive and protracted investigations a number of the journalists involved in this story have done have led to really important, substantial public interest outcomes, not limited to, but including the first charge of an Australian soldier alleged to have committed a war crime, which is underway at the moment.
And that's come about because these stories were published, and now that's being dealt with by the courts, right? Yeah,
the general lack of civility in public discourse means, and the nature of some media proprietors elevating that actually has a very damaging effect on individuals and journalists. It actually leads to issues related to the safety and security at times. It's unfair at times. However, at the moment, that comes part and parcel with doing strong, important investigative journalism.
Can I ask on that and the impact of journalists doing their work, and what about these recent attacks on young journalists by Peter Dutton, the opposition leader? Has that been raised with you? And the unseemly, thuggish attacks in press conferences of journalists doing their job, asking questions, and being attacked by the person who wants to be Prime Minister of this country. Has that been raised with you?
I'm aware of the commentary and interest in the robust nature of press conferences, including with the opposition leader. I think, as we observe in the political realm, The nature of questioning can often be robust. The nature of discussion can be. We expect that at press conferences. We'd encourage all politicians of all persuasions to engage with our journalists and all journalists with respect, particularly if they're younger and coming through and still finding their way in the industry.
He tends to really dislike the young female journalist, doesn't he, asking pesky questions?
Have you seen how you've treated some of the witnesses today?
Well, they can reject it. They can reject it if it's not true.
That is outrageous.
How many young female journalists has Peter Dutton attacked in press conferences
How many
this year?
public servants have you attacked today?
Okay, we'll either go to lunch now, if people don't calm down, or we'll have a little bit more time with the ABC. Okay.
I'm second before.
I know you are.
Have you had to deal with any consequences of the treatment of your journalist by the Leader of the Opposition?
What do you mean by...
Well, has there been any complaints made? Has there been concerns raised? Any official correspondence or meetings had?
No, not that I'm aware of. I wouldn't comment on confidential staff matters. I think we want to make sure our journalists have the scaffolding they need to be prepared to ask the questions on behalf of the audience. They're not asking on behalf of themselves. And we know at times that will be inconvenient to politicians, but it won't stop us from asking questions that the public are demanding of them.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon to you all. Can I just ask, Mr Anderson's not appearing today. Can you just explain why he's not here? Because obviously...
Senator Henderson, maybe I can, because it was approved by the committee, the letter that was circulated that you will have received over a week ago.
No, I didn't receive that letter, but...
Yeah, you did. Whether you read it or not is a different question,
so I'm
but
not
you absolutely did.
Well, okay. So can I just, for the public record, can I just ask why Mr Anderson's not appearing today?
Certainly, Senator. So Mr Anderson is on a period of leave to deal with medical issues.
Okay, thank you very much. So going to the statement that you've made and the interim report handed down, who was responsible for adding the fake gunshots to the video?
With regard to exact responsibility and the naming of people, Mr Sunderland hasn't provided that detail within his report. I personally am not familiar with the people, all of the names that Mr Sunderland interviewed. That is, Mr Sunderland has done that independently, so I wouldn't be able to answer that.
Mr Stevens, are you able to tell us who was responsible for adding the fake gunshots to the video, bearing in mind that this implicated Mr Russell in allegations of war crimes which were found to be false?
Senator, I'm happy to discuss that. I'd note that Mr Russell wasn't named in the publications.
I know, I'm not saying that, yeah.
I'm just picking up that you said implicated. So
that's right, he was implicated, yeah.
So he wasn't named in the publication. I'd direct you to page 17 of Mr Sunderland's interim report, and as you'll observe in the report, he takes us through at great length the circumstances that occurred. At the bottom of page 17, in the final paragraph, he says, the video editor, in attempting to assemble a high quality and compelling piece of current affairs television in difficult circumstances with problematic source material, sourced clean audio of gunshots from other source material related to the story where clean audio was available, and combined it with the visuals available of people firing guns. In other words, vision of guns being fired were combined with cleaner audio of guns firing. It needs to be stressed at this point that the editor who worked on the story, while noting that it was not unusual where an audio track is mixed with music and effects or problematic in other ways for appropriate clean audio to be sourced and used, has no recollection of this happening in relation to specific material shots in the story dealing with the shots fired from a helicopter.
So just wanting to ask again, who was the video editor who edited the story, please?
The video editor worked across both of the two parts.
And who was that person, please?
It was a video editor who was employed at the ABC for a long period of time and no longer works at the ABC.
And what was that person's name, please?
I'm not sure. I'll have to take advice because the report doesn't name individuals. I'll have to take advice as to whether I'm in position to name individual staff, noting that these staff are not public figures as well. I think there'd be a disparity if we named some staff and not others.
So I'm not referring to the report. I understand the video editor's not named in the report, and I'm certainly not attributing any responsibility to the video editor because I want to ask a series of questions. But I just wanted to know if you could provide that person's name.
I'll have to take advice as to whether I'm able to provide that.
All right, thanks very much, Mr. Stevens. Was the video editor directed to include those fake gunshots in the story at all?
No, as you'll observe in the report, quite to the contrary, you'll find that Mr. Sunderland has found actually that there's extensive evidence, quite to the contrary, that there was absolutely no direction to do that. And the evidence goes from, and not limited to, that there are no written instructions asking for it to occur. He interviewed everyone involved in the edit process who said they did not direct the inclusion of such additional audio. Throughout the entire process of upward referral, goes on to say, all those involved are consistent in telling me that the issue of additional gunshot audio was never discussed. There's no suggestion from the video editor that they were directed at any stage to do this. The video editor is clear that they made no such deliberate decision to add additional gunshot audio, and the fact that the key allegation of 5 extra gunshots in addition to the single shot in a critical piece of video only occurred in the 56-second clip rather, doesn't match what occurred in the 7:30, which demonstrates if there was any intention to conceive a consistency to what was added, then it wasn't. It was inconsistent across those 2 pieces of video, which Mr. Sunderland concludes shows that it adds weight to the evidence that it was not doctored.
So, Mr. Stevens, Mr. Heston Russell's lawyers on the 22nd of November 2022 wrote to the ABC, putting the ABC on notice about these fake gunshots in the video. Why didn't the ABC act then to remedy this terrible injustice?
Senator, if I could take that one, that is quite specifically the terms of reference, point 6, that Mr. Sunderland is still reviewing.
But hang on a minute, this is fundamental to the ABC's lack of action, that there was a letter sent by Mr. Heston Russell's lawyers to the ABC on the 22nd of November raising this matter and raising other important discrepancies. And let's not forget, the ABC falsely accused Mr. Russell of being a war criminal. So why wasn't there action taken? And I will table this letter, Chair. This is the letter.
Senator.
Why wasn't action taken then when you were put on notice in 2022?
Senator, I appreciate the question. We did a number of weeks ago also put out a public statement in that regard. As the evidence shows us today, what we are aware of, ABC News were not handed a copy of that letter.
Well, that's absolutely outrageous for a start. So did your lawyers... So who was instructing the lawyers in this? Because let's just remind everyone, the defamation proceedings were on foot.
That's right.
Mr. Heston Russell's lawyers were writing to your lawyers saying you've got it wrong, you've put these fake gunshots in the video, and what? No one did anything? Is that what you're telling me?
Senator, that's what's still being investigated.
Well, I'm sorry. You're well aware of this letter. This has been well canvassed in the federal court proceedings. You were the ABC was on notice for many months. Are you telling me that the lawyers just sat on their hands and did nothing? Did they tell anyone in news? Did they inform Mr. Anderson as Editor-in-Chief? Mr. Stevens, were you put on notice about this at all?
No, Senator, just a couple of things. Firstly, we have a very highly skilled group of lawyers in ABC Legal who I respect greatly and we respect greatly. You mentioned the nature of the timing of this, and I think context is important, not to preempt what Mr. Sunderland finds in any way, shape or form, but there was a huge amount of correspondence quite unreasonable at times. The volume coming into ABC Legal at that time, that there was a huge amount of materials. The second thing is ABC Legal were not responsible for the editing errors that we have identified.
Mr Stevens, could I take you back to the question though?
Could I just say one more thing, Senator?
Sure.
Is that all right? There was every opportunity after that date, between then and now, for these issues to be brought to ABC News' attention via a formal complaint, via the processes we have in place. And as far as I'm aware, that did not occur.
Mr Stevens, I'm sorry. Mr Russell's lawyers wrote to the ABC, putting them on notice. It's a very simple letter, just one page. Can you please explain the above discrepancies referring to the fake gunshots in the helicopter footage and the further helicopter footage? I won't read the entire letter, but it sets out the discrepancies, including in relation to the helicopter footage, in a lot of detail. Why didn't the ABC act when it received this letter? And my second question is, did anyone in ABC Legal inform anyone else at the ABC about this?
Senator, I think, as Mr Stevens has detailed, why did ABC News not respond to the letter? ABC News weren't in possession of the letter. The exact circumstances surrounding exactly what happened at that date and why, and then what will we do differently is the outstanding element of Mr Sunderland's review. And I do want to just repeat what Mr Stevens said with regard to the legal team and the professionalism and the great skill of the legal team.
Ms Klein, with respect, we're in Senate estimates, so that the review is one thing. That's your own internal process. But I'm asking you, on what basis did the ABC not respond and correct these terrible injustices that we now know about in 2022? And did ABC lawyers inform anyone else at the ABC? And my third question was, who is instructing ABC lawyers? Because good lawyers, and I've worked with ABC lawyers over many years, they don't act without instructions. So who was instructing ABC lawyers? And did ABC lawyers bring this to the attention of anyone else at the ABC?
Senator,
I just asked for a direct answer,
please. I don't wish to repeat myself. That is what is being reviewed. I can't answer the question beyond I did not get the letter. My colleagues that sit with me here today, I don't believe, received the letter.
Sorry,
I'm unclear if it was or was not passed to anyone else. That is what will be reviewed.
Ms Klein, I'm not asking about the internal review, and I understand in the time available, Mr Sunderland has done, my understanding is a very good job, but he had very narrow terms of reference, and I would ask for all correspondence in relation to the toing and froing about the terms of reference. I'm also seeking all correspondence in relation to this matter, full stop, internal correspondence, including between the ABC editorial staff and lawyers. But going back to my question, I'm not concerned about the review. I'm asking you as the acting managing director.
Understood.
And as the acting editor-in-chief, did anyone at ABC Legal put anyone else on notice, including in News and Current Affairs, about these discrepancies which were notified to the ABC in November 2022?
And Senator, I'm telling you, I don't know the answer to that question. I do not know if the lawyers did or did not provide the letter to anyone else. I know that, as we put forward in a statement, that we don't believe that the news team were in possession of the letter. This is what Mr Sunderland is reviewing.
But you're the acting managing director.
I am.
We're going to go to lunch, so do you want to just finalise that? We're going to come back.
I will come back. I'm sorry.
Henderson.
No. I've got the letter. I just need to work out the provenance of that letter before it gets tabled. She has tried to table it. I just need to...
So, just for the information of the committee, the letter was publicly part of the defamation proceedings in the federal court, so it is a public document. So I'm very concerned about your answer, Ms Klein. Very concerned. this is not the ABC that I know. Could you please answer my question? Who was instructing ABC lawyers in these proceedings?
So when you say who was instructing ABC lawyers, I'm not sure I understand.
Well,
I mean,
maybe
the ABC lawyers...
Well, maybe that's part of the problem. Maybe that's part of the problem. If you can't tell me who is instructing ABC lawyers don't act of their own volition. They act on instruction. So are you saying to me that ABC Legal was not acting with any instructions?
I'm not saying that, Senator. If the question is, did anybody instruct ABC Legal with what they should or should not do once they were in receipt of this particular piece of correspondence, the answer is no, I do not believe, nor do I have any reason to believe that. If I can just draw you to one point within Mr Sunderland's report that may be of help, and I'm happy to take your other questions on notice. Mr Sunderland, on page 26 at point 7, the question is raised. When did the ABC and its journalists first receive complaints in relation to the editing of the helmet cam footage and or the interview with Mr Hamilton, and what actions did the ABC take in response? Mr Sunderland writes, other than the matters raised during legal proceedings, which there is no evidence that ABC News was aware of, the ABC received no editorial complaints about either the helmet cam footage or the interview with Mr Hamilton until after the Spotlight program had aired.
And on that note, we might take a break for lunch and return with the ABC at 2 p.m.
Thank you.
And I will just say for the media in the room, if you could try and stay out of the Return now with the Australian Broadcasting Corporation, and we will go to Senator Cadell. Okay, we'll go to Senator Faruqi then.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. So I will start off with the independent review into the ABC systems and processes that Dr. Janki conducted for you. And reading this review done by Dr. Janki, it is pretty clear that racism is systemic at the ABC, which is incredibly damning. The quotes from staff members in particular were very disturbing and harrowing to read. One said, "The most racism I have experienced in my life has been at the ABC." Another described colleagues laughing at them when they reported that they had been racially abused on the street. And the report notes that there is a cultural issue throughout the organisation that allows racism to exist and persist at the ABC. Now that David Anderson is leaving, Ita Buttrose has left. Are there others at the ABC in leadership roles who should resign for allowing this culture of racism to fester? Who else needs to take responsibility?
Senator, if I could, I would just like a point of clarity regarding your comment around Ms. Buttrose and Mr. Anderson, and as a point of clarity, there is absolutely no connection between the former chair whose term was complete in the normal course and between the Managing Director, Mr. Anderson, in this report. Absolutely no connection.
So the leadership has nothing to be responsible for or be accountable for a culture of racism that is systemic at the ABC. What do you mean they have no connection? They were leading the ABC at the time when racism was festering.
Senator, what I was clarifying was that the decisions around them leaving the ABC, whether that be through just the natural term end of being the chair of the ABC, is in no way related to this report.
No one has been held accountable for this festering racist culture. Who has been held accountable for this?
I would say to you that the entire leadership team holds ourselves accountable. We've accepted the report. We have, and I would like to say it again, we have unreservedly apologised to the staff who have come forward. We're very grateful to the staff who have come forward. It's incredibly brave. For context, we had invited all current and former ABC staff to come forward. This was a completely independent review, so I wouldn't imagine to comment, even if we did know the people who did come forward, but we know that 120 people came forward and they shared their experience with us. We're incredibly grateful to them for doing that. It is an incredibly brave act to come forward and share that experience. As a leadership team, we take accountability and responsibility, which is why we've accepted the recommendations in the report.
The Janki Review points out that many in positions of power are not First Nations or culturally and linguistically diverse, and that key decisions are often made by people who have not experienced racism firsthand. And it again points out, without a deep and consistent grasp of how racism works, the actions taken to address it tend to be uncoordinated and short-term. And I've been pointing this out for a number of years now. So obviously, if you have people in management who have never experienced racism, how on earth can they be trusted to make decisions to combat racism? So my question to you, has anything changed since the review in terms of people in management and who they are representing from the community?
In terms of the, do you mean the construct of the leadership team?
Yes, has anything changed since then? And what tangible actions have you taken to proactively address this particular aspect of anti-racism?
I will actually pass to Ms Amarelli, our Chief People Officer, to go into detail on those specific questions.
Thanks, Senator, for the question. I guess the first comment I'd make about the makeup of the leadership team is that one of the recommendations in the review spoke to the appointment of a director on the leadership team who was First Nations, and so we've moved to act on that immediately. And Ms Kelly Williams, who was the head of our diversity Indigenous Diversity and Inclusion team has been now appointed to the leadership team as our inaugural Director of First Nations Strategy. Both Ms Williams and I are accountable for the delivery of the recommendations in the review, and we've been working very closely together.
So just you and Ms Williams at the moment, and you were there beforehand, right?
Yes, I joined the
So there's
ABC.
only one person change in the makeup of the leadership team since the review has told you there's systemic racism. What are the plans for making more changes?
So we're working together. The entire leadership team is accountable, but in terms of operationalising the recommendations, Ms Williams and I will be working to ensure that we're able to implement those recommendations. I joined the ABC in March this year, and so have been able to come in with fresh eyes, I suppose, in terms of picking up some of the opportunities that have been identified. And we are moving, as I said, to implement those recommendations.
How big is the leadership team, and how big is the leadership team? How many people are in the leadership team? I can see 4 of you here.
There are 10.
And out of those 10, 1 First Nation and 1 person of colour.
There are other called members of the leadership team, my colleague here, Mr Fang, and Ms Klein also has
I'm talking about
background.
First Nations people.
Oh, sorry, First Nations
and people of colour.
Yes.
Just 2 of you. I want to go to staff diversity as well. How many First Nations people and people of colour do you have in the team that is in Parliament?
I would have to take that question on notice, I think.
Are there any?
I don't know, I'm sorry, Senator, but I'm happy to take the question on notice and come back.
Okay, well, I guess this gives me an indication of how serious the ABC is about improving diversity. If you don't even know, from what I understand, vast majority of them are white, if not all of them. So if you could please take it on notice, and also take on notice what you're doing about that, if nothing has been done about that. And if there are people of colour who have recently left, and who has replaced them.
Senator, can I just jump in there? And of course we will take that question on notice. We don't enforce on our staff to disclose that information for absolute clarity. So we can take that on notice and we will provide the information to the best of our ability, but I do want to clarify that point. It isn't an obligation on our staff to disclose personal information that they may not wish to disclose.
I'm not asking for the obligation on your staff, I'm asking you, because you are doing something about this. There has been a requirement from the Janki review to make sure that in the leadership team we have First Nations or called people. How are you going to do that if you don't know if those people are from those backgrounds, firstly? Can you answer that question?
And that's what I would like to clarify. As an example, I would note that there was perhaps, for want of a better word, an assumption about myself because of my appearance. I am from a culturally and linguistically diverse background. So I would just repeat, in order for us to answer that with 100% accuracy, we would be imposing on our staff an obligation to disclose that information to us, and we will not do that.
And I'm not asking you to do that at all. I'm just asking you to give me an indication of the diversity of people in your team here.
Which we will do to the best of our ability.
Yeah, it is pretty clear that some people of colour have left your team here. So, yeah.
We can absolutely take that question on notice. We do gather information from our staff around diversity in their various groups that people belong to. About 60% of staff have completed or provided that information to us, and so based on the information we have, we can provide that.
And I don't need individual,
yes, and we don't have that yet.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
yes, sorry.
Oh no, I just wanted to talk a little bit to some of the other things that we're doing, if that would be helpful. Immediately.
Sure. Could I come back to that?
Sure.
Because I do have a question a little bit later on that.
We'll rotate the call if you want to wrap up that section. We can come back to you.
Okay, sure. I might just ask a couple more questions before that. Is that all right?
Well, you're just about at time, so
okay,
if
sure,
you could,
then,
yes, come back
that's
again.
fine.
Senator Davey.
Thank you. Look, and I know it was dismissed by Senator Faruqi, but I am interested in hearing about how many of your 10-person executive team You said you've got one Indigenous First Nations person, one person of colour, and you were about to clarify that you also had people from culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds. Can you finish the answer you were providing before it was brushed off?
So I was going to point to two of my colleagues sitting here beside me who are also from culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds.
There is diversity. People can make assumptions based on what they see before them, but there is actual diversity that, as you quite rightly point out, and you rightly point out that it is not a legal requirement, and nor can it be a legal requirement for staff to disclose heritage, background or anything like that through their employment agreements. But you are working to deliver on the recommendations in the best of your ability through the review. Thank you. I also want to talk a bit about staff diversity in a completely different way though. Looking at this year's annual report, according to the budget papers, entity resources and plan performance on page 101, it put the total staff figure at 4,313. Can you clarify, is that a FTE number or is that... Yeah, head count.
Sorry, Senator, could I ask for that page reference again?
Page 101.
101.
Entity resources and plan performance.
I'm not getting the same reference. I apologise, but I have... Can I just make sure...
That's on the parliamentary budget papers.
Yeah. My apologies. I've got my annual report.
Because your annual report actually has 5,114, and that's why I was just asking, is the 5,114 head count and what was in the budget papers FTE, is that what might...
The budget papers refer to average staffing levels.
Average staffing?
Yeah, average staffing levels, that's right.
Now, the annual report breaks that down to 4,520 metro-based staff.
Yes.
And a mere 594 rural and regionally based staff, which is over 88% metro and less than 22% rural. I note that the new ABC chair, Kim Williams, was in Ballarat recently to deliver the 2024 Menzies oration, which he quite rightly pointed out there is a need for a very strong regional ABC, and that while we're a highly urbanised nation, I think many Australians don't realise just how many of us live outside the capital cities. He said, and he quoted the figure of 28% or over 7 million living outside capital cities. He said, and I quote, servicing those citizens inclusively is a big part of what the ABC does, but the staffing levels outside of capital cities don't quite match. And it seems that every time there is restructures at the ABC, it is the regional offices that suffer.
Senator, if I can respond to that, I'd actually point out that I don't believe it is the regional offices that do suffer. Indeed, our chair, I believe it was a few weeks ago perhaps, we had a board meeting in Toowoomba where he, for example, confirmed that we would not back away from our commitment to the 60 new journalists that we appointed with the Meta and Google funding, notwithstanding that the Meta funding has ceased or will cease quite shortly. So we have no intention of withdrawing our regional commitment. In fact, with the Meta money, as I say, we not only added regional journalists, but we expanded our footprint. So we had we added some new locations as well. So, some quite small, some sort of pop-up offices, but just to allow for that presence to be there. So I think it's a known and I guess a publicised commitment that we won't withdraw those services, and in particular, of course, that goes to our broad commitment to emergency broadcasting, to be in those communities when commercial media is withdrawing. So, no, I'd say quite comfortably that we don't go to those roles through restructuring. We haven't.
Do you get the sense that the new chair is putting more of a spotlight on the regional services and the need to ensure there is a continuation of that fundamental servicing to regional areas, and particularly things like regional radio that plays such an important role in emergency broadcasting and local community broadcasting?
I think our chair is exceptionally clear in his communication and his views that I would suggest we all share around our commitment to regional journalism, in particular to those radio services. Absolutely, I think our chair is very clear.
Thank you. And just quickly, speaking regional, and I facetiously put my tongue firmly in my cheek when I ask, how's the move to Parramatta going?
The move to Parramatta is actually going very well, thank you. So we have, I think we've spoken before about that. We are taking space on the promenade, which is on Parramatta Square, so we have a public presence. We have our local radio teams now live from the promenade, which, as I say, brings in that kind of local presence and that connection to the community. We also have audio studios that are fully, I'm trying to think of a better term, are fully lit up on level 39. We've still got some work to do in relocating some people. We've still got some work to do with the technical fit out, but by and large, I think we're very pleased with the way it has gone. We've had an official launch. As I say, we've got local radio on the promenade, and yeah, I think we, for a project of that size, and we're pretty much on time and we're on budget. So when I tune into my, thank God it's Friday, on Friday afternoons, are they now based out of Ultimo or Parramatta? So that particular program, I believe is based out of Parramatta, but it also goes on the road from time to time.
Yes, I know.
Yeah.
I go to Chatswood sometimes too.
Yeah.
See, I listen to my radio.
Estimates on Friday afternoon, Perrin, so you won't be doing that.
Sorry?
You and I will be in estimates on Friday afternoon, so you won't be doing that.
Is Radio National getting special treatment? Where is the Sydney offices of Radio National broadcasting out of?
I wouldn't say Radio National is getting special treatment. Radio National, without being facetious, as is in its title, is a national program. So we have prioritised local services because they do tend to be then more engaged with the community. We will rotate services like Radio National and perhaps maybe Triple J or other national programs as appropriate. We will do certain things in Parramatta around festivals or a book week that may be fitting, but the focus more has been on local, so our local radio services, our local newsrooms, as a matter of priority.
So you said that you're expecting the move to be on time. How about on budget?
Yes, Senator, yes.
So what's the expected final cost of the move?
So the final cost of the move, I absolutely know the number because I get a budget update weekly. Why I'm hesitating is because we have done the project as the Sydney Accommodation Project, which is a combination of Ultimo and Parramatta, which is how it was also presented to the Public Works Committee for approval. Total budget for the project is approximately $67 million, and we are on budget.
So is Ultimo going to remain?
Ultimo will remain, yes, Senator. Ultimo will remain, but what we've done as part of the project is we have completely refurbished, well, when I say completely, we've refurbished a large area of Ultimo. The reason being, well, for a range of reasons, we had to lift the building to an appropriate work health and safety level and, accessibility issues, of course, but one of the primary motivators was our commitment that the rental cost of Parramatta would be at least offset by the leasing that was coming in through Ultimo. So we have freed up floors in the Ultimo Tower.
That will now be leased to other...
That's right. That's right.
I'm happy to rotate.
Thank you. Senator Rennick.
I see you going. Look, I just want to refer to an article that was posted on the ABC website back on the 3rd of August where you talked about the warming over the last 100 years. The ABC's talked about the warming over the last 100 years, and I've asked the ABC about this previously a number of years ago in regards to when you talk about weather temperatures, you need to distinguish between actual temperatures and homogenised temperatures, because when you've quoted the Bureau's homogenised figures, you haven't distinguished those figures from the actual observed figures. So can I get a commitment from the ABC that when they report on weather records, they actually make it clear which temperature data set they're going to use and they're reporting on?
Senator, I might ask our Director of News.
I'm happy to follow up on that specific article, Senator. It's not coming directly to mind, but we'll follow up and have a look at the nature of that article and the terminology you referred to. The commitment I can make is that any reporting on climate change will be grounded in scientific evidence.
Well, this isn't grounded in scientific evidence. This is grounded in changing weather records and then creating a whole new data set and then reporting that new data set without distinguishing between the observed records. So in the field that I'm in finance, if I amended prior set of records, I'd go to jail. So it's very important that people understand the quality assurance that's used by the Bureau when they report historical weather records.
Senator, could I ask, are you, and I do apologise because it may be that you have provided that particular article previously, but are you able to provide that?
Yeah, absolutely.
To us?
I'll table it. I mean, it's not hard to understand. There's a variety of weather records. They've now gone from an observed set of records to two homogenised data sets, and they've now got decimal points. So they do 1.2, 2.2, 2.3. So I actually myself can't keep up with it, but they're making numerous changes. And I think it's important that the ABC actually report the fact that what people are reading and these so-called weather records have been homogenised by up to over half a degree over the last century.
We will review.
Okay,
we will review that document. Thank you.
No worries. Thank you. Thanks, Chair. That's it.
Thank you, Senator Rennick. Senator Hanson-Young.
I think Senator Faruqi has some follow-ups.
Thank you.
Well, we might go back. I'm trying to be fair and spread it around.
Yes, but it's not taking from the Greens' time. It's...
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Minister, I have a couple of questions to you. I wrote to Minister Rowland on August 15 with regards to the lack of diversity on the ABC board, and I received a response 2.5 months later on 28th October, which noted an update to the criteria for non-executive board roles, which was made in September, which now includes a new requirement that appointees possess an understanding of the communication needs of Australia's diverse society. The letter said that the government pays due regard to the gender, diversity and geographic balance on the ABC board in the interests of the ABC reflecting the diversity of the Australian community. On September 27, the Minister announced the appointment of a new ABC board member. Do you know if the new board member is a person of colour or a First Nations person? And what diversity do they represent?
Senator, I don't... I think that the I don't know the answer to your question in terms of the particular characteristics of the appointment.
Do you know if that person has experienced first-hand experience of racism?
Senator, I'm trying to. Obviously, I'm a representing minister. I'm trying to find the information.
Does anyone in the ABC know? I'm just asking these questions because there has been specifically noted that there needs to be diversity in management, in boards, in the organisation. So when you have specifically introduced a new criteria for that, I just want to know: did that person then, was that because there is absolutely zero diversity in the board? Is that person increasing diversity at all?
The information I have, Senator, is that on the 2nd of October this year, Ms Katrina Sedgwick, OAM, commenced her 5-year term as a non-executive director on the ABC board. She was a candidate recommended by the nomination panel. She has extensive experience in the arts sector, including performance, production, product commission and administration.
Okay. So, shouldn't diversity have been a top consideration in hiring that? And I say that because we know it should have been a top consideration because the Janke Review listed in Recommendation 5 that the ABC improves diverse representation in management and leadership. So you don't even know if that has happened, which tells me that the government isn't serious about addressing the issue of racism.
I don't think you can draw that
conclusion. Yes, you can draw that line, absolutely.
Senator Faruqi, I don't think you can draw that conclusion. The government does acknowledge the importance of the diversity of boards, and that includes for the national broadcasters. The revised ministerial instruments, as you've already observed, do set out the criteria and they apply for all new selection processes undertaken by the nomination panel. And as you've said, a new requirement in the selection criteria instrument is that appointees...
you're repeating what I told you, Minister.
Yes, I understand that, Senator Faruqi, but I understand that the new criteria where appointees need to possess an understanding of or the ability to credibly represent the communication needs of Australia's diverse society does reflect comments from targeted consultations with the ABC, the Special Broadcasting Service and the nomination panel.
Could you take it on notice, Minister, to see how this new person meets that particular criteria of diversity in the leadership team, in the board, which had no First Nations, no person of colour, no person who was LGBTQI from the LGBTQI plus community or from the disability community?
Senator, yes, I can, but I will make the broader point that the process is subject to a merit selection process, having regard to the criteria.
So you think no disabled person, no LGBTQI plus person, no person of colour, no First Nations people has merit to be on that board?
No, Senator, I don't. That is not the assertion, and that's not the evidence that I'm providing to you. I'm saying that in making recommendations to the Governor-General for appointments to the board, the Australian Government pays regard to gender, diversity, geographic balance in the interests of the ABC board reflecting the diversity of the Australian community.
Could you take it on notice and let me know how that regards was taken in the appointment of the new board member when the board desperately needs some diversity, especially given the racism at the ABC? Thank you, Minister. Recommendation 4 of the Janke Review was for the ABC to improve its responses to public attacks on journalists. But on the day the Janke report was released, Anushri Sood, an ABC reporter of colour, was thrown under the bus by the ABC after she was treated with hostility, real hostility by Peter Dutton and the right-wing media over a question at a press conference. The ABC News communications lead, Sally Jackson, I think it was on October 1, from what I can understand, refused to defend the reporter, instead saying her questions were not a piece of reporting. So what happened there? Did your management not read the Janke Review?
Mr. Steve. Happy to take that question. Thanks, Senator. So just a few things. The first thing is Sally Jackson does an excellent job in communications for the ABC. Anushri Sood is a highly valued employee in our Sydney newsroom. and her exchange at a press conference was subject to coverage in different ways. The ABC was responding to questions which were querying what sat behind those questions, implying an agenda which didn't exist. And so what the ABC was stating very factually and clearly is that the questions were not taking a position, the questions were not a piece of reporting and therefore should not be judged or compared against our editorial standards in that sense. Support will look different in different situations. It's complex. We are on the receiving end of multiple queries about our staff from some outlets each day, including over the weekend, I would add. If we were to issue public statements in response to the innumerate number of requests, queries, commentary about our staff, we'd be issuing countless statements a day, and we're not going to do that. I'd note as well that a fortnight later, when a more publicised exchange or an equally publicised exchange with the reporter in Bunbury took place, we issued a statement talking about the nature of reporters generally and their need to ask questions of politicians, noting that reporters referencing other known incidents. The final thing I would add is that support is in some respects public facing, but it's also what happens behind the scenes. And I can assure you that in a management sense, we were very keen to support that particular reporter behind the scenes, and we did.
Well, that's good to know, but surely, given that the reporter was a young woman of colour and that the racism review had just come out then, surely you can acknowledge that it was important to support that journalist publicly at that time being aggressively attacked by Peter Dutton.
With respect, Senator, I think for decades journalists have been subjected to robust exchanges with politicians at press conferences, and that bridges journalists who are culturally diverse and not. And so the point is not whether someone of colour or cultural diversity is subjected to a to and fro with a politician.
It is a point, because racism exists systemically at the ABC. So if you want to deal with it, you need to show people of colour that they can trust the ABC. So it has a direct connection.
Thanks, Senator. I would also note that week we did put out a very public statement in support of Tony Armstrong in response to racism he was being subjected to. I think
I'm asking about Anusha at this point in time.
I suppose I'm just pointing out, when you look at the gamut of all of our responses, we go out of our way to support staff, culturally diverse and non-culturally diverse, and we will continue to.
The MEA has called Peter Dutton's recent treatment of two ABC reporters asking him questions unnecessarily aggressive. The Guardian noted that the ABC is prepared for an election campaign marked by a tendency for politicians to act in a hostile manner towards the press or sections of the press. So what is the ABC, especially given after the review as well, what is the ABC specifically putting in place to protect journalists, particularly journalists of colour, from vile attacks from the likes of Peter Dutton and the far right?
So, Senator, we issue a large number of training of our journalists, every single journalist in the ABC. We arm them with the training they need to ask good questions that are in the public interest. And that relates to everything from interviews through to press conferences, through to doorstops. We're particularly mindful with an election approaching, with unrivalled presence of journalists across Australia, that our journalists need to be equipped and able to ask authoritative questions on behalf of the public and audience of politicians of all persuasions. So we're investing a lot in making sure our journalists are equipped to do that, and that they've got the scaffolding around them to be able to do it well.
If they are attacked, though...
Certainly, Senator Davey.
Can I just ask that Senator Faruqi withdraw her terming of Peter Dutton's robust questioning, fair enough, of an ABC journalist as violence? It was not violent, it was not violence, and using that terminology is an imputation against Mr. Dutton.
I didn't say violent.
It was not violent. It was not violent.
I did not say violent.
You did say violent.
I did say vile attacks. Vile is quite different to violent.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay, so we'll
Chair, just on the
rotate the clock.
If I could just make a brief submission that I would just ask all senators not to reflect on any member of the other place. So I understand there seems to be some difference as to what Senator Faruqi said. I accept what you say, Senator Faruqi, but if we could just ask all senators to be mindful that they cannot reflect on any member of the House or the Senate.
All senators.
That's
Senator
right.
Henderson.
So I didn't want to target
We will
Senator
rotate the
Faruqi.
call. Yes, indeed.
Thank you.
And if we all observe that, that would be great. We will go to Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair.
So I'm seeking the call.
I know, you're on the list.
Thank you for all appearing here today. Mr Stevens, the ABC has continually and arrogantly defied calls to apologise to veteran Special Forces Commando Heston Russell. Your ABC lost a defamation case to him. You wasted millions in taxpayer money. After that, the ABC has been caught publishing manipulated video with inserted gunshots claiming it's Heston Russell. How long are you going to oppose doing the right thing? Just apologise to Heston Russell when that's all he's asked for from the start.
Senator Roberts, thanks for the question. You raised a series of things implying each of those matters were connected. There are a number of issues you raised that we can separate out and talk in detail. The defamation trial that you reference were not the publications that we are talking about today in the context of the Sunderland Review. They are separate publications.
Could you say that again, please?
The publications that Mr Russell sued the ABC on in the defamation trial that you referenced were not the publications that were subject to Alan Sunderland's independent review. They're separate matters. It's important to distinguish the difference.
Did you lose that case?
Beg your pardon?
Did you lose that case?
We did, and we respect the judgment of Justice Lee.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Senator Roberts, do you mind if I just ask a clarifying question? That's not the case, Mr Stevens, because on the 30th of November, ABC lawyers actually produced the helicopter video in the federal court, so which made, and then in its defence, the ABC pleaded truth and said that Heston Russell was the shooter. So the helicopter video was absolutely front and centre of these federal court proceedings.
Would you like me to respond to that, Senator?
Yes.
With respect, the vision you're referring to was not a publication. It was vision from Helmet Cam that was used and utilised in these publications, but were not a publication in their own right. They came up during legal proceedings in the context of one of the ABC's earlier defences.
Well, that's not the case, Mr Stevens, because that was published. That helicopter video, those fake gunshots were published by the ABC on a number of different occasions. I'm sorry to cut in, Senator Roberts, but I just can't accept the way that you're trying to mischaracterise these proceedings.
Did the ABC lose the defamation case to Heston Russell?
Could I just clarify, Chair, who I'm responding to?
This is really not very helpful because you're both talking at cross purposes. Let's let the witness clarify these separate issues so we're really clear about what we're talking about. And then Senator Roberts has the call, so we'll keep with that line of questioning to minimise this level of confusion. Mr Stevens, if you would like to step that out.
Yes, the ABC did not win that defamation trial, Senator.
So you lost it?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. Are you going to apologise to Heston Russell?
The Managing Director, Mr Anderson, has previously been asked in Senate estimates that very question immediately after the trial and was very clear as to the ABC's position on that. In relation to...
What is that position?
I don't have the transcript with me, Senator Roberts.
What's Mr Anderson's position?
He's the Managing Director of the ABC.
No, what is his position that you're referring to now? In terms
if we could please provide that on notice. Mr Anderson absolutely provided information on the record. We don't have that in front of us. We would like to be able to access that information so that we give a true account of what Mr Anderson said.
So why are you afraid of apologising to Heston Russell? You've done him a disservice. Why are you afraid of that?
There's no means of being afraid or not, Senator Roberts. I think we're happy to talk at length about any of the matters in relation to either the defamation trial that you've referenced or the very separate publications which were subject to the independent review. I'm not sure if you've had an opportunity to read that yet. The review has been tabled for this committee to be absorbed. And the review makes very clear, and we accept the findings of that independent review. Now, in relation to the specific mistakes in relation to that review, we have absolutely issued an apology for the video editing errors that occurred. We're not hiding from that, and that apology extends to members of the 2nd Commando Regiment.
So, as I understand it, Heston Russell has done distinguished service for this country, and you've defamed him, your organisation has defamed him. All he wanted in the first place was an apology, as I understand it. And yet we spend millions of dollars now avoiding an apology. What's so difficult?
Senator Roberts, in relation to the matters that have been tabled today, in regards to the independent review into our three related stories in regards to line of fire, we're not hiding from the fact that we have apologised for the video errors that have occurred in that. And that apology extends to members of the 2nd Commando Regiment. Mr Russell was not named in those publications. The nature of defamation, at risk of stating the obvious, is that we accept the judgment. The judgment came with quite a sizable amount of costs to Mr Russell. The court does not dictate or call on the other party to apologise. And so Mr Anderson was very clear in his answer previously as to, in relation to the defamation trial, the ABC's position on that. And as I said, I'm happy to take you through in detail the ABC's response to Mr Sunderland's review.
Okay, we'll have that on notice then, please. Who signed off on the video with the extra gunshots manipulated into it?
Senator Roberts.
I know this has been asked before, but I want to know who signed off on it.
Senator Roberts, as the Sunderland review makes clear, the two publications for 7:30 were subject to robust editorial discussion. As Director of News, those publications were referred up to me, and I take full responsibility for signing off on those publications.
So you signed off on the doctored video?
With respect, Senator Roberts, I'd ask you to withdraw the allegation that it's doctored, because the independent review shows that there is no evidence of doctoring.
So how was it manipulated to have multiple shots when only one shot was on the original video? Surely that's manipulation, doctoring, fabricating.
Senator Roberts, as you'll observe when you get an opportunity to read the independent review, Mr Sunderland has in detail explained how it didn't occur, and I would emphasise that his independent review finds, without a shadow of a doubt, that there is no evidence that the material was doctored. The editing mistakes were inadvertent. We don't hide from the fact that they were...
editing mistakes were inadvertent?
Yes.
So there were mistakes made in the editing.
Senator Roberts, I wonder if I could... do you have a copy of that report?
No, I don't.
Okay, maybe we can furnish you with a copy of that report, which may assist you, which was undertaken by Mr Sutherland to investigate these issues, and his findings are stepped out in there.
Saying that it was accidental?
I think it would probably be beneficial to quote Mr Sunderland, who says in his report, "I find no evidence that anybody at any stage made a conscious or deliberate decision to introduce additional gunshots." He also goes on to say, "I've found no evidence to support the conclusion that any of this was done at the direction of the journalists involved or on the initiative of the video editor in order to doctor or deliberately distort the depiction of the events that occurred." And he says, on the contrary, what evidence there is suggests it was not a deliberate editorial decision to include additional gunshot audio in order to mislead or deceive.
So you said a minute ago, unless I'm wrong, that it was a mistake. It was an error.
It was an editing mistake, Senator, yes.
An editing mistake. Okay. So in other words, it wasn't deliberate, but it still happened.
Absolutely.
We'll need to rotate the call, Senator Roberts.
Could I just ask
one last question?
A federal court has found Mark Willisey was combative, overly defensive, and that likely led to millions of dollars being wasted by the ABC on this court case. Now there's outright proof that the ABC erred in its gunshots on the video to make which made Heston Russell look worse. All the while, Mr Willisey was trying to sell his own book about the issues that have caused the ABC all of these problems. Why won't you step him down, and what disciplinary action have you taken against Mr Willisey?
Senator, could I clarify, was that a direct quote from the judgment that you just made?
Which aspect of it?
You said that the judgment, and then you went on to say something.
That's an editorialisation, I think.
Was that a direct quote from the judgment, or...?
A federal court has, I don't know if it's a direct quote, but that's my understanding. A federal court has found Mr Willacy was combative, overly defensive. That likely led to millions of dollars being wasted. That likely led to millions of dollars being wasted. That's my addition to millions of dollars.
Yeah. So I think what the court found actually that Mr Willacy genuinely believed the publications were in the public interest. And the court also generally accepted Mr Willacy's evidence. And I would add that...
As I understand it, Mr Stevens found that Willacy was combative and overly defensive.
I think I think there's various descriptions in the judgment about the nature of the intense criticism the ABC was under and the ABC's response to that over a period of time. Mark Willacy is a highly esteemed journalist and we back his work 100%.
So you're not going to
Senator
step him
Roberts,
down?
we need to move on. We'll give you another chance later if you wish.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. I've just got some more questions on the Heston-Russell matter. But before I do, I just wanted to clarify that I've checked over the lunch break, Chair, and I didn't receive the letter, the email in relation to Mr Anderson. And so I do want to make it clear that that information wasn't furnished to me. I'm a participating member of the committee, and so I just wanted to make that clear and put that on the record.
My apologies, Senator Henderson.
Okay.
I was under the impression that you had received it.
No, that's okay. No problem. Thank you very much, Chair. So, look, I want to go back to this letter that I've tabled. I did say it was the 22nd of November. At one point, it's the 29th of November, 2022. Now, that clearly, in two paragraphs, that makes it clear that the helicopter vision had been misrepresented with the additional shots. And Mr Russell's lawyers said, can you please explain the above discrepancies in the helicopter footage and the further helicopter footage? Now, what I'm concerned about, the ABC was on notice on that day, the 29th of November, 2022. The following day, on the 30th of November, ABC's lawyers in the court produced the video in their possession. So who was instructing ABC lawyers? Because that video would have been held by ABC News. So was it the case, Mr Stevens, that you were giving instructions to ABC Legal in relation to this case?
I have to take that question on notice, Senator. What I would clarify in regards to the timing, and we'd have to check this as well, is that it's very important to distinguish that there are two separate pieces of video, source material. The first is a compilation video which runs to over 60 minutes, which has two portions of what is about 5 minutes of helmet cam vision. At the time of broadcast in September, and we'll have to check for you, but my understanding is in November 22, at the time you're talking about, the ABC did not have in its possession the raw 5-minute video helmet cam footage. That was subsequently tendered, my understanding, in April, the following April, in the context of the ABC's initial truth defence.
Mr Stevens, that wasn't my question. So my question, I understand you didn't have all the raw and edited vision because you didn't ask for it until March 2023. But what I'm saying to you is on the 30th of November, you handed up that vision. So I'm asking you, were you instructing ABC lawyers? And how did ABC lawyers get that vision unless ABC News was communicating with ABC Legal about the substance of the case?
With respect, Senator, the vision was publicly available after we broadcast it the previous
Mr Stevens,
September.
can I ask you to answer my question?
Yeah.
Did you give the ABC Legal Department the instructions in relation to the day-to-day matters concerning this case?
I'll take that on notice, Senator, because it was a very complex case and obviously it involved a number of different members of ABC management at different points in time. I'm just clarifying that the implication that the ABC provided that video material to the court in November, I'm pointing out that actually it was publicly available for 2 to 3 months prior to that. So there's no great revelation that it was available to ABC Legal in the following November.
You're misconstruing what I'm asking, Mr Stevens. I'm asking, were you giving ABC Legal, I'm not interested in anyone else, were you working with ABC Legal and providing them with instructions in relation to this case? Because on the 30th of November, the federal court received video from ABC, the ABC, which could have only come from your department.
Senator,
if I could just go back to Mr Stevens. So were you instructing ABC Legal and dealing with them in relation to this case? Because someone must have been.
As I said, Senator, I'll have to take that on notice. You're talking about a matter that went for almost 2 years, and you're talking about a specific date.
I'm asking generally. Did you at any stage talk to ABC Legal about this case, Mr Stevens? And it's not appropriate for you to take it on notice if you know the answer.
Apologies. I mean, the ABC are independent, and I'm happy for them to provide all of the evidence that the committee requires, but just procedurally, it is possible for witnesses to take questions on notice. It's a very long-standing practice in the...
I'll ask another question. Mr Stevens, do you recall having any communications at all with ABC Legal in relation to the day-to-day matters about this federal court case? Because the court case ran for about a year.
Of course, Senator Henderson, ABC Legal and myself were in contact about the case. The first thing to mention in the context of the November date you're referencing is that we'd have to check. I'm not sure if you know this, but I'm hazarding a guess that even though the material was publicly available anyway, that the material would have been provided as part of a notice to produce.
That's exactly right.
And the notice to produce would have preceded the letter that you're identifying in later November.
That's exactly right.
So they're separate issues.
So were you aware, because the notice to produce was raising questions about the helicopter vision from October. So ABC was on notice from October 2022 there were problems with this helicopter vision. The letter of the 29th of November spelt this out. On the 30th of November, so what I'm asking is, and then it wasn't until March 2023 that the ABC sought from Mr Russell the full unedited vision which you didn't have. So what I'm putting to you, Mr Stevens, is that you knew about this discrepancy back then, and I would ask you to confirm to the committee what you knew about these fake gunshots in the video back in 2022 and 2023.
Okay, so there's a number of things in that question. I'm happy to tackle each thing, Senator. The first time that I can recall being made aware of any audio issues with the material you're talking about was in September this year, when after the Spotlight program on Channel 7 had promoted their story, I proactively contacted the head of news, clarifying his actual role title, at Channel 7 to request questions and definitive detail on the allegations they were levelling at our staff and journalism. That was subsequently forthcoming. They'd made a very vague mention earlier in a broad interview request, but never followed up with direct questions about that matter before promoting it. And so we acted swiftly when that was brought to our attention. In regards to...
Well, I would put it to Mr Stevens that you didn't act swiftly, that the ABC is clearly, and I've tabled the document, was clearly on notice over many months about this doctored or altered vision, to use your words, and nothing was done. And I do want to just ask you, because Mr Anderson, in a statement on the 20th of September 24, said, "It has now come to my attention that in November 22, ABC Legal was sent a letter raising concerns about audio editing. Regrettably, at no point was this letter or the information in the letter disseminated to ABC News." So Mr Anderson has waived legal professional privilege because he's discussing communications between lawyers, and on that basis I would ask that all communications between ABC Legal and any other person working for, who had worked for ABC or is now working for the ABC, including yourself, if you could table all of that correspondence, please.
So just a couple of things, Senator.
Just one moment. Senator Henderson, I believe you've asked for these documents before lunch as well, and I think that they have taken on notice to go and see what they can provide you. You've got about 2 minutes left.
Yeah, I do want to just clarify though that I am seeking all documents between ABC Legal and any other member of the ABC in relation to the helicopter division and in relation to, because of course the ABC, it was actually the ABC's false allegation against Mr Russell that he was the shooter in this helicopter division.
We will take that question on notice and we will absolutely make sure we understand what it is we can and can't provide under privilege, and we will take legal advice in doing so.
All right. Well, as I say, it's clear that you have waived legal professional privilege, so I would ask that all of that correspondence is tabled to the committee.
Senator, I don't have any legal qualification myself, so I would not like to make any assertion one way or another. I will seek advice from my legal team.
Senator Henderson, I'm confident they've got what you're after, and they're going to take that away.
Yeah.
We can go back on the list.
Thank you very much.
We'll go to Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. I want to ask some questions about current funding of the ABC. I note that following the release of the annual report, that on page 159, it reads, as you know, in real terms, we do not have record funding. Do not have record funding. The ABC's funding is down 150 million in real terms since 2013-14. That, of course, was the in the lead up to the terrible Abbott budget cuts. Could I ask you to outline for us what the current funding situation is? Because we know that media across the board and media agencies across the board are feeling it, but as the public broadcaster, where does this lie?
Certainly, Senator. So I also note your reference on page 159 of our annual report. So yes, in real terms, over the last 10 years, our funding has declined by approximately 14%, and that is $150 million plus in real funding cuts that have been returned to government. Alongside that, we've also had our own efficiency initiatives to enable us to invest where we've needed to invest, and that includes in developing digital products so that we can serve audiences across platforms that audiences are coming to. That includes some increased investment across growth in transmission costs, for example, that are sort of tied to very fixed inflators. So we have both the decline of around 14% in real terms, which equates to around $150 million plus also the things that we've done to ourselves to be either more efficient or to just meet our basic requirements of being the ABC. We then, if I believe your sort of the second part of your question was now let's look forward. So if we look forward with our funding, we were very grateful, of course, in the October 2022 budget to receive additional funding. So that was related to the better funded national broadcasters, some Pacific security, enhancing Pacific engagement measures. Certain of those measures are terminating measures, so they terminate in FY27. So where we sit now is really with a focus on FY27. So as we...
just to be clear, you're saying 26, 27?
Yes, FY27, that's right. Yep, the 26-27 financial year. We have terminating measures. They are compounded by, a few things. They're compounded by the withdrawal of Meta, for example. They're compounded by just general rising costs. We have rising costs across, as I say, our transmission services. We've got rising costs because we're trying to do both things for audiences, whether that be linear broadcast. We, of course, won't withdraw from our commitment to linear services. On top of that, we're adding in our digital services. So we've got a number of rising costs. Production costs continue to grow. I think we all know our production costs continue to grow with different competition in the marketplace and different impacts on our production sector. So as we look forward to FY27, we're starting to see a gap of in excess of $40 million.
And those extra funding that was given at the beginning of this new parliament,
that's right, yes.
Will expire in 18 months' time, effectively.
That's right.
And what about the rest, the kind of core funding of ABC? When is the next contract due? Is it the same time frame?
Sorry,
So
Senator,
when does this funding round that you're currently in run out?
So with the 5-year funding commitment, that comes to an end at FY26. So financial year 26, yes.
I just wanted to clarify, that's the same time frame? Yeah. Okay, so if there was a...
actually, sorry, Senator, I need to clarify that. That's FY27. That's FY27. So in the 5th year of that 5-year funding period, that's FY27.
Okay.
My apologies.
So not next year's budget, but the year after's budget should be the budget that's setting the next round. In 2026, in the federal government budget, 2026 should be when you understand what the next round of funding would look like.
So in terms of I guess we've always got an indicator in our forwards within our portfolio budget statements and within the normal cycle of government funding. So we always have a sense of our forward funding envelope, and that spans over a 5-year funding period with regard to the portfolio budget statement. So we do have a line of sight over the years coming. I guess the point we're making is the line of sight tells us in FY27 we've got terminating funding measures compounded by, for example, the withdrawal of Meta and the rising costs.
And so, sorry, based on what is the funding, the extra funding that will run out in 18 months' time, and the withdrawal of the Meta funding, and there's rumours that not just rumours, Google is saying, well, if Meta don't have to do this, well, why should we have to do this? But at least on the Meta withdrawal, how much in total do you think the ABC will be behind?
In FY27, in excess of $40 million.
$40 million?
That's right.
Okay. And what about that extra money that was given because of Meta that was spent on regional broadcasting and delivery of services? You've had to... Last estimates, Mr Anderson told us that those services would be secured, but you've had to fund that out of other things. Is that right?
That's right. So we've made a commitment to the preservation of those 60 new roles that have been appointed through the funding provided to us by Meta and by Google. And in making that commitment, we've acknowledged that in the absence of other new replacement funding, for want of a better word, that then absolutely it's a whole of ABC challenge that we would need to seek a manner across the ABC in which we can continue to fund those roles.
And can you tell us what's being sacrificed to do that?
So, Senator, at this point in time, we have not, done any detailed decision making on where we would look if we had to find a solution to a $40 million funding gap. We have not, but in terms of our financial structure, I think I've said this before on the record, we have a relatively simple financial structure, complex operation, relatively simple. So there are essentially four areas we can go to. We have our employee costs, we have our transmission costs. Our transmission costs are largely fixed through long-term contracts. We have our property costs, and what attaches to that from a decentralised operation. I think you've heard me say here already, our commitment to that decentralised operation is that delivery to regional communities, of course, and we have our expenditure with the production sector. So there's sort of the four areas we can look to. Exactly how we do that and the decisions we would make, we have not done anything in detail on that at this point in time.
Okay. Obviously, the role of ABC, particularly in regional areas, but everywhere, when it comes to emergency service announcements and broadcast, is essential during summer. We're being told that this summer is going to be dangerous. We've had a few mild summers recently, but we're being warned that this summer is going to be extremely hot and dangerous. Has the ABC, have you looked at what that is going to mean in terms of costs? Are you preparing for that? I want to get a sense of what the season looks like for you.
In terms of, so I can absolutely talk to cost, and if we want to go to sort of detailed operational preparation, I'll throw to Mr. Stevens. But in terms of cost, what the challenge for us is, it's twofold. We've got our long-term commitment, and that's where I talk about infrastructure, the criticality of our infrastructure and maintaining our infrastructure in a very decentralised manner, as well as maintaining that transmission and our transmission footprint across Australia. So we have a long-standing commitment to that. That in itself is a very significant base operational cost. So that just exists for us. On top of that, in terms of sort of our very, very specific resourcing, we have a very dedicated emergency broadcasting team. We have increased our investment in that team. They are very much a coordinating team, and they have, extremely critical relationships for us with emergency services operators. And again, when I pass to Mr. Stevens, he can correct my terminology if I'm getting any of it wrong, but they hold a very critical coordination role for us. Then we go to all of our resources who actually do the coverage. And that's very, very extensive, and that is across a range of teams, across our radio teams and our news teams and any other supporting teams that sit around that. So that's where we really can have to peak our resource. And what tends to happen is that it is over a time period that you would otherwise hope that your people could be taking annual leave, for example. So we have to have a very carefully planned year so that we have a surge resource capability.
Sorry, guys, I can't. Thank you. Sorry.
Sorry. So we have to, as I was saying, very, very carefully plan our year for this sort of surge resourcing capability so that we have enough people on standby as we may require them to meet those emergency broadcasting needs. I might just pass to...
I guess my point is, that's great. I understand the complexities of all of that. But is there a figure that you think that will cost you this summer?
The figure... Senator, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. No. The figure that I think it will cost this year is I actually can't really put a figure on that, and because the figure that I put actually on the maintenance of those services is actually millions and millions and millions of dollars of infrastructure. It is the infrastructure that you maintain, it is your property footprint that you maintain and your broad base of resource that you maintain, so you are always there and available. That's step one. So it's for me, and I wouldn't want to sound extreme to actually say that runs to over $100 million plus. So That is the maintenance. In terms of the surge capacity depends. It can be anywhere from sort of a few 100,000 to quite a few million, depending on who you need to bring into resource and where that may be. And then once you know where you need to be and how much might be running in parallel, and that's also near impossible to predict. And the more that is running in parallel, obviously the more surge capacity you need, and also then that sort of the complexity of trying to figure out, do I need to start flying my teams around? And that's where you start running into the millions.
Could I ask the Minister? Yeah, I'll finish on this bit. Minister, could I ask whether government has considered extra funding for the ABC as the national emergency broadcaster for this summer, given all predictions it's going to be a horror show?
Did you attend, and I'm not being difficult, but did you attend the seasonal?
No, I wasn't able to get there.
It's actually not quite as you described. So the information that we have is that and the seasonal outlook, I should clarify, runs to December rather than the full summer. But it is that it will be hotter and wetter than usual, with above average expectations in parts of Australia for rainfall.
Adelaide's on extreme fire warning all week.
May I please finish, Senator Hanson-Young? So I do think about this for very obvious reasons.
But I'm asking whether the government has considered any funding for the summer, for this season, given the work that the ABC does.
Okay.
It's pretty.
Well, the reason
have you or have you not?
Seeking to clarify, Senator Hanson-Young, is that I think we should try and give Australians the best information we can about what's actually predicted. And so it's true that there are higher than average expectations for fire risk in your home state of South Australia, particularly in the southeast and in parts of northern Australia. But it's no uniform picture, and the way you characterise it isn't the way the Bureau has described it to us. That said, every summer is a difficult summer for Australia. We actually have a really volatile climate. It is unpredictable, and we should always prepare for emergencies. We do highly value the services that are provided by the ABC in the emergency management space, and it is part of the reason that we've sought to stabilise funding for the ABC, putting them onto these 5-year funding rounds, and actually returning a measure of predictability to the way that the ABC can plan and manage their resources.
Could I take on notice, will the South Australian ABC Bureau get extra funding to help with the reporting and emergency broadcasts, given we are already in extreme fire season this week? And we've already had day after day after day of this week on high alert. Started on Friday and it's still going. Thank you.
We are worried about South Australia, Senator Hanson-Young. It's one of the areas where we've got an indication that soil moisture is very low, conditions are dry and hotter than usual conditions are anticipated.
Senator Dunman.
Thanks. Maybe just to follow on the questions about funding. You referred to the 5-year funding terms that commenced in July 2023. I just wondered if you could talk to what kind of difference having 5-year funding has meant in terms of your ability to plan and strategy, and perhaps expand a bit more on regional programming. I know we have talked about that a little bit, but whether the change to the funding arrangement has made some difference there.
Certainly, Senator. So 5-year funding, I guess we view it in a few different ways. So certainty is always a great thing. There's no question about that. Having certainty around where you are heading, understanding your funding envelope, that's certainly something we welcome and we're very grateful for, of course. I guess I would add to that, though, the certainty of that does tell us with certainty that we have these terminating funding measures in FY27. So I guess that's where we have significant focus at the minute as we look forward and we understand our activity moving forward. Of course, you know, we would plan, and depending on which area of the ABC we're looking at, whether that be resourcing internally, whether that be longer term views around our production commitments, we look 2, 3, 4, many years out. So 5 years funding certainty is great. Less certainty as you move through the funding cycle is less great. In terms of what it means for our regional commitment, I think I would say there is a level of certainty that we apply to ourselves with our commitment to regional that is a core part of being the ABC and a core part of being who we are, particularly as, you know, as I think I said before, commercial media has withdrawn. It's a critical role for the ABC. We absolutely have certainty around certain things. I think I mentioned before the meta roles, so they were enabled through new money. While that money may not exist into the future, we have maintained that commitment, and we've done that at different times. We were very grateful for the enhanced news funding, for example, being rolled in on an ongoing basis, because that enabled absolute certainty for those roles. Having said that, the roles would have been certain anyway because we'd had them for 9 years. So, you know, probably talking around a few different things, but certainty is great. Certainty that our funding is reducing in FY27 is less great, and our commitment to regional we maintain no matter what.
Thank you. And again, I think this has been touched on a little bit, but I wondered if you could speak a bit more about the ABC expansion into the Pacific. So what sorts of initiatives that has meant, and just a bit of an overview of how that is going.
Yes, I can. Give me one moment while I find my specific brief on that. So I will start by saying, of course, we're incredibly grateful for the additional funding we got for the initiatives in the Pacific. They enabled us to obviously expand our transmission footprint. They've enabled us to have more content that we can specifically allocate. We've had some news initiatives that I might actually pass to Mr. Stevens to talk to in a moment. And also, quite importantly, we've expanded our media capacity in strengthening and developing media literacy and supporting the different sort of media outlets across the Pacific. I think, Mr. Stevens, do you mind touching a little bit on some of the things quite relevant to you as well?
Thanks for the question, Senator, and thanks, Mel. I think the funding has been invaluable in terms of what we've been able to create by way of content for the Australian public, to bring greater cognizance and understanding for the Australian public and our audience about the Indo-Pacific. Australia is in the Indo-Pacific region. Historically, Australia has not been as cognizant as it ought to be about our neighbours across the Pacific, and this funding's been an absolute game changer for us in terms of expanding our footprint across multiple countries in the region. It's allowed us to create all sorts of additional content that we wouldn't otherwise. I'd highlight, for instance, the work of the local correspondents that we've hired, the role of training we're playing in local news media and journalism, that they are telling their stories, bringing it to an Australian audience at large. And I would highlight too that they're not just featuring across one or two programs. I'm sure you're all cognizant of seeing them on News Breakfast or stories on, say, 7:30 and whatnot. We've been able to create, through the funding, some remarkable programming that is bespoke to the region, including the Pacific and Asian Newsweek, which is a really exciting capturing of what's unfolding in the Asian region by way of a specific news program. And then, you know, some really innovative and interesting collaborations with local broadcasters, for instance, Timor-Leste Public Broadcasting, other training initiatives across the region. The role of ABC International in this is critical, as is our Asia Pacific news team based in Melbourne, and it's been an absolute game changer.
Thank you. Thank you. Senator Cadell.
Sorry. Not me, it's one of these. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Sarah.
thanks very much. Look, I just wanted, Ms Klein, just also on notice, I'm also seeking copies of all text messages and all other messages in relation to the helicopter video, the video editing errors, as you call them, and more broadly, Mr Sunderland's review. So if you could just make sure and let relevant staff know to maintain those records, including on their devices, so nothing is deleted, we would be really grateful, because I'm also seeking that on notice as well. Ms Klein, you've apologised to the 2nd Commando Regiment, which included Heston Russell, for the editing errors. Do you apologise to Mr Russell for calling him falsely a war criminal?
Senator, I think the apology is, as we've stated, we have apologised clearly and sincerely for the editing errors, and that is the apology we have made.
So do you apologise to Mr Russell for falsely calling him a war criminal?
Senator, we have made the apologies as detailed this morning.
So why won't you apologise to Mr Russell?
Senator, that's...
For such an egregious breach of good faith and such a shocking journalistic mistake?
Senator, I would... there's a number of statements, a lot of information we've put on the public record. Mr Anderson has spoken at length, and we have answered numerous questions on notice with regard to the defamation trial, which is quite separate now to the Sunderland report, and we have provided responses on both things, and we have apologised today quite clearly, and we have put that on the record. We have also published that.
So you've made an apology in relation to the video editing errors, but why won't you apologise to Mr Russell? I understand you're not required to as part of the federal court judgment, but why won't you do it as a matter of good faith to someone who you egregiously called a war criminal?
Point of clarification, I believe you took on notice earlier to review Mr Anderson's statement.
That's
and
right.
come
Thank
back
you,
to you. I think
Thank
they've
you,
been
Chair.
very clear. They wish to check that position and come back to you.
So I
Anderson.
can add some information to that, because I did ask Mr Anderson whether he apologised, and he declined to apologise. He cited the reason was because the ABC was considering its position on appeal. So I would now ask you, you're now obviously not appealing that case, I would now ask you why you are declining to apologise to Mr Russell.
Senator, my answer remains the same. I would like to take the opportunity to review the previous information that is on the record that the Managing Director has provided, which I believe is really quite comprehensive and extensive, and I would like to respond to you completely.
Can I ask about the editor, the video editor, who's now left the ABC? Was this person required to leave the ABC? Was this person sacked? And is there any connection in relation to this matter?
Senator, I don't personally know the individual. We can take that question on notice.
Well, Mr.
That would
Stevens
be
would know.
relating to that person's personal information with regard to their employment with the ABC, so I'd like to be able to take that on notice and provide that with an understanding of their personal privacy.
Mr Stevens, was the video editor encouraged to leave the ABC or sacked in relation to this matter?
Sorry, I think that Ms Klein's already provided an answer and has taken it on notice.
Yes, I understand that, Minister, but I'm
not?
now asking the Head of News and Current Affairs of the ABC. I assume that he worked within your department, is that correct? Or she? I don't know if it's a he or she.
I think the thing is, Senator, that
If I could just finish my questions, I want to get through them quickly.
Observe, I am not in any way seeking to constrain the way that the ABC answers
Minister.
your questions.
Mr Stevens, can you add any information?
When witnesses take a question on notice, they are entitled to do so, and the acting manager director has done so.
Except, Minister, I'm now asking Mr Stevens. So, Mr Stevens, did this video editor, was this video editor forced to leave the ABC because of
Senator, if I might answer, my concern is with regard to an individual's personal circumstances with their employment at the ABC. That's why it's important to me that we're able to take this on notice.
Okay. All right. Well, if you can take that on notice, and Mr Stevens, I assume this person was working within your department. Are you able to add any information as to whether he or she was forced to leave the ABC?
Senator,
because I'm worried that maybe someone was thrown under the bus here.
Senator, my concern is that it relates to the personal circumstances of an individual's employment at the ABC, and they should be afforded the privacy that goes with that, and I would like to be able to take that on notice.
All right. Well, privacy.
Senator Henderson, they've taken it on notice.
I'm asking another question, Chair. Thank you. So the General Counsel of the ABC resigned last month. Did she resign in connection with this case at all?
No, Senator.
Has any other lawyer at the ABC resigned in connection with this case or been required to leave?
No, Senator.
Is there any review underway in relation to the management of this particular case by individuals?
Senator, we absolutely have a review that is nearly final. We have an interim review that Mr Sunderland has presented to us, has provided to us, that we have provided to the committee. There is, and we would like to allow Mr Sunderland to complete that review.
Just based on what I can see, Mr Stevens, because you also issued a media release last year in relation to this case, you've given evidence today that you were in contact with ABC Legal. It does appear that you were the principal person who was having the day-to-day communications with ABC Legal, unless you can nominate anyone else. Can I put to you that you have quite improperly managed this on behalf of the ABC?
You're welcome to put that to me, Senator.
And what do you respond? How do you respond?
I respectfully disagree, because at all times I can assure you that I carried out my job and duties with the utmost of integrity. I don't see any massive revelation that the Director of News at the ABC would have any form of contact with ABC Legal. I greatly enjoy my collaboration with them because they're highly esteemed and good at their jobs. And so I see no revelation in that.
The revelation, though, is in the fact that ABC Legal doesn't run a case without instructions. So my concern is that the ABC was on notice about a whole range of grievous errors that it made in relation to this story, and it refused to do anything about it until it was caught out by the Channel 7 Spotlight program.
Senator, may I just clarify there, because I believe perhaps you've just indicated the revelation that they run the case without instruction. If I was unclear in my answer that I did not know the exact individuals who instructed them, my intent was not to imply that they did not have instruction. They, of course, had instruction. My statement to you is I don't know over the course of the months exactly who each of the individuals were, nor how we would respond to that with regard to privilege and any other legal advice I would like to take. It was never my intention to have a revelation that there was no instruction.
Thank you very much for that clarification. Just in relation to the actual editing of the video, I've sat in many ABC edit suites and edited with editors. They don't edit stories on their own. They edit normally with a producer or a journalist.
They might have been editing film in your day compared to...
No, Mr Stevens, they weren't actually. I was actually working in television when video was invented. So thank you very much for that.
Did it kill the radio?
But what I will ask you, who was the person from the ABC working principally with the video editor? If you could just address that question, because in the original vision you had, the party vision with the music over it, there was obviously a decision made to remove that music so you could then play the video without the music, and the gunshots were edited into the video. So this wasn't just one decision made about the editing of the video, and that is putting the extra gunshots in. There was also a decision made to remove the audio of the music and then to add extra gunshots. So who was working with the video editor in the making of those decisions?
I think the appropriate reference point, Senator, is the independent review and the interim report. And the report in detail details the nature of how the story came together, the nature of video editing, the nature of collaboration and where that starts and ends. The report makes it extremely clear that the producer and reporter kept in regular contact with the video editor, but did not, and there is absolutely no evidence that they directed the editor to add additional sounds. That's what the independent review has found. What the review has found as well, as you'd be aware, Senator, is that, and also privy yourself to long-form current affairs as a former esteemed reporter at the ABC, is that in attempting to assemble a high-quality and compelling piece of current affairs with problematic source material, and by problematic, I'm assuming Mr Sunderland's referencing not clean audio.
That's right.
That, as would be the case in a number of edits across the board, where there would not have been as significant an impact or at risk of impact as there was in this, that vision of guns being fired were combined with cleaner audio of guns firing. And it goes on to say it needs to be stressed at this point that the editor who worked on the story, while noting that it is not unusual where an audio track is mixed with music and effects or problematic in other ways for appropriate clean audio to be sourced and used, has no recollection of this happening. And so that's
so the
why
video editor was interviewed by Mr Sunderland, is that correct?
It's an independent review, Senator. I'm not privy to the nature of interviews that Mr Sunderland conducted. I can only assume from the nature of the interim report that he was absolutely in contact with the editor and a number of other individuals.
Just on notice, sorry, Chair.
We're going to rotate the call.
Could I just
the
on
last
notice?
question?
Yeah, sure. Just on notice, could I please ask for Mr Sunderland's interview notes and any other records that he holds in relation to his work, so that the committee can also review that work as well, please?
Yeah, and I think that's important. And I would add, Senator, because it's relevant to these questions, that in the concluding remarks, Mr Sunderland says there is strong evidence of rigorous and thorough journalism in the preparation of the Line of Fire stories. This included gathering information from a range of sources, the examination of a large amount of material, sending local reporters to Afghanistan on 2 occasions, and the stories themselves and the issues they raise remain important. I think that's a very important point. But he goes on to say there is also no evidence that anyone at the ABC, from the reporter to the video editor to the producer and to all those involved at higher levels of ABC News and legal divisions, deliberately doctored, falsified, manipulated or distorted information, material or evidence in order to mislead audiences. He says on the contrary. And so I think the independent review speaks for itself and it exonerates any allegation of doctoring in any way, shape or form.
Do you regret that this was not fixed up when you were on notice?
I'm sorry, Senator, I couldn't hear what you were saying.
Do you regret that this wasn't corrected, as you've now done, when the ABC was first put on notice in November 2022 about this, these fake gunshots?
When the video editing concerns were brought to my attention, I moved extremely quickly to get to the bottom of what occurred, as did my colleagues, to ascertain how on earth it happened, and we moved quickly to remove the video upon further investigation.
We'll go to Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. I've skimmed the recommendations and the conclusions of the independent review by Mr Alan Sunderland, who had apparently 40 years with ABC and SBS. The recommendation, number 1, editorial policies and guidance should be reviewed to ensure the importance of maintaining the integrity of crucial source material is maintained, particularly in investigative stories, the key word being integrity. Raises questions as to whether there was lack of. The second one, training should be reviewed, in particular for non-editorial staff working in investigative areas, to ensure everyone is aware of key editorial principles, including the need to maintain the integrity of source material. So it seems people are not aware or not adequately aware. Third recommendation, editing practices should be reviewed to ensure there is regular, timely and detailed face-to-face contact between editors, reporters and researchers during the editing process. Are they inadequate? Are they substandard? Fourth, when multi-platform stories are being prepared, consistent and equal scrutiny should be applied to all elements of the story across all platforms. Was there inadequate scrutiny? Fifth and final recommendation, news should review the guidance note on interviews and discuss. I'll go into that. The ABC's current guidance note on interviewing has one short section dealing with the need to take, quote, to take care to ensure that as far as possible you are properly reflecting the gist of the person's position on the key issues being discussed. Mr. Stevens, it seems to me that integrity is being questioned here, and at the best this is an incredibly sloppy outfit. And you're at the top of it, aren't you?
Senator, you're correct to reference the term integrity. I would clarify, however, Mr. Sunderland is referencing the integrity of crucial source material. I think they're eminently sensible recommendations, and our editorial director can speak to our adoption of all recommendations.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you. Thanks, Senator Roberts. So the interim report has provided a series of recommendations, which we will obviously go through incredibly carefully. You read out some of those, which I think is really important. I'm happy to go through them again. In relation to source material, I think what Mr. Sunderland is reflecting from his review is that in the process of doing editing, where there may be a situation, as he has raised in his review, around looking for clean audio, that we need to look at what are our processes around doing that to ensure that we don't make this type of inadvertent mistake again. And so we'll review the advice around that very clearly. He's also spoken about the training that we should be doing at the ABC, including for non-editorial staff. And so we'll have a look at that. Training is a really important part of what we do. We're consistently working with ABC staff about editorial policies and providing guidance and making sure that they're equipped to meet our very high standards, but we'll take on board the recommendations of the interim report. Mr. Sunderland has also spoken about, as you have mentioned, about editing and the regularity of face-to-face checks. Editing at this time in this era is complicated. Our teams are regularly producing a variety of different pieces of material for television, for online, for different video sources. And so ensuring that process works in the best possible way will be something that we will look at. Also, as you've pointed out, he's asked us to look at an extension of that, which is really the oversight of multi-platform stories. As you would be aware, a program, we have teams that make stories for multiple programs and for multiple outputs, and we need to make sure that there's a real clarity, continues to be a real clarity, but also that we look at how we're ensuring that communication is best handled across those different platforms.
Thank you. Now, you as in the panel from the ABC here, the four of you, you keep calling this an independent report. Alan Sunderland previously worked as the head of policy and staff development with ABC News. A journalist for 32 years, he began as an ABC cadet in 1979, before spending more than 20 years as an on-the-road reporter with the ABC and SBS. His experience includes 5 years as political editor with SBS in Canberra. He returned to the ABC and to news management in 2005. When did Alan Sunderland leave the ABC, and could you not find someone who is even vaguely independent of the ABC? Is this an independent report or an insider report?
Senator, I would
Why did you pick
answer
Mr.
very
Sunderland?
clearly that it is an independent report. The exact date of Mr Sunderland's departure from the ABC, I would have to take on notice from memory. It might be around 6 years ago, maybe 7 years, I'm not so sure, but we can absolutely take that on notice. Mr Sunderland is an independent member of the Press Council. I think we're comfortable to assert quite clearly that Mr Sunderland is independent and operated independently throughout this review.
In 2017, Alan Sunderland wrote, quote, "Well, let me try to tell you exactly what's wrong with it, in response to calls for ABC reporting to be fair and balanced. Is this really someone who can be trusted to write an independent review of this subject? Who appointed him, and what were the criteria for his selection?"
Mr Anderson appointed Mr Sunderland. Mr Stevens, did you want to add?
I suppose a couple of things. Firstly, before questioning the integrity of Mr Sunderland, I'd encourage the Senator to read the report in full before forming any judgments about it. And secondly, the fact that Mr Sunderland's made findings against the ABC would undermine any sense that it's a report free of criticism.
Ms Klein, what did you learn from this whole episode and the millions of dollars that have been wasted on taxpayer money?
Senator, I
That's
think...
why we're here. It's an estimate session.
Yeah,
Money's
understood.
been going out.
Understood. I think we've all learnt a lot from the report. I think.
What did you learn?
What did I learn?
Yes.
I learnt that we have some processes that we need to make process improvements on. So we have 5 recommendations detailed here. I take those recommendations very seriously. I think my colleague has just explained how the recommendations have been laid out, and our intention to adopt the recommendations and do what we need to make sure these sorts of errors don't happen again.
So bearing in mind Witness Guide 4.15, what actions will you make as a result of this experience? And without names, because we want to make sure privacy is respected, was anyone's employment terminated as a result of this?
Senator, I can confirm no one's employment has been terminated. And what actions will we take? We will adopt these recommendations.
Did anyone leave the ABC as a result of this?
Senator, to my awareness, to my awareness.
And we'll need to rotate.
What about Mr Stevens? Did anyone leave the ABC as a result of this?
I've not left the ABC.
Sorry?
I've not left the ABC. Is that what
Did anyone leave the ABC?
That wasn't the question. No, not that we're aware of, Senator Roberts, but we can
Not that
take that
you're
on
aware
notice.
of.
I think there would only be the need for someone to leave if there was evidence of misconduct on the part of staff, and as you'll learn in the report, there's no evidence of misconduct.
So, going back then, you can say that the editor didn't leave because of this, because you did.
Pardon, Senator?
The early question before about the editor specifically says you didn't want to comment on privacy of an employee. So by that comment saying no one left because of it, he or she didn't leave because of this.
I did say I'd take it on notice, Senator.
But you just said then that no one left.
To my knowledge.
To their knowledge. The clarifier there at every point has been to their knowledge. They've said they will take it on notice and further investigate.
Ms.
What I'm
O'Malley's
hearing
in
is
charge
that
of
they
people, is that
don't
it?
know of anyone at this point in time. And as I've said, Senator Roberts, we're going to need to rotate the call.
Could I just ask Ms O'Malley, are you aware of anyone who left as a result of this, or was pushed out or left voluntarily?
To my knowledge, no.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair. So from what I understand, your internal editorial guidance on covering Israel and Palestine goes to extraordinary lengths to minimize Israel's actions, and says that the important point to note is that there are arguments on both sides, and it is not the ABC's role to make the final decision. That line of argument in your guidance is used to excuse not using the term apartheid, where the guide says it is not the ABC's role to decide guilt or innocence. You've used that same line of argument in your guidance to excuse not using the term genocide, and it says that coverage must include or refer to both the principal perspectives. You've used that line of argument to not even refer to a war crime, because the guide says it is not the ABC's job to label a particular act a war crime. I just want to remind you that several human rights organizations have called Israel's decades of occupation and domination and the treatment of Palestinians as apartheid. The ICJ has published an opinion calling it apartheid. The ICJ has also found that there's a plausible case of genocide. The ICC has accused the Israeli Prime Minister and Defense Minister of crimes against humanity and applied for their arrest warrants. So this is not about impartiality. This is about ABC minimizing Israel's crimes, because you're refusing to tell people the truth of what is happening. So the question is, why are you minimizing Israel's crimes? Why are you covering up Israel's actions in Gaza and Lebanon? And why are you covering up for a genocide?
Senator, can I just clarify, because I think the question is either for Mr Stevens or Mr Fang. Can I just clarify, are you wanting us to refer to specific coverage or to our editorial guidelines?
I think your editorial guidelines determine the coverage, don't they? And what I'm asking is, why is there a reluctance to use these words of genocide, apartheid, or war crimes? Because it has been determined that those words are actually true. So my question is that you might say that you're being impartial, but you're actually minimizing Israel's crimes. And the role of the ABC is to tell the truth.
So Mr Stevens, we'll leave with an answer.
Thanks, Senator. So a few things. The first thing is I respectfully disagree that we would ever minimise the actions of anyone, and the guidance note, which is comprehensive and has a great deal of detail for our staff, does not at any point encourage minimising the actions of anyone or any party. In regards to allegations of war crimes, we have very specific guidance around that, which relates to the prosecutor of the ICC asking the court to issue warrants for Hamas leaders. It also references Israeli leaders Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant over their roles in the Israel-Gaza war. And we make clear in our guidance that, as far as I'm aware, may have been updated without my knowledge in recent days, but a decision's yet to be made. And we say that that information must be included when referencing that. We've got very specific advice around the ICJ genocide case, which goes to the need for staff to refer to it as the ICJ, not ICC, and that the case is clearly ongoing and it's not complete. The editorial guidance is largely overseen by my esteemed colleague, Mr Fang, and he can add any further detail on those specifics.
Maybe if I could ask you, Mr Fang, who was consulted while updating these editorial guidelines recently?
What are you referring to, Senator? What update?
So I'm referring to the latest iteration of your guidance on covering Israel and Palestine, and who in the organisation was consulted.
So we have a Middle East guidance, as you've indicated. It involves a panel which is led by me. It has representatives of the editorial policies team. It has representatives from our news division and also our content division. Where required, we will speak to staff if necessary to seek further feedback. But largely that editorial guidance team works to provide guidance as required for staff on the changing circumstances if needed and changing guidance for our coverage.
And does that have a diversity of voices on there? For example, does it have, again, I keep banging on about diversity, does it have people of colour, maybe Muslims, maybe Arabs, or people from the Middle East who might be kind of guiding you?
Well, it has people of expertise and understanding of what's been happening in the Middle East, and I don't think that necessarily the perspectives. It has a wide range of perspectives. I'm not sure if necessarily the cultural makeup of that group particularly guides the guidance. However, we have a large staff base, and we speak to people as required. But we also, for our guidance, look to what's the factual basis about what's happening around the world. So you mentioned, a few different things. For example, one is about human rights organisations and their claims. So we would report on those, but we would also take on board as a perspective in our story output, but also in our guidance about what's going on in the ground, and seek expert feedback on that. And for example, you also mentioned a few other things which I wouldn't mind just touching on if I can. We have published stories about the ICJ opinion. We have published stories about the South African case regarding around genocide. We have published stories about claims about crimes against humanity. Our overarching principle here is that as journalists, we're looking to provide factual information, but we're also looking to clearly attribute that information to where it's coming from.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Sharma.
Thank you. And thanks and good afternoon, everyone. I had a few questions, relatively short, about corporate matters predominantly. The process for recruiting the new managing director, when do we expect a new managing director will be announced, and has that process commenced to find a new managing director?
Chief People Officer.
I'll take that question.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator, for the question. The process has commenced. Under the direction of the Chair and the Board, we've appointed our search firm, Spencer Stewart, who are assisting with that recruitment process. We're moving through that now. In terms of when we might announce, it really just depends on that process. So,
have you started interviewing candidates yet?
We've not yet interviewed,
okay.
But we've received applications.
Okay, thank you. And the show Q&A, just because this came up with Mr Anderson at the last estimates, Mr Anderson said that you were rethinking the program's future, Q&A's future, noting it had gone from 40 episodes last year to 24 episodes this year, and that the ABC was reconsidering that format. I just wanted to see whether that consideration had progressed at all since Mr Anderson provided that update.
I don't think it's progressed in any meaningful way to provide you with a meaningful update here. I think his reference was from the 40 to the 24. We have had, I'm sure you're aware, there were some changes with the host, but in terms, and some changes with taking the show outside of being in studio in the capital city. So they're the changes to date. I don't think any other changes to report on at the moment.
Do I expect the show to go to air next year?
I'm not sure that we...
You haven't taken programming decisions yet?
I don't think we've made exact programming decisions for next year, but...
The schedule for next year will be announced at the ABC upfronts in a matter of weeks, so I'm happy to do an extended invite to you, Senator, for that. The team is certainly planning to return, given it's an election year. Patricia Carvelis, the host, the EP Liza Harvey, the team are doing a superb job. Cracking show last night, previewing the US election. Performed really well. I think it had roughly, don't hold me to it, around 250,000 people watching in the city. So it was a good program last night. The team are committed to it evolving and making sure they're connected to the community as much as possible.
Okay, thank you. And then can I just ask about the rebrand that was recently announced, I think back in August, the new look and features and the restoration of the news theme. When did that rebrand exercise commence?
The exact exercise, I might pass again to our Director of News.
Yeah,
I think led
ABC News has periodically updated its branding, Senator. This particular exercise happened over a number of months, and it was a piece of work that covered a number of different departments at the ABC. We wanted to make sure we were clear on what the audience is looking for, make sure that it reflects visually the values and identity of what ABC News is, and we're very happy with the outcome.
And what was the total cost of the rebrand exercise?
The rebrand exercise, it was approximately 800,000, I believe.
Okay, and was that spent internally, or did you bring in external consultants and sort of graphics and design?
It was primarily external.
Okay.
Primarily. Can I say, just to get in a plug for the ABC, the ABC News is the top news website in the country in digital news audio rankings across the total digital news market. So this was in the latest Ipsos rankings, so we count that as a win, I think, of our rebrand.
So I was going to ask, have you seen an uptick in audience numbers since the...
There you go. We have.
So is there a correlation there? I'm genuinely interested.
We track this very carefully, Senator, week in, week out. I would like to say absolutely there is a correlation. It's one of those things. We track our activity like this. We track our story activity. As I say, we track that week in, week out. We've absolutely seen an uptick. I would say that there is a correlation, yes.
Has the ABC done any research since to track how the rebrand has been received by audience segments or anything? Would you normally do that?
It's ongoing. I think the manner in which you do a rebrand like this is that we are constantly seeking feedback from our audiences on the usability.
Okay. And how many third-party design firms were involved in this? Do you know that figure?
Senator, I'd have to take that one on notice, sorry.
Okay. And when was the last similar such rebrand?
We'll have to take that on notice. We think it's somewhere between 7 and 10 years, Senator. This was a more ambitious rebrand for lots of reasons. One was we took the opportunity to update our ABC News website and app at the same time as updating our look and branding assets across video, TV, broadcast and the website. So that was a much bigger exercise. You will have observed that we now have a uniform look between our, say, news channel and the website with a great deal of intention, because we observed that the nature of how people use our news today is very different to the last time we did this almost a decade ago. In terms of audience uptick and feedback, we received a great deal of audience feedback week to week. We received specific feedback, for instance, that was positive about the rebrand. We also received some feedback around very subtle things like the ticker at the bottom of the ABC News channel. There was a view from some of our audience members that the opacity made it harder to read. So we responded to that audience feedback because we respect the audience, they're our bosses, and we made it darker and less visible than it was, and that's worked really well. The ABC News website this year, as Ms Klein intimated, has been performing really well, and particularly excited to get a plug-in about our forthcoming coverage of the US election across News Channel, ABC One and our news website and Listen Up tomorrow.
All right, I will. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We'll take a break now and we will return with the ABC at 4:15. Welcome back. I'm just going to advise that we are formally releasing the classification board. They will no longer be called. And we will now return to the ABC. Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Chair. My question from my lovely staffer who hates having a name mentioned in estimates because it embarrasses. So, hi, Kelly. On the female representation on the Insiders program, I think it was, last time I raised the numbers, she's given me an update today, which was interesting, that it's only at 17% for this year, and that with the 44% representation of female politicians in this parliament, perhaps the ABC, are you doing anything to look at equal representation for female politicians on your political shows?
Thank you, Senator.
Are you doing anything? Is that monitored?
So, Senator, it's that figure is not good enough. And what I would add is that are you referring to the figures for the political interview?
Yes, correct.
Where we can take on notice and provide you a list of requests we've made that have been knocked back. I know, for instance, there are a number of requests to both members of Cabinet and Shadow Cabinet, or the Shadow Ministry rather, who inevitably will have declined interview requests.
Right.
We can't.
That'd be handy because that way I won't get beaten up when I walk back to the office.
Gender diversity, of course, on the program goes beyond the political interview to the couch, and Insiders gives us an opportunity to showcase some of the incredible women in the press gallery that are formidable and fierce in the way they go about their jobs. The interview itself, we are beholden to who says yes or no in the context of a political interview. So we would encourage any women across the ministry and Shadow Ministry to engage with the program when it's requested. Or the Greens for that matter. I'm not sure that we're struggling to get the Greens on. So I think, but I'll take that on notice too.
I'm available.
No, don't.
Sorry, Maureen Faruqi has been on. They are Di Lee, Katie Gallagher, Penny Wan, Maureen Faruqi, Zoe Daniel, Jane Hume and Bridget McKenzie. So they were the women that have been on this year.
And we appreciate them taking part very much.
Thank you very much. Next question. Obviously, Mr Anderson can't be with us. I hope he is well. I reached out to him on his announcement and said, thanks for coming and putting up with us. How's the search for a replacement? Do we have a timeline on that? Do we know when that's looking like happening?
I will pass that one to our Chief People Officer.
We're in the process of shortlisting candidates at the moment. The applications have closed and we're moving to interview in the next few weeks. It really just depends from there on how that process plays out.
Right. Is there a goal ETA to be on the ground by, or?
We'd love to
without ruining any...
Without
ruining a subplot, yep.
Yeah, I mean, it would be, great to have somebody appointed, within the coming months, and we're just moving through that process. As I said, first round interviews will be in the next couple of weeks.
Was there strong interest in the role?
We had good interest in the role, yes.
Was there international interest in the role?
We did search internationally as a part of the process, but we're really looking for individuals who are Australian, obviously, and people who are overseas who might have been looking to come home. And so the search was both domestic and international, yes.
Okay, that's all I got on that. That was needing. Parramatta move, how is that going?
Parramatta move is going well, thank you. So we have moved most of our teams now out to Parramatta. Local radio are broadcasting from the Promenade. News teams, the way we phrase it is we have shifted the balance now is higher in Parramatta than in Ultimo in terms of our local news team.
So local news is still in Ultimo, or?
We have local news across Ultimo and across Parramatta. We have more of our staff now in Parramatta, and we will be broadcasting from the Promenade, our 7 p.m. news, with the goal to have that happening by the end of this year.
Okay. Other than local news, who's left in Ultimo?
So in Ultimo, we still have a lot of staff in Ultimo. We've got a lot.
Are there divisions, or are they just leftover bits of?
No. So Senator, so we've got a large sort of a lot of the support staff are in there. So people and culture team, finance teams, a lot of the corporate services team still exist. Then we have national programs still in Ultimo, so that may be, I think I mentioned earlier, Radio National, for example. We do still have a substantial amount of news staff in Ultimo, and that may be international news, but they are also spread, across the whole of the country. We've got content teams still in Ultimo, so we still probably have around about 1,600 people, I would say.
Okay. And last question from me, in 3 parts. How much did the move cost? What's the so far? What's the expected final cost, and how does it compare to budget?
So total budget for the project was $67.2 million. We are progressing very well to budget, so my expectation is that we will not exceed that number. Exactly where we're at to date, I'd have to take that on notice, yeah. Okay. But we're very close to the end of the project.
Thank you, Chair.
Which is why I have comfort that we will be on budget.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Henderson.
Oh, thank you very much, Chair. Mr Stevens, this morning I received an email from an ABC reporter who doesn't want to be identified, but this person writes, I work for ABC in the regions. We have not had any updated recording gear to make content for the past 7 years. Metros and all other departments within ABC have all had major camera gear updates over the last 12 to 18 months, but for content makers in the bush, we're left with a phone and a tired, outdated camera that's over 7 years old that we all have to share with each other within the office. A lot of us have been asking for new gear for some time, but we keep hearing back is next financial year. A lot of us have actually gone out and brought our own cameras just so we can make good content to serve our audiences. I'm wondering, is this fair?
So thanks for the question, and I'd encourage the journo, if they're at ease, to contact me later, and very happy to have a conversation with that team member to reassure them that we want to make sure that our journos around the country have what they need.
So can I ask you that question?
We are looking at the best cameras to get for our teams across regional teams. So we've got over 40 bureaus, as you know, Senator, across the country. At the moment, they're serviced with 2 cameras, a Mini P2, which is a very resilient camera, which does a good job with a good, strong zoom lens. The phone that they alluded to is actually something called a Mojo kit, which is a more recent piece of innovation from our tech teams, which has transformed the way we can hear from our outstanding regional reporters around the country. That's why you can see across our news channel more regional reporters than ever before, but also in emergency events. That's how we're able to get material out, by connecting an iPhone to what's called a live view kit, which transmits it straight back to station. We're looking at what the options are for...
Just on the concerns raised by this journalist, and I won't be able to provide you with the details of who this journalist is because this person asked not to be identified, but this person has raised serious concerns of discrimination between ABC journos in the bush and those in the cities. And I would ask you, why are they operating with such outdated gear when they have been requesting this over a number of years?
Yeah, I can reassure you and the staff member that it's on our radar to improve over time the technology they've got, but I can reassure you that at the moment we are making sure that with the technology they've got, by way of the Mojo kits, the Mini P2s, when I was recently in our Broken Hill Bureau, we took out with us, with the local regional editor, one of the new cameras that we're looking at, which is a Sony. It's the update, effectively, of how we would update the Panasonic Mini P2. It comes at a sizable cost, and so As with any major expenditure like that, we need to go through a proper process and make sure we get the right technology for them.
So are you going to compensate those who've gone out and had to buy their own gear because they haven't been able to access proper gear where they're working?
I'll have to follow up with the individual who's contacted you about their specific situation. We discourage staff to get their own gear or to utilise their own gear for lots of different reasons, mainly because it's often not compatible with the systems and technology.
Well, that's not true, Mr Stevens, because when I worked at the ABC, the only way I could get myself a computer was to buy it myself. So it seems like things have not changed. If journalists are still purchasing their own camera gear in the bush because they cannot get updated gear, and to say, oh, well, look at it, well, this is what this journalist has been told for a number of years.
Yeah, no,
the can keeps getting kicked down the road. And so when are journalists in the regions who are playing the most important role for our nation, when are they going to be treated fairly and equally?
Thanks, Senator. I think we're certainly not aware of any inequality in the nature of what access to technology they have, to the extent that the vast number of Mojo kits they have is far in excess of any other team or department. I'd also highlight that you're seeing more regional journalism across all news platforms than you've ever seen before, but I'm not disputing that we want to make sure we constantly evolve and update what they've got, and I'm not disputing the fact that we're keen to do that when we're in position to.
So how much does the new Sony camera cost?
I don't know off the top of my head, sorry, Senator, but if you extrapolate that times the number of regional teams we've got, it's a sizable investment, and that's why we have processes for these things.
Do you mind, just on notice, providing me with the details, or the committee with details about your camera gear? So how much camera gear you hold at the ABC in your division, which is news and current affairs, because I would put to you that the value of the camera gear held in the cities would be far greater than anything in the bush.
We can follow up, Senator, and I think each team, depending on the nature of their work, has different access to different types of cameras and technology. What a cameraman for, say, a camera person, camera woman or cameraman has for, say, foreign correspondent when they're travelling overseas to a war zone is a very different camera setup to an Australian story camera operator, to a news operator in a newsroom that's filming courts, for instance, versus a regional bureau where the majority of the material they're shooting will be different and needs to have the right technology for the nature of the work they're doing. But we'll follow up and absolutely provide that to you.
All right, what I would really appreciate that. Chair, I do have some other questions as well, if I can go on. Is that all right?
Yep, we'll just cut at the other end of the program.
I'll be as quick. I'm conscious we're over time, so I'll be as quick as I possibly can. Look, I just wanted to raise concerns about the ABC's coverage of the war in Gaza and Lebanon. What training does the ABC provide its reporters in relation to anti-Semitism and the dramatic rise of anti-Semitism in this country?
So, Senator, it's well known amongst our journalists who are expected to be knowledgeable of all contemporaneous events and issues that anti-Semitism is an intolerable issue that's unfortunately prevalent in our society. Mr. Fang can speak to how extensive our coverage of that has been, along with how we go about training our staff more generally.
Thank you. So, Senator, we conduct editorial policy training with all our content makers across news and the content division. We would focus broadly on the way to approach our journalism and about being accurate and impartial, rather than necessarily focusing a session on anti-Semitism. But we would encourage our staff to pursue stories where they are, including we have done extensive coverage about the issues of anti-Semitism in Australia, particularly since the October the 7th terrorist attacks. I think we've done more than 120 stories at last count year to date. We've covered extensively the issues around that, the anniversary of the October the 7th terrorist attacks and the impact on the Jewish community in Australia. We've covered the appointment of Gillian Siegel as the Special Envoy. This has been done across our news and current affairs platforms and in some of our more in-depth platforms. Our religion and ethics report, for example, on Radio National, we've done detailed interviews and examinations about anti-Semitism, about what it is and the origins of that. So I think for the audience, we've explored this issue quite extensively across all of our platforms.
There was one news report and there was some coverage about it on the 1st of October 2024. I will need to, on notice, provide a transcript if you can't pull one up. But this was following the death of Hezbollah's terrorist leader, and there was no mention in this report that some protesters were openly supporting Hezbollah or that terrorist symbols were on full display. Are you aware of the report to which I'm referring?
Yes, and I think you're speaking about a story in our 7 p.m. program.
Yes.
Yep, which I can speak to. There were...
And also, just to add this little bit, and there was one interview or a vox pop with a woman who said that the Hezbollah's terrorist leader brought comfort and security to Lebanon. Now, nowhere in this story was there any contrary view. And I think it's one of the, from what I've seen on the ABC, one of the worst examples of appalling coverage of this conflict, where a terrorist leader was openly praised in your coverage, but there wasn't even a contrary view. In fact, there wasn't even any reference to the fact that this person was a terrorist leader.
So, Senator, happy to speak to that. So that was one story in our 7 p.m. program on that evening that was part of a run of 3 stories about the killing of Hassan Nasrallah that all ran together in that 7 o'clock program. The initial story focused very heavily on the killing and the comments of the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, where he outlined Hassan Nasrallah's background as a terrorist and Hezbollah's actions as terrorist actions. The second story also went into more detail, where it provided additional context about Hezbollah and about Hassan Nasrallah. The third story was intended to focus on the response of Australians to the killing. And you are correct, it did include one vox pop that, as you said, quoted one member of the community. The story was not intended to be seen in isolation. It was intended to be viewed by the audience together with the 2 preceding 7 o'clock stories. But we recognise...
I've got to say I don't accept that, because I think every story that's broadcast on the ABC News, there is a responsibility to report the story accurately and impartially, and in relation to that particular story, that did not occur.
Senator, I take your opinion on that, but our editorial policy standards speak to providing the relevant perspectives in a reasonable period of time in a program, and it's our expectation that an audience member sitting down to watch the 7 o'clock and getting to the third story in that rundown would have seen those 2 previous stories. However, we accept that when the story was posted separately by itself, that was inappropriate. And so, we agreed that in isolation it shouldn't have been posted as a video clip, and we took action to repair that and to fix that.
More broadly, that worries me, that if journalists are being told you're not required to be impartial or accurate or honest, if there are other stories in the 7 p.m. bulletin that might present a different view or perspective, surely every journalist at the ABC is required to comply with your editorial policies because there is, after all, a statutory duty, and I'm reading straight from your editorial policies, to ensure that the gathering and presentation of news and information is accurate according to the recognised standards of objective journalism. Credibility depends heavily on factual accuracy.
Senator, I think Mr Stevens would like to contribute as well, but can I just say that the impartiality standard and the ed polls, which I'm happy to provide more on, but they're publicly available on our site, do speak to the idea that we provide relevant perspectives over a reasonable period of time. And in our 7 o'clock program, that story did not exist without those other 2 stories that preceded it.
Yeah, and Senator, I'd add that 2 things. One is the reporters aren't always responsible nor have time for the nature of the distribution of our individual pieces of content across multiple platforms. That's on a number of staff. Certainly there's some lessons here to make sure that where individual items are not in the context of a broad news bulletin, as Mr Fang detailed, there needs to be the requirement for that context to be added. I would add the reporter, Nabil Anasha, has been subject to various forms of criticism, including from some media outlets. He has our full support and he's a terrific journalist coming through our teams.
Oh, look, I wasn't even going to name the journalist because I've got no reason to reflect on him. I don't know much about his other work. But I looked at that story and I thought that really missed the mark and reflected very poorly on the ABC's obligations to Australians. Can I clarify with you that your editorial policies don't require journalists to disseminate news and information accurately and impartially within one story, so they can consult with their colleagues and find out what else has been broadcast that night? I mean, that just seems a completely inappropriate way for journalists to operate, Mr Stevens.
With respect, Senator, I think that's a mischaracterisation of our editorial policies where...
But that's what you're suggesting. You're saying, look, it's okay if there are other stories in the 7pm bulletin which might, present different views.
No, I took to mean, unless I misunderstood, that you were implying that we do not require our journalists to be accurate or impartial in their reporting, and we absolutely do, and we take that, as do our reporters, incredibly seriously. I think your critique would probably have more, with respect, more credence if it was a standalone item that didn't have the 2 items immediately prior to it that has the information that you said that report lacked. The report itself did not have any accuracy issues, and the nature of that report was filming a protest that was of news interest. The reporter covered that accurately. We take, as do our journalists, the requirements of editorial policies extremely seriously.
Mr Stevens, that story had major issues of concerning impartiality. So there was no reference to the fact that the person being praised was a terrorist leader, and even on and also all of the other comments that were made in relation to the demise of that terrorist leader, for want of a better word. I would put to you that it's deeply concerning that journalists can present a particular perspective on the basis that there might be other stories in the 7pm bulletin.
The story was an accurate report of the protest. The story and the information that you've reflected on was clear in the preceding reports, except that you're expressing an opinion on your view of the stories.
Well, I'm saying to you that it wasn't impartial, and it seems that when you referred to the fact that it was broadcast as a standalone item, you agree there were some concerns.
As a standalone item,
that's right,
for which the reporter in that instance was not directly responsible for the distribution of, and we quickly added an editor's note to make sure that was abundantly clear to the audience.
And what was that editor's note that you added?
I don't have it to hand, sorry, Senator, but we're happy to take that on notice and table it.
Thank you very much. I'd appreciate that. More broadly and just very quickly, are all your... I've previously raised concerns that some of your reporters are not qualified journalists, particularly those who work on the TikTok platform. How many journalists don't have qualifications at the ABC?
Senator, we'd have to take that on notice. We would not know off the top of our head the exact number. We'd want to get that completely accurate.
What's the minimum requirement to be a journalist at the ABC in terms of qualifications?
With respect, Senator, observed some critiques of what the vertical video teams and reporters on vertical video. Our vertical video team do a fantastic job disseminating complex information and news events to audiences, and they absolutely are just as important journalistically and equipped journalistically to report on major news.
So I was just asking another question though, and that was, what is the minimum qualifications required to be a journalist at the ABC?
Not specific to that team, you mean
No,
broadly?
across the board.
So
to join ABC News or 7:30 or Four Corners or Australian Story, what is the minimum journalistic qualifications which are required?
Senator, I think that question is best answered on notice so that we can give you absolute detail. There will be different requirements for different styles of journalism across our organisation. It wouldn't be one single size fits all.
Can you add to that at all, Mr Stevens? I mean, if you're employing someone in ABC News and Current Affairs, are they required to have minimum qualifications or minimum experience as a journalist?
We have very clear expectations of what we require of our journalists. We also accept, as you'd be aware, Senator, too, that we invest a lot of time and energy in equipping younger journalists and staff who are coming through the organisation with the journalistic skills they need that we can layer on top of that. I think the endeavour of improving journalistically is at the outset of one's career and even after many years. And so training and our expectations of minimum requirements of what we expect of our journalists relates to new staff and new hires. A lot of them come through journalistic schools. A lot of them have prior experience in different forms of community journalism or regional journalism. We make sure that we are very clear on our expectations, but make sure that we assess the skills of the staff we're hiring, and we make sure we apply them with the skills they need journalistically in time as well.
Thank you very much for your time today, and Chair, thank you so much. No more questions.
Thank you. Thank you for coming along. Really appreciate it. We will let you go. I will advise that we're running approximately 2 hours late, but there you have it. And I would ask that officers from the Special Broadcasting Service Corporation join us. Mr Taylor, I think you're online. You are. Thank you for coming. Welcome. Can you maybe introduce yourselves, name and capacity in which you're appearing? That would be great.
I'll go first. James Taylor, Managing Director of SBS.
Good afternoon, Mandy Wicks, Director of News and Current Affairs. Claire O'Neill, Director of Corporate Affairs.
Litsa Niarkos, CFO.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. I might just get us warmed up a little bit. Mr Taylor, I note that you are, for the second year, running Australian Podcasters of the Year. Do you maybe want to give us a few highlights on that great accolade?
That's very, very, very kind of you, Chair. In fact, we're nominated for a third time as Podcaster of the Year, and fingers crossed that we will walk away with the prize. I mean, I think it's lovely to be recognised for our podcasting work. I think the broader story to tell is that it acknowledges that SBS is doing all within its funding and its capacities to reach audiences where they are. If you go onto the SBS audio app, you'll see a wonderful cornucopia of new and exciting podcasts which reflect the way audiences are increasingly consuming audio content. And in fact, at our upfronts the week before last week, it's a bit of a blur, Senator, we announced that we're the first media organisation in the country to bring our live audio offer into SBS On Demand to sit along all of our video assets, and we will also be bringing our podcasts into SBS On Demand as well to create a one-stop shop for all of SBS's audio and video offers.
Great. That's really good to hear. I just have one other quick question. Update on where NITV's at and what you've got on the slate for the coming year.
Yeah, NITV is making a really valuable contribution to SBS and its audiences. It has grown its audiences by about 25% year on year on linear. It is moving a significant amount of content through our on-demand platform. Season 6 of Going Places with Ernie Dingo has just gone live, and there's the first episode up there already. And we have announced a couple of new programs again last week. The Big Backyard Quiz, which is a fantastic game show style presentation presented by First Nations presenters. We're also doing a co-commission across SBS and NITV called 2.6 Seconds, which is about the tragic death of Kumanjai Walker and the circumstances surrounding that. So, content covering an array of genres and really reaching out to audiences and bigger audiences each year. So, real credit to the team.
Great. Thank you very much. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon to you all. I wanted to ask about claims broadcast by the Sherry program on Sky News, which related to SBS's decision to remove, edit and then refuse to run 4 interviews which presented Israel's side of the war in Gaza. My understanding is that SBS claimed these stories did not meet editorial standards, and these involved the work of a Jewish SBS journalist by the name of Amit Rihak. And I understand this journalist has now left the SBS, and there may be a dispute that is continuing. I understand that legal action may have commenced. I'm not sure. You might be able to tell me about that. But could you please provide some information in relation to this matter, Mr. Taylor, please?
Absolutely, Senator. I've got an awareness of the allegations made on the program you referenced. It is true, Senator, that in some circumstances we have either edited or removed individual stories presented by that journalist. That was through our efforts to ensure that our coverage remains balanced and impartial in accordance with our code of practice, and I'm sure you're familiar with that document. It is the case that we sometimes take these decisions to edit or remove content when they don't comply with our code, and in a couple of examples here we have done so. To answer the second part of your question, I'm not aware of any legal action that is currently on foot. I understand that Mr. Rihak has indicated that he is considering his legal options, but that has not resulted in any legal action. And I should note that Mr. Rihak's departure from SBS was not in connection to the editorial interventions that I've just described.
Okay, so Mr. Rihak did an interview with the distinguished British Commander Richard Kemp.
Yes.
In which the wartime Mr. Kemp said Israel was taking care not to kill civilians. Now that was removed, or perhaps it wasn't broadcast at all. If you can clarify that? Mr. Rihak also did an interview with a relative of a hostage, but SBS refused to broadcast that, which seems particularly shocking. So could you please provide some information in relation to those decisions?
Absolutely, Senator. So in relation to the first interview, you referenced the interview with Colonel Kemp. The interview was not removed because of any comments made by Mr. Kemp per se. He was a legitimate interview subject, and in fact, the program manager for the Hebrew program, the person to which this journalist reported, was aware that the interview was planned. The interview, though, was posted before the manager had an opportunity to review it, and the line of questioning was not in keeping with our standards. So it wasn't so much what Mr. Kemp said, it was the way in which the questions were posed, which were not in keeping with the relevant code of our code of practice. In relation to the second, and so that interview was removed after it was published. The second interview you mentioned with the relative of a hostage, that interview was not completed at the time that Mr. Ehak resigned from SBS. It remains uncompleted. We have provided a confirmation to the program that covered this on Sky that we will be completing that program and publishing it when the new journalist for the Hebrew program joins us. They've started on staff. The program's going to air in later November, and we'll be picking up that story. So it wasn't that we denied publishing, it's that it wasn't completed at the time of Mr. Ehak's resignation and rapid departure from SBS.
So in relation to the interview concerning Colonel Kemp, two issues. So is it the case that journalists are posting stories before they've been approved by their editorial manager? Is that what happened in that case? And if so, on what basis is that permitted? And secondly, on notice, could you please provide the committee with a copy of the transcript of that story and identify the questions asked by the journalist which did not comply with your code of conduct?
Code of practice, Senator.
Code of
to
practice.
Be clear. Yeah, and Senator, I'm very happy to, and there's a very clear rationale which has been well set out in relation to the problems with that story, so I'm very happy to share those with the committee. The question you had about whether or not it's, in this case, was appropriate for the story to be published before reviewed by the manager, I think that was your question, Senator.
That's right.
You're right, it should not have been, and in fact, in this case, there was an agreed content plan for the week, as is customary, particularly for programs that are covering conflicts. We want to make sure that we understand the stories that have been covered and the way they've been covered. In this case, the interview with Colonel Kemp was part of an agreed content plan, but it wasn't to be. But it was published by the journalist without permission and before an upward referral to their manager.
And what platform was it published on? Can you clarify?
It was an audio interview published on our website, as I understand. But I'll clarify specifically which platforms it was on, because sometimes these are disseminated more broadly. But it was published on the SBS website, as I understand it, as an audio interview, without going through the previously agreed process whereby a manager would customarily review this sort of an interview before it was posted.
So the
work was done outside of ordinary work hours when the individual was not rostered to be on.
Well, that's not the first time that a journalist has worked out of hours, Mr. Taylor, with respect. Many journalists work much longer hours than they're paid for, including at SBS.
I wasn't making a judgment about that, Senator. I was simply observing that in this case, it was the case that the manager had not expected the work to occur, nor was it communicated before publishing.
And so why wasn't that story remedied with any, and I can't make a judgment because I haven't seen the transcript, yes. Why wasn't that remedied rather than deleting the entire story?
Yeah, I'll take it on notice. There is when you see the transcript and our explanation, you understand why it wasn't able to be remedied. Of course, it is our first effort, our first and most desirable effort is to remedy a story when it can be remedied. That was not possible in this particular case, Senator.
And what's going to happen in relation to the story involving the relative of a hostage?
Yeah, I mean, we absolutely would be very motivated to share the perspective shared by that relative, which is why we chose to interview them in the first place, Senator. We will. The story, I think, was captured a bit earlier this year. We would probably seek to re-engage with that individual to update the story and then publish it once completed. And of course, we're very grateful when anyone's willing to come on SBS to talk about this story, particularly to tell such a painful story as this individual was sharing.
So how many complaints have you received in relation to your coverage of the Israel-Gaza conflict, obviously also extending to Lebanon?
We've had 440-odd total pieces of feedback, some of which I understand will be code complaints and otherwise, but let me come back to you, Senator, on notice with a detailed breakdown of the way in which complaints have accrued across the organisation since, I guess, October 7th.
So I don't know whether you just heard me questioning the ABC in relation to its coverage of a protest following the death of the leader of Hezbollah, a terrorist organisation. That terrorist leader was not identified as such in the ABC story. What is your policy in terms of ensuring that your stories identify terrorist organisations like Hamas, Hezbollah, as a terrorist organisation?
Yes, Senator, I mean, I might not hand to Ms Wicks, since we may as well utilise her expertise and she can answer that question with your permission.
I think our approach is to, for SBS to use balanced and impartial language. However, we absolutely use terms like terrorist when it is attributed to a particular individual who's used the word or an organisation that's used a word.
And so do you have a policy of ensuring that when Hezbollah is referenced in stories that it's clear that they are a designated terrorist organisation?
We will often
Hamas?
say...
And Hamas as well?
We will often say that the Australian government has classified them as a terrorist organisation.
But sometimes you won't?
Where it's relevant to the story, if we're talking about an individual in Gaza, or we might reference the term Hamas, we won't necessarily always then add that to the story, but where it is relevant, we absolutely do say that many believe it's a terrorist organisation and has been classified as such by the Australian government.
I think so. If you looked across an array of our content, you would see a regular reference to those 2 points.
I'm about to run out of time. I'll ask another couple of quick questions before I lose the call. But what is your policy in relation to the balanced coverage of this war? Could you sum that up for me?
Well, I mean, a code of practice applies, Senator, in relation to balance and impartiality, and so we have the same expectations of coverage of this particular conflict as we would of any theatre of war or indeed any other topic. And so that's set up quite clearly in our code of practice. I think it's section 3.1, if I'm not mistaken, and we apply that across all of our content. And of course, when there's a conflict going on, whether it's Russia, Ukraine, or this conflict in the Middle East, we are particularly enlivened to the sensitivities around the coverage and making sure that the coverage complies with our standards.
So do you have any concerns about the assessments made in relation to Mr Rehak?
No, I don't. I think the editorial team exercised good and sound editorial judgment based on a firm understanding of what professional journalism should look like, and they applied our codes clearly and in very clear communication with Mr Rehak.
Look, I will take that information I asked for on notice, but I have to say I've been asking questions of you in estimates for a number of years now, and this is the first time that I've raised concerns about SBS's impartiality. I mean, obviously from my perspective, that's disappointing. How hard are you working to ensure that these issues don't arise again? Because it seems there are some legitimate grounds that this journalist has raised in relation to how his work was treated.
I don't accept that, Senator. Actually, I think you would be comforted that we are applying the standards that you care so deeply about without fear or favour across the organisation, and in this particular case where the journalist demonstrated an inability in particular examples to comply with those clearly stated objectives and expectations.
We'll rotate
I'll
the
leave
call
it there.
now.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you for your time this afternoon. I've just got a few questions. I've had a number of people in the ACT write to me and raise with my office closed captioning of SBS programs. I was interested what percentage of your SBS On Demand catalogue has closed captions?
That on notice, Senator. I mean, I can tell you bullishly that we exceed the minimum requirements, but I don't know by how much, and I can't tell you specifically how many hours. Clearly, we endeavour to do as many as possible. It's obviously of utility that people have a fundamental need for the captions, and also people that sometimes want to watch their TV with the volume turned down. I do see feedback about closed captions as well, and I know that it's frustrating to people when they turn on a program and they want to see the captions and can't find them. I think technology is going to be our friend over time as the cost of provisioning those captions becomes cheaper. But I'll get you the information on notice you've asked for, Senator.
Sure, thank you. Do you have an aspiration or a goal around that, or are you just happy to be above the minimum standard?
Well, we see it of great audience utility. So it's something that factors heavily in our thinking about, in addition to the kind of the very obvious specific use case for captioning. We would like to continue to exceed the targets, but of course it comes down to funding and relative priorities. Senator, if I could just finish by saying that SBS On Demand is the highest rated streaming platform in both the Apple and the Android app stores, and that's because we care very deeply about the needs of audience members.
No, congratulations and thanks for the work you're doing there. How many accounts, on-demand accounts, are there?
There are approximately 13.5 million. I'm going to be fact-checked on that by a member of my team. We have been engaging in some clean-up of dormant accounts, with this active exercise of our privacy obligations. And so I think it's we've reduced to a bit over 12 million now as we've cleaned up some inactive accounts.
12 million active. Thank you. That's useful. And last estimates, we were talking about the fact that you take or you have gambling and alcohol advertising, but you do have a sort of self-exclusion option where you can go into your settings and choose not to see those. I'm interested how many people or accounts have chosen not to see alcohol ads.
Alcohol ads.
Yeah.
I will take that on notice. I'll give you some broad statistics and then I'll clarify. We've had about 1,300 people in total opt out of one of gambling, alcohol, or QSR, which is quick service restaurants, i.e. fast food. Of the 1,300 odd that have opted out, approximately 90% have opted out of gambling, and the remaining 10% have opted out of either alcohol or QSR. But I'll on notice provide you the specific details. Senator, when someone contacts us to express a concern about this issue, we refer them to the portal so that they can opt out. We also have promoted it just recently at our upfronts and the year before, and we'll be doing some more to promote that functionality directly to our audiences over the coming 6 months.
Sure. Are you concerned that 1,300 out of 12 million probably suggests that people don't actually know about this feature, or does that kind of work for your business model?
No, Senator, we launched it because we want to provide the utility and allow people to avoid advertising that they find harmful or in other ways, not to their tastes. It's worth noting, Senator, we're the first and only media organisation in the country to launch this functionality. We launched it in February of this year, so not long ago. We wanted to make sure that the technology worked appropriately. Every person that writes to us gets referred to the portal, and we will be promoting it more heavily across our user base over the next 6 months so that anyone who's missed the offer has the opportunity. I've also done radio interviews about it, and there was quite a bit of publicity around it this year at our upfronts and last year when we announced the functionality. But I absolutely acknowledge your point that we might expect to grow that community over time.
We've also passed on to the ACMA the details, so if anyone complains to them, they can direct people to the opt-out functionality as well.
Sure, thank you. I mean, given you understand you have to raise revenue, but you're also sort of publicly supported broadcaster, I'd urge you to ensure that people know that. I'm someone who has been really frustrated seeing these ads, watching Gina Chick on Alone or whatever it might be. I had no idea that I could go into the settings and actually say, I don't want to be bombarded by an alcohol ad every 15 minutes. And so I'd encourage you to ensure people know that.
Indeed, Senator. Thank you for the encouragement.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you very much to SBS for joining us. Sorry to have made you wait so long, but we do appreciate you taking the time, and we will now let you go.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. If I can now call officers from the Australian Communications and Media Authority, please. Okay. Welcome, Ms Nerida O'Loughlin. Chair, would you care to make an opening statement?
Thank you. Nerida O'Loughlin, Chair and Agency Head of the Australian Communication and Media Authority. No thanks, we're happy to take questions.
Lovely. Thank you for coming along. We'll start with Senator Billick.
Oh, thank you, Chair.
Welcome. Nice to see you all again.
So we all know that it's really important for customers experiencing domestic and family violence to be able to access support when they need it most in a safe, secure and timely manner. Can you advise me what's being done to strengthen safeguards for those customers experiencing domestic and family violence? Please?
Thank you, Senator. We're currently undertaking, the Comms Alliance, who are the peak industry
Sorry, Ms O'Loughlin, I've got a hearing difficulty. Yeah. Could you just turn the mic up a bit for this? Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. We're currently in the process of working with Communications Alliance, which is the peak industry body for telecommunications. They are updating what's called the Telecommunications Consumer Protection Code, which is a code that is a co-regulatory code that covers a whole range of different consumer protections. In that code, they hadn't really included very specialist requirements around domestic and family violence. We had asked them to make significant improvements to the code. Unfortunately, when we saw the code come back to us, we didn't think they had improved it as much as we wanted it to. So, as requested, the Minister for Communications has directed the ACMA to make a formal standard around domestic and family violence. But at that point, I might hand over to my colleague to take you through some of the detail.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cathy Rains for General Manager, Consumer Division. Yes, certainly, following on from my chair, a standard is a piece of direct regulation which, once made, if breached, we will have very strong enforcement powers available to us. Going to the substance of what that standard might have, there will be a process involving extensive consultation with, we anticipate, experts in the domestic and family violence field to help us understand and shape a suite of protections within the bounds of the direction we expect to get from the Minister that will help to provide a suite of protections for domestic family and domestic violence victim survivors in their interactions with telecommunications countries. So at the moment, the department is working on supporting the Minister to settle and provide that direction to us. We will then undergo a period of consultation and expect to make that direction at some point in the course of next year.
And as Ms Lorenz said, if I could just add to that, what we want to be able to do once we receive that direction is to work really closely with those people and organisations involved in this area so that we can come up with a standard that really works for people and addresses their particular concerns. We've had some strong concerns for some period now that the way that some of the telecommunications companies are dealing with some of the inquiries just don't work for those types of people in those situations. For example, if a victim survivor of domestic violence has to change their phone account, in some cases they've been told that they have to go into a shop to change that account with the perpetrator, and we just don't think that just cannot work. So we're very keen to make sure we're working with those people who understand the space so we can develop a standard which will apply to the entire telecommunications industry.
Thank you. You mentioned that you weren't that there was room for improvement. I think you said asked for improvements.
Yes.
Can you outline for me what are some of the gaps in the current framework and how the standard's going to address those gaps?
So I think it goes back to the comment I just made earlier in regard to the systems and processes that the telcos have in place tend to be for the general public. We recognise that people in these circumstances may need bespoke systems put in place by the telcos to be able to deal with those. So around, the ease of changing account numbers, the fact that they don't have to have the other account holder agree to a change, the protection of people's private information and if they have changed an account, the privacy of those numbers so that they can't be used to track them down. So those types of issues where we saw were very large gaps in the regulatory framework.
Thank you. You also mentioned that there would be enforcement powers. Who will be responsible for the enforcement of the standard?
The ACMA will be responsible for enforcement.
And do we know yet what sort of enforcement powers?
The standard powers we have for standards are a full range of administrative law powers. So that might go from remedial directions, formal warnings, infringement notices, through to civil penalty.
Okay. I know we're running quite over time, so can I just say I think these are really important safeguards, and they'll definitely help to address those serious issues that we know are faced by victim survivors of domestic violence. So thank you for the work you're doing.
Thank you, Senator.
We'll go to Senator Sharma.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to the witnesses for appearing today. I just wanted to have some discussions around the ACMA's resourcing and preparedness for dealing with the misinformation and disinformation legislation, assuming it passes through the Parliament. Does ACMA believe it will need additional resources if the bill is passed, and have those conversations commenced with government?
Senator, we have previously received some resourcing in this area, so we believe that we're well placed to proceed with what we need to do if the Parliament passes the legislation. I think our immediate priorities will really be around making sure, publishing some guidance to industry to understand whether they're actually captured by the bill, because there are some definitions in the bill, so we need to really make sure industry knows who's caught by the bill is passed. Obviously educating the general public about new powers and the obligations, and then also continuing to engage with the industry around some of the areas we're concerned about what sort of reporting and metrics we will be looking for them to provide to us to support the provisions in the bill.
What sort of additional resourcing have you received already in terms of?
So in the 23-24 budget, the Australian Government announced that the ACMA would be provided with $7.9 million over 4 years from 23-24 to combat online disinformation and misinformation. So that increased our existing capacity and capability to monitor the effectiveness of the current self-regulatory arrangements. There's existing code put in place by DIGI, the Industry Association. So it was to bolster our ability to measure the effectiveness of that code, and that's also being used, that resourcing is also being used to assist the government in implementing any new legislation that comes through.
And what about the level of expertise required to be an arbiter of whether codes or rules that the digital platforms establish comply with the definitions of misinformation, disinformation, inauthentic behaviour, excluded dissemination, these various terms of art that are used in the legislation, which ultimately ACMA will need to reach a view as to whether the digital platform rules are complying with the definitions as in that Act. So what's the level of expertise that ACMA currently has around those sorts of questions, and what are ACMA's plans to develop that expertise?
So if I can step back a bit, what the bill envisages is greater transparency from the digital platforms in their systems and their processes and their complaints handling. So what the ACMA will be looking at is whether or not the digital platforms have those systems and processes in place to deal with misinformation. So that exists under the current voluntary code. So it will be the platforms who will make the judgments around whether something is misinformation or disinformation. That won't be judgment calls that the ACMA will be making.
But won't the ACMA make a judgment if they think those platforms' judgment calls are inadequate or wrong?
What we will be looking at is more, we've done research over the last 3 years about the level of concern in the public around the mis and disinformation, so I expect we'll be looking more to do research to see what the general community thinks, how those platforms are handling their responsibilities under the new bill, if passed. We'd also be looking at things like complaints to the digital platforms, how were they handled? Giving much greater transparency to people who perhaps content has been taken down or, deprioritised, will give much greater visibility and transparency to people who've been complaining, and I think we will tap into that complaints. So we will be looking at different types of things to make our judgment calls. We won't be looking at content.
But surely if there's a situation where a digital platform has established a set of rules or digital platform rules, I'm using the terminology I think correctly, but please step in if I'm not, that's designed to address misinformation, you get complaints from the public or from other avenues saying that this platform is failing to address known misinformation or disinformation and points examples to you, you will need to, won't you, ACMA will need to reach a judgment about whether a digital platform... That's
not the role that's envisaged under the Act at all.
Well, so we
will not be looking at individual pieces of content.
But you'll be making a determination about whether the platforms are complying with the legislation, correct?
We will be making judgments as to whether or not they've got systems and processes in place to deal effectively.
But what happens if the public, or a large segment of the public, alleges that the systems or processes are in place that are inadequate? Who makes the determination of whether those systems and processes are adequate?
Well, that would be...
Senator Sharma, I'm just going to remind everyone, you're skirting the line.
I know, I appreciate that, Chair.
You're still on the right side of it. This legislation is before this committee as an inquiry, and ACMA will be in front of the inquiry on Monday. So I'll just remind you that the content of that legislation and the inquiry into that legislation per se is to be dealt with at that time.
No, I accept that point. I guess the purpose of my line of questioning is to understand the level of expertise ACMA currently has or has sought resourcing from the government for in order to assist in its functions under that legislation. So would you mind, I think you were answering...
It was really just a little warning shot.
Yes, no, understood. So if you wouldn't mind just returning to my previous question.
Well, Senator, I think we have been oversighting the voluntary code for the last number of years. So I think we are very attuned to the systems and processes that have been put in place and indeed should be put in place by the digital platforms. Our third report to government that we delivered in September pointed to some of the deep concerns we have around things like the reporting by the platforms. We find that the reporting that they do is inconsistent, doesn't contain enough Australian data, so I think we have expertise to deliver on what is envisaged for us under the bill, both through the expertise that we've gained through oversighting the voluntary code, but also the significant amount of research that we've done pretty much since 2020.
I don't want to get into the topic of the hearing, but some of the submissions to that hearing have made their concerns known that ACMA does not have the expertise, for instance, to assess freedom of religion, which is one of the grounds for one of the exclusion grounds or excluded dissemination grounds under this legislation. Does ACMA have the expertise to assess whether an opinion that's held on the basis of a religious belief is a valid
Senator,
one?
that's not the judgment call we'll be making.
Again, Senator Sharma, I think as Mr Lachlan has pointed out a couple of times now, the role within this legislation, which you can unpack to your heart's content on Monday,
I will.
Is about the codes. It's not about making the judgment themselves. That is not the role of ACMA, as Mr Lachlan has pointed out.
I'm just... How will ACMA's role change? Is it your view that ACMA's role is fundamentally not going to change as a result of this legislation, the resourcing? Because you mentioned that there are already voluntary codes in effect.
I might pass over to my colleague, Karina Chapman.
Karina Chapman, Deputy Chair. Yes, it will shift. I mean, the first part of the legislation requires the platforms that are captured by the legislation to provide transparency. It doesn't kick in until the 6-month mark. They'll be required to put visibly their policies. They'll be required to publish a risk assessment, media literacy plan, And so our role will be to ensure that they do that at the 6-month point. So the first step will be, I think as the Chair alluded, some education as to who is covered by the bill. Then the first part, our new role, which does not exist at the moment, will be to ensure that those steps are taken. Our secondary role is to oversight, I think, as both chairs have mentioned, that the platforms have put in place, either via voluntary code or via other means, processes and systems which comply with the legislation. So they will be the ones that are responsible for making the decision about what is serious harm, what is the exemptions that fall within it, so the freedom of expression, the freedom of religious expression, etc., etc. But we won't make a decision about whether they've got it right or not. What we want to do, and what we are required to do under the legislation, is then ensure that there's transparency of what those decisions are. Now, that's a process we've already started as part of our voluntary system, where we are requiring them, or we are asking them, because it's a voluntary system at the moment, to publish certain data which gives an idea of how they are dealing with this material. How are they dealing with their complaints? What are their systems showing them as to whether they do or they don't downgrade that material? That will be then transparent, and that will be the point at which we can say, well, you don't have a complaint system in place. You're not dealing with it. We're not going to say whether they're making the right decisions on those complaints. That's not our role. But if you don't have a complaint system, then we step in.
We're going to need to rotate the call, Senator Sharma.
Okay, last question. I understand under the legislation you have a power to issue remedial directions under Section 21 of the legislation.
That's correct.
So won't those remedial directions, don't you issue those when you're satisfied that the digital communications platform has contravened or is not failing to adhere to the digital platform rules under subsection 19 or section 19? Now,
and
surely,
Senator Sharma, you have now stepped into that place.
Well, I'm just saying.
But citing clauses within the legislation.
I can finish it, and then, Senator, we can continue the conversation on Monday. Yes, a remedial direction. A classic example of where a remedial direction would be suitable. Let's just say platforms don't publish their policies. They don't do a media literacy plan. Probably the first thing we would do is, we'd probably write to them first. We'd then give them a formal warning, probably, and we'd say, you've got X period of time to do it. If they don't do it, we would then make a decision that they have in effect breached that 6-month point. We'd then give them a remedial direction. That remedial direction would say, you need to publish A, B, C, D and E, and we're going to give you, I don't know, just say, I wouldn't say 6 months, I'd say, 2. That's the classic example.
No, but as often in the cases, these black and white cases are the easy ones. It's the ones in shades of grey that are more difficult.
Indeed, and given that the legislation is currently under inquiry within a Senate committee, I am going to move it along, and I will advise senators that this could be a very painful session if I have to keep saying that over and over again and start reading from the estimates rules. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. I have no questions about the MISDIS bill today. I would like to ask some questions about the draft update to the Free TV Code of Practice.
Thanks, Senator Pocock. And we were aware of your questions this morning. So the Free TV Australia has commenced a review, a long-awaited review, I'd have to say, of the Free TV Code of Practice, which covers a broad range of things from factual accuracy through to classification, etc. One of the proposals in that was that the classification M and MA 15 plus zones would be extended, and as a consequence of that, there would be an additional 20 hours a week where M classified programs would be permitted. And I think the point you were alluding to this morning, that M classified programming allows for alcohol ads.
Yes.
So we were aware of that issue. On the 3rd of October, when the Free TV Code was released, we also released our views about the Free TV Code review. And one of the things we pointed out in our views was that
that the change would permit M content over longer periods of the day and will impact the times during which alcohol advertising is permitted. And we said that the ACNA considers that viewers may have concerns about any extension of time when alcohol advertising is permitted on television. So we did call that out. We did have a number of other views in there, certainly around things like commercial interests and distressing material. So we've put our views on the record that we think audiences will be concerned about that. And we have been encouraging people to make submissions to the Free TV Code on all the matters raised in the code, which I think the public consultation process closes next week.
Monday. Yes, Monday.
Great, thank you for
that. And that code will come to the ACMA, I don't know what timing that will be, will come to the ACMA and we will be asking for all the submissions from Free TV so we can get a sense of what audiences contributed to that process to allow us to make our decisions as to whether the code provides appropriate community safeguards.
Thank you. That's good to hear, because looking at the Broadcasting Services Act, it requires that, and to quote from it, broadcasting services place a high priority on the protection of children from exposure to program material which may be harmful to them, and that the industry codes provide appropriate community safeguards. I take it from what you said that you don't think that adding 10,040 potential hours of alcohol advertising meets that?
I think what I was saying was we would want to see what the audiences actually said back to Free TV on that matter, and I would expect that there'd be some considerable concern about it.
But surely you have to have a consideration to the Broadcasting Services Act. I mean, that's my question.
We will when the code comes to us for registration.
But do you think the draft having an extra 1,040 hours meets placing a high priority on the protection of children from exposure to program material which may be harmful to them?
I think that's probably a question I direct to Free TV.
You're the ACMA.
We will make those judgments when the code comes back to us.
And that's why I'm asking, like, is increasing alcohol advertising in line with that?
We have informed a view, Senator. We've made our views clear that we think there would be community concern about it, but we have informed a view because we don't have the finalised code in front of us, which may vary from the draft code.
Sure.
So I think you're asking the regulator to preempt a decision they're yet to make, and I think it's fair for the regulator to say we will make this decision in the ways that we're required to do at the time we're required to do so. Not going to pre-announce it at estimates.
Sure. I'm just a bit confused why we need to try and hear again from what audiences think, given your paper from June 2022 entitled What Audiences Want shows that Australians want greater safeguards for children, not less, on page 24. So I'm interested, how will you ensure that this code actually meets expectations, given you already know that?
So we put out the What Audiences Want paper in advance of Free TV considering revisions to its code. Free TV adjusted some of its code in response to what audiences want. It did not make the adjustments across all the areas that we suggested they make, which is why when the code went out, we reiterated some of our views around, and indeed Free TV put on record that we had concerns about some areas of the code. We have also gone out to say what our views are, where improvements could be made. It's a co-regulatory process. We are waiting for Free TV to finish its consultation process for it to come back to us with the draft, the code in its final form before we make a judgment on it.
Sure, thank you. I mean, one of the reasons I raise this is because the ACMA has form on this. I know you weren't the chair in 2015, but in 2015 the ACMA allowed Free TV to exempt all sporting broadcasts from alcohol restrictions, including for games on non-school days. And FOI documents show that ACMA was aware that the code change would increase alcohol advertising to children, and yet did nothing. Should we expect the same this time, or with you being in charge, can we expect that it'll be much sort of firmer?
I can't express a view on previous judgments of previous authorities.
I'm asking you to express a view on now that you are the boss.
Judgment that she's yet to make. I mean, you cannot ask an official to speculate about a decision that is yet to be taken.
You can surely ask about what your expectations are as the head of
Senator,
the
I think you refer to our What Audiences Want paper. That was pretty unique in us going out and saying we've looked at all our investigations, we've looked at research, we think this is what audiences do want out of those codes. And we did a similar exercise with telecommunications consumer protection called What Consumers Want, of the regulator being more directive to the industry about what we expect them to come back with. And then we will make the judgment call when they present us with the final code of practice. But I think we've been much more explicit than in previous years about what we expect.
That's great to hear, because that 2015 change means that we have alcohol during sporting events, and we know that rates of family and domestic violence go up during sporting events, and you're now allowing them to advertise alcohol. And we saw the government's rapid review into family and domestic violence highlight that. And yet ACMA's submission to the draft code doesn't say anything about this.
We had our views on publicly available, so we didn't really need to do... Sorry, which submission are you talking about?
Your submission to the draft code doesn't say anything about the fact that we have alcohol ads during sporting events, which has been highlighted by the government's rapid response team, which was put together as a commitment.
I might need to take that on notice. I'm not quite sure I'm aligning those two up.
Sure.
Yeah.
So in your submission to the draft code,
we didn't make technically a submission to the draft code. We provided publicly a document called ACMA Views on Free TV Code Review, which went through a number of existing issues that we had raised in what audiences want, which we didn't think had been satisfactorily addressed in areas like news and current affairs, accuracy, misinformation, corrections, distressing material, classification, and also reiterating our view that we've had for some time that broadcasters should voluntarily extend the scope of their codes beyond broadcasting to their BVOD services.
But when it comes to alcohol, all you noted was that alcohol ads would increase. I mean, it's like, do you not have a view beyond that, given the concerns we're hearing from the community?
So this is not technical. It's not a submission. I mean, the point is that
it's your view, though, isn't it?
I think it's the first time that certainly we're aware of that when a code has been put out, the ACMA has actually expressed some areas which it had hoped that Free TV would address, and it did not. So that in itself was quite a novel idea. The important thing here is
regulating is a novel
somewhat
idea.
This is somewhat of an iterative process, given that it's a co-regulatory system. So what we would hope now is that submissions will be made by interested people of how they feel the code should be either amended further, or if they accept the amendments, how that would occur. We were hopeful now that the consultation process will take its course, and then our hope would be that the Free TV would then take those submissions into account and possibly change that code in accordance with those submissions.
I don't think
but the point being, Senator, sorry, but then at that point in time, when they finally move through that process, then they present to us what they say is a final code, and then we make that decision, and then the authority as a whole makes a decision about whether it's prepared under the Broadcasting Services Act.
And that's why I'm raising this early.
So that's right to raise it, but we can't comment. We can't comment at this point in time on something that we don't know what we're commenting on.
I take that, but I assume last time you were also hoping around gambling, alcohol ads during sporting events that they would address it, but they didn't. And
we can't comment on a past decision.
But have you done a review into that? Have you given any thought to what impact that's had on Australian society?
The views that we had come to in terms of updates to the code was in the What Audiences Want paper.
Sure. And so as a regulator of free TV, after the rapid review into family and domestic violence highlighted alcohol and the fact that you as a regulator allow alcohol ads during sporting events, you haven't done any evaluation or even just reflection on what that means for future regulation?
I don't believe we've undertaken any research in that area, Senator, but I'm happy to take it on notice for you.
Do you think you should?
I think I'd just reiterate that, what we have been doing over this process is being much clearer to the industry, be it the broadcasting sector or indeed the telco sector, of where we think they're falling down on the expectations of their audiences or consumers, and being much more directive about what we expect from them coming forward with the code. And then we will need to make a judgment of whether they make amendments to that code that end up satisfying us.
That's really disappointing. Will do. It's incredibly disappointing because the rapid review made very clear recommendations around reducing alcohol ads during sporting events. You're the regulator that allows that, and you're saying you haven't even thought about that.
Senator, I haven't reviewed that document for a while, and I would expect that
how big's your team?
I would expect that that's something which is a policy decision by the government, rather than something that's open to us just under a code. But I'm happy to take that on notice and come back to you.
I just would have thought, as the regulator that has allowed alcohol ads during sport, to have a fairly landmark review, given all the interest and community wanting this issue to be solved, that someone in the ACMA would have said, "Oh, hey, that's actually our job. Let's look into that."
I think I'd like to take it on notice, but my expectation would be that would be a matter for government policy, which would guide the regulator.
Okay.
And we'll rotate the time.
Thank you, Chair.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. I've got some questions in relation to what ACMA has done in relation to the Kyle and Jackie O show. I've got a page here, if I could ask this to be given to the Chair. Pardon?
You're a listener.
I'm certainly not.
What do we got there?
Some comments that have been broadcast on the Kyle and Jackie O show.
Can you pass?
Since September. These are just a handful.
Are these taken off the transcripts?
Yeah. I'd just like the Chair to have a copy of them.
Can you give a copy to the Chair?
I'm happy if the opposition want a copy.
Good, trying to get your password on.
No, you don't want to. Can I just get a copy to the Chair, please? Thank you. Now, Ms O'Loughlin, I want you to just have a look at this and then tell me whether you think you would be able to read this out to us.
Please don't.
I can only say that we are aware of some of these. I'm not quite sure if we're aware of all of these, but I will hand it over to my colleagues. And I would prefer not to read it out.
You'd prefer not to read them out. Understandable. And I don't imagine there's many children watching this Senate estimates, and I assume the audience who watches this Senate estimate session is far, far smaller than those that listen to the Kyle and Jackie O show. But I understand why you don't want to read these comments out, because they're vulgar, aren't they?
I only skimmed them, Senator, but I wouldn't think they were appropriate for parliamentary language.
Do you think they would be appropriate for broadcast radio between the hours of 6 a.m. and 10 a.m?
Senator, I'll pass over to my colleagues, but I would point out that We have received 59 complaints about the Kyle and Jackie O show between July and October. As you know, under the co-regulatory framework, complaints need to be dealt with by the broadcaster first and come to us for investigation after that. So we can give you some of those statistics, but I'll pass over to my colleagues to do so.
Thank you, Senator. Autumn Field, General Manager, Content Division. Between the 1st of October and the 31st of October this year, we have received 2 inquiries about the Kyle and Jackie O show. Both of those inquiries were referred to the broadcaster consistent with the code process, and they haven't yet come back to us to say that they were dissatisfied with the response from the broadcaster. I can confirm that in relation to the last dot point on the page that you have provided, neither of those inquiries referenced that particular one. I'm happy to come back to you on notice about the other matters.
Just so that for those following the Hansard here, these comments, this content, just a snapshot since September, jokes about people being gay, jokes about one of the producer's Asian housemates, jokes about dating men who are not, quote, white, jokes about the sexual and racial profiles of other journalists from other stations, divisive and violent language about women and sex, and goes into vulgar detail about sex acts, comments on air that refer to fellow hosts as being annoying bitch and hoe, jokes about overweight women and mental health, and of course the final point there about a competition where they got female staff to record themselves urinating, and then the boys had to figure out whose bits were contributing to that urine. I mean, it is vulgar. It's not just vulgar, it's disgusting, it's belittling of women, it's misogynistic, it's racist, it's sexist, it's off. Would you agree?
Senator, we have a particular role. I'm not here to give opinions on programmings. What we do is we investigate complaints that come to us. We have breached the Kyle and Jackie O show previously in regarding to their decency provisions, at least twice over the last couple of years, including on matters on LGBTQI matters, and also breaches in regard to comments around the Paralympics. We did accept enforceable undertakings from the licensee as well. But we are still, I don't believe, as Ms Field said, I don't believe we've received specific complaints about the broadcast.
You don't have to wait for specific complaints, though, do you? Obviously, if a complaint is made, it's made to the broadcaster first.
Yes.
And then if the complainant isn't happy with it, it gets referred back to you. But you are also the regulator, and you can undertake your own motion investigations, can't you?
Yes, that's correct.
So why haven't you? This is revolting, sexist, racist, misogynistic, divisive stuff on free-to-air radio from 6 a.m. in the morning to 10 a.m. at night, and you haven't investigated it. Sorry, 6 a.m. in the morning to 10 a.m. in the morning, and you haven't investigated it.
We have investigated a number of matters previously. We haven't started...
Off your own back? Have you taken your own motion of investigation?
Not on the matters on that piece of paper, no.
Against the Kyle and Jackie O show at all?
Not an own motion sorry, let's not distinguish between the two.
Well, no. I want to distinguish between the two because you have a role as a regulator. When things are provided to you, you have information There is a reason that power exists.
It's
it exists so that
matter,
you can use
Senator.
it.
It's actually not. I'm not. Don't worry about it. It's just a small technical matter about the way these things work. But it is possible for us to gather information and decide that we want to investigate a matter where there haven't necessarily been complaints. Most recently, probably the largest one we did with that would be investigation into the coverage of the Christchurch terrorist attacks in New Zealand. We have not turned our mind to undertaking such a review, but I'm happy to take your concerns on notice and discuss that with the authority. And I'm not sure whether the complaints that we have before us cover all the matters that you have put on the record.
I've just given you a sample of the last month or so.
Yeah, but we will take those seriously and we'll have an internal conversation.
How many of the complaints that have been provided to you in relation to this show have been upheld?
I've got two before me at the moment, but there would have been a large amount of complaints about like a couple of programs. Happy to take that on notice.
Has any of the complaints been upheld?
As I said previously, we've previously upheld breach findings around comments around the Paralympics and MPOX, and that was in both in 2023. I'm not quite sure where we're at with the current complaints, and I'm not sure that they cover the material that you've given us. So can we reconcile that for you and take that on notice?
Thank you. I'd like to understand today, while I have you, because you are versed in this, whether the content that I've given you, you would consider whether it falls foul of the code's decency standards.
Senator, I think we'd like to take that offline and assess it. I think it would be unreasonable for us to give you an opinion at the table.
Really? I mean, this is pretty blatant stuff.
Well, we've only just been given it, Senator. I think we'd like some time to review it.
Okay. Is it fair to say that out of all of the number of complaints that have come, that aside from the two that you mentioned about the Paralympics and was it monkeypox, did you say, that the other complaints haven't been upheld?
I haven't said that, Senator. I'll pass to my colleagues. I think in most cases what we've been doing is going through a process of if the complaints have come to us and haven't been to the broadcasters, then they go to the broadcasters. I'm not sure that we've got any at the moment under investigation, but we're happy to give you a breakdown of complaints and where we're at.
Is the ACMA aware of how many complaints have been made about the program's content to the broadcaster themselves?
We're not aware of that, Senator. There's no requirement under the code for people to advise us of that. That would be probably a good question to ask the licensee.
Well, but isn't it that the licensee reports these to the Commercial Radio Australia, and then Commercial Radio Australia provides that information to you on an aggregated fashion?
On an aggregated basis.
Yes. So could you take on notice?
Aggregated in terms of the licensee for the whole year, not by program.
I see.
So, and we
That's
don't
not
have
very
any
helpful,
powers
is it?
to compel.
Well, could you take on notice how many complaints aggregated have been made?
We would certainly take that on notice.
Okay. I'm just got one final thing, if I could.
Sure.
In the discussion with Senator Pocock just before, we were talking about the classifications for TV broadcasters. Is there any such classification for radio broadcasting in terms of protecting children from inappropriate, unsafe or harmful content?
No, there are no classification provisions apply to radio. That's why the decency provision
is in the code.
So it's the decency provision because there isn't those other classifications. So it's pretty important, isn't it, the decency provision? Pretty useless if it doesn't get enforced. Thanks, Chair.
We'll go to Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for appearing again this session. You mentioned, I think I came in as you were saying it, so I'm not sure of the context and I don't want to misrepresent you. Greater transparency from digital platforms in association with the Misinformation and Disinformation Bill. Would that include ability for us to access the algorithms that drive their searches, their sharing of comments, posts?
Senator, the bill doesn't go to that. It is more around greater transparency, as my colleague said earlier, of what are the requirement to have policies in place to deal with misinformation.
Okay. Thank you. No,
and to make those public so that people have got certainty about it.
Thank you. Now coming back to my other questions on the Misinformation and Disinformation Bill. Under the Communications Legislation Amendment Combating Misinformation and Disinformation Bill 2024, ACMA is responsible for taking action against a media company that has not followed the Misinformation and Disinformation Code. This would include allowing misinformation and disinformation to appear on the media company's platform. Is that correct?
Senator Roberts, I'm going to provide the same alert as I have a number of times today already, that the matters of the Mis and Disinformation Bill are subject to a Senate inquiry, and therefore the estimates rules mean that the detail of that bill needs to be dealt with in that inquiry. ACMA will be appearing on Monday. Obviously, broad questions in the mis and dis zone are okay, but I will pull you up if you cross over the line.
So ACMA is appearing in the committee hearing Monday?
My colleagues are on Monday,
okay.
Yes.
We'll do it then. That's fine. I want to look at a particular case study. In this case of Special Forces veteran Heston Russell. The ABC was shown to have manipulated, they deny manipulating, but somehow they said it was an inadvertent, it wasn't a calculated, deliberate manipulation. Manipulated a video to make it look like multiple gunshots were fired at a person. So Heston Russell was a victim of disinformation from the ABC. But under the proposed misinformation and disinformation laws, the ABC would be exempt from punishment for spreading disinformation, correct?
I don't think I can form a view on that, Senator.
Yes, Senator Roberts, I think that this goes to the point that Senator Grogan was making. You're really asking how will the bill operate in practice, and this is a question that's been referred to this committee and you scheduled hearings to deal with it Monday.
I think that's drawing a long bow, Minister, but I'm happy to leave it to Monday.
It is an unusual Senate rule, but it is a very long-standing one, Senator. It's been this the whole time we've been here together.
I accept that, and as I've said, I'll comply with it for the other questions, but I didn't think that one was about...
The only thing I would add to that is obviously the ABC needs to comply with its own code of practice around things like factual accuracy.
Yes, and we've seen how that goes. Okay, final question. Digital restack. Looking through your annual report, and we find this comment regarding the digital television channel restack. Quote, exploring possible parameters and solutions for channel planning relevant to possible new shared multiplex arrangements. This work will provide evidence to inform any possible future restack, the end of the quote. The restack was to be a closing up of digital TV channels. This sounds like you have something else in mind for the sixth channel, the gap between each station. What is the plan for the restack now?
Senator, the Minister for Communications gave a speech a couple of weeks ago at our RADCOMS conference and was talking about in terms of a program of work that needed to be done around the future of television. And that was really her emphasis in that was that television, free-to-air television is incredibly important in Australia because it reaches 99% of the population, it is free-to-air, and how is that going to evolve over the next 10 years? Will it be terrestrially driven or will some of it go online? So what the Minister was talking about was a managed and staged process of thinking about the future of broadcasting. including the broadcasters, including ourselves, the department, and also, the audiences for those programs, of looking at how that future state of broadcasting can be managed. So as part of that, as a small part of that, is what happens to the spectrum that may be freed up over that process. So that's part of our job around what that might be and when that might occur. What the annual report says is that requires channel planning. So a whole lot of spectrum planning work would have to be done to be able to facilitate any movement of the broadcasters and any freeing up of that spectrum over time.
So what does that mean? I'm not having a go at you, but what does it mean in terms of English? Everyday people can understand. What's the reality? Because you said managed and staged, which indicates to me it's more than just a premonition of an idea that something might happen. Something is happening.
Yeah, so the Minister's announcement was more around there are some things that have happened recently around, say, in Mildura, where the Channel 10 services were turned off because the local providers who provided that service didn't think it was financially feasible to continue that. That has an impact on consumers. WIN has done some changes to its arrangements in other parts of the country where it's sharing its own infrastructure. And that has an implication, although that's actually not really affected those audiences very well. So I think what the Minister is saying is if there is going to be an end state of where broadcasting wants to go, then what are all the steps that have to take place for that to get there effectively? And that's what it's alluded to. There's what's called a Future of Broadcasting Working Group, which the Minister has asked to be reinvigorated to start thinking about these issues for the next 10, 15 years, not the next 2, 3.
So are you anticipating, or is the Minister anticipating a number of channels will be going for the rest?
Not at all.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Davey.
Thank you very much. I want to ask about last Monday, just gone, 28th of October, the 3G network shutdown commenced with Telstra and Optus. This shutdown was years in the making. Telstra was actually originally going to shut down in July this year and Optus September. One of the reasons for the delay of the shutdown was because it was identified and understood, and the telcos were warning that even some 4G compatible devices would not be able to access the emergency calling service once the 3G shutdown had occurred. They put in place a text line. People could test their devices. So imagine people's surprise when, on the commencement of the shutdown, their 4G compatible device suddenly wasn't working. And there was an example on the ABC this Sunday. A man was quoted, his phone was only a month old, but it was stopped being able to make calls, send texts, or do anything much of all. It was a 4G compatible phone, but it had been blocked from all mobile networks following the shutdown of Australia's 3G network. Can you explain who blocked those devices?
The networks blocked those devices.
At whose determination?
We made a determination that came into effect on the 28th of October. The primary focus of that was to make sure that devices could still get through to emergent call services, and over time, as you correctly indicated, there's been a big communications campaign by the telcos around what people needed to do. There is a small amount of devices that, while it appears on people's phones that they're accessing 4G, they're not running something called VoLTE, which means that those phones were affected and needed to be taken off the network. But I will pass over to my colleague Kath, who can take you through it.
Thank you, Chair. Yes. There had been substantial communication between the mobile network operators and users, alerting them to the fact that 3G networks, the two final 3G networks, would be closing down. That did raise some questions around certain devices being able to work, whether that was because they were purely 3G devices or whether they had some of these characteristics which meant they would otherwise work on 4G or 5G networks but would not work if someone needed to access 000 in an emergency. There were a range of efforts over most of this year in order to connect with those customers, monitor progress in terms of understanding how many devices were on the networks that exhibited those characteristics, and obviously with a view, the government was very concerned to make sure that as far as possible, if someone needed to call 000 in an emergency from a mobile phone, that they could have confidence that that would happen. The decision was made to move to blocking those devices that would be problematic, to encourage, with the effect really that people would then source devices which would connect in an emergency.
So I just want to clarify, by blocking the devices, you're not making devices, you're not enabling them to call 000, you're actually disabling the device altogether.
That's correct.
So, and as you say, and I know a lot of work, I've heard from both Telstra and Optus, particularly with their vulnerable customers, they reached out, they contacted them, they provided replacement devices in some instances. So the telcos were doing their bit. When was a public announcement made that this determination had been taken that for non-VoLTE 4G and perhaps some 5G devices would be blocked post the shutdown of 3G? When was a public announcement made to alert people that this might in fact be?
Senator, the Minister made a direction to us that we needed to update the emergency call determination to require this blocking on the 21st of August. I don't recall whether there was a public announcement in the form of a media release or the like at that time, but certainly the direction was made public via the usual processes of publishing it on the Federal Register of Legislative Instruments. The authority updated that determination that was made, I think it was in the days before the 28th of October. I could take on notice the exact dates.
I can probably help you. There was a post on the website on the Friday the 25th of October.
That sounds correct, yes.
So do you think it's adequate? Because hypothetically, I know we're not meant to do hypotheticals, but someone could have a 4G device. They could have been reading all of the telco's warnings. They could have texted the 3 to 3498, got the text back saying your device will not be able to make emergency services calls. But I'm thinking it's okay, because if I have a crash, I can still call my husband. And then all of a sudden, on the 28th of October, I can't call my husband. I am completely cut off with no warning. Do you think that is adequate?
Senator, I'd have to say that some of this came up in the consultation process that we undertook, and we did turn our mind to it. I expect that these are a small number of people. Now, that doesn't, negate the need for it, but...
Well, I've heard figures of up to 300,000. Back in July, we were talking 700,000 to 800,000.
That's right.
With all the work that had been done. But I've heard figures of around about 300,000 still 4G enabled, so not 3G devices anymore. 4G enabled phones that may not be able to access VoLTE. But those people had no warning that their device would be inoperable come the 28th of October.
Senator Davey, I think the underlying concern from the government's perspective has been to maintain public safety. There are lots of other commercial imperatives that are at play here, and the decision to shut down these networks was essentially one taken by commercial entities, and we expected them to manage it. Nonetheless, questions of public safety in the end must rest with government, and it's for that reason we cannot have a situation where phones are in circulation that cannot access the OOO network. That is a kind of foundational idea that we are quite determined to preserve. And so the change that has been made in terms of directing ACMA to take these steps is intended to maintain the status quo, which is that all phones in circulation should be able to contact OOO. That needs to be a foundational consumer task. And as I know you know this because you have been through this inquiry process and you've taken a strong interest in the way that the shutdown was proceeding, extensive communication took place between members of the public and the providers of telecommunication services to alert them to the risks and dangers. In the end, the Minister formed the view that an intervention of this kind was necessary to prevent the circumstances where people were purchasing phones that would not meet this basic safety standard.
I appreciate that, Minister, and I appreciate public safety is the paramount issue here. My concern is that there was no public warning or information between the 21st of August, when the Minister made the determination that these devices would be blocked, to the 25th of October when a website was updated. There was no public declaration, announcement that if you are still owning a non-VoLTE compatible device, your device will be blocked. I would say that that has actually put more people at risk, has compromised public safety more, because these people had no idea that they wouldn't be able to even phone their mother, their husband, their brother, their sister, let alone 000.
Senator Davey, I reckon you've got your clip by now. I reckon we should wrap it up.
I think this is an issue of
Excuse me, Chair, if we could just make one comment.
Sure. So, Senator, in addition to the range of measures the mobile network operators were taking, there are also requirements in the rules that we made that individual customers who were holding the affected devices, and we understand that as of the 21st of October, there were about 53,000 4G devices that were not VoLTE enabled, so they're the ones that look like they're 4G except when you go to 000, in which case it tries and defaults back to 3G, that each of those customers should have been directly alerted by their telco that there was a problem with their device, they needed to take action, and that we would be moving to blocking. If that hasn't occurred, then that becomes a compliance matter that we can look into under the new rules.
So you're saying it was an obligation after the 21st of August when this determination was made, it was an obligation of the telcos to be reaching out to those customers to say, by the way, your device may be blocked on the shutdown of the 3G because it's not VoLTE compatible.
I think they'd voluntarily started that before that was put in place, but that is a requirement under the determination. Yes. So if people do have examples of that, we are happy to take individual cases and look at them and see whether there are breaches of the determination.
And so no obligations on ACMA to put out a public announcement that this was also being...
I think it was part of the communication by the telecommunications companies as well.
I mean, we did, it was important that we ensured that the telecommunications companies played their part. These are commercial services. They had obligations to their users, and the approach that the Minister took was at least in part designed to make sure that these companies met the expectations of the community and government in terms of their own relationship with their customers. There are, of course, and we've discussed this in the Senate before, there are, of course, always responsibilities for governments to step in and provide a baseline level of certainty, but ultimately these were relationships between telecommunications providers and their customers, and we expected them to take responsibility for that. To that point, I do understand that the mobile network operators have said that they will retain support for vulnerable community consumers who are affected by this, including providing low-cost handsets as well as complementary devices in some circumstances for those in need.
Minister, that's not accurate.
Senator,
this is a one-way ticket. There's no relationship with the customer. This is a one-way ticket for getting more money out of the customers. That's what it is.
I'm going to take that as a comment. Senator Roberts, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Roberts. We will move on. Senator Pocock.
Chair, before Senator Pocock starts, my office has told me that the notice for the meeting next Monday came out at 3:52, which I'm not complaining about. But the meeting has not been scheduled for Monday. It's provisionally scheduled, subject to a committee meeting tomorrow. Is that correct?
I think the final agenda, yes, but yes, it is scheduled for Monday.
So it's definite?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to
Senator Pocock.
Be there with bells on orange tonight.
I will be. Please don't have bells. You're not having me go at me like Kyle, are you?
Senator Pocock, let's keep moving.
Thank you, Chair. I was keen to ask some questions about the Telecommunications Consumer Protection Code. I'm interested where the process is up to finalising the TCP code.
Thank you, Senator.
Yes. Yes, I can take that. So, Senator, in May this year, the Communications Alliance, the peak body for the telco sector, provided the authority with a draft of a revised code. It was almost complete, but it's almost complete as in a draft, but not quite there yet. The authority then considered that code and provided some feedback back to the industry in August. That feedback identified there were some areas where improvements had been made, but there were still substantial areas where we held concern about about the level of protection that code would have offered to consumers if it was registered. A copy of our feedback is available on the Comms Alliance site. We then asked Comms Alliance to do some more work and come back to us in the initial instance very quickly around responsible selling protections, which were of particular concern. And then with a further draft code ahead of any consultation, such that the authority could be assured that its feedback had been properly considered. Comms Alliance has been working since that. They've met the deadlines that we had given them, and we are continuing to work with them with a view to getting to obviously they would like to get to a point where the authority is comfortable with them going out for public consultation on a draft code, so that there was an opportunity for all interested stakeholders to provide a view before that was given to us. We are maintaining a very close watching brief over how they're progressing there, obviously with a view that that if there isn't sufficient progress or uplift in those protections, there are alternate paths that the authority and minister could take to make sure that that appropriate protections are put in place for telco consumers.
And I just add to that, Senator, that those appropriate different pathways have already been taken in that the Minister directed us to make a financial hardship standard in September, and I've already referred to the domestic and family violence standard. So they will be lifted out of the co-regulatory code into direct regulation.
Sure. Thank you. But when will this happen? You said that they're meeting your timelines. When's the next? What's the timeline for public consultation on a draft code?
So we are expecting a final full draft of the code back probably within the next month or so, with a view that if the authority is satisfied that represents a significant enough shift it's comfortable with the industry moving to a public consultation, Comms Alliance would be hopeful of that starting in December.
Wow, so you're hoping to have a draft code, do public consultation and have it start in December?
Oh, no, no, sorry, Senator.
That's what you were saying earlier.
Yeah, sorry. So between now and December, we're expecting for industry to provide us with a revised draft code. Subject to the authority being satisfied with that, then Comms Alliance would go out for a full public consultation on the draft of that code, after which the Telco Act requires them to take various steps, one of which is considering all of the feedback that is provided and actioning as appropriate, and some other consultation requirements, and then ultimately submitting that code back to the authority for a decision to register it or not under the Telco Act. I think on the current timeline, we would likely expect, if that's the way this proceeds, that submission for registration would probably occur somewhere in the first part of, certainly in the first half of next year, probably towards the end of the first quarter, but that might depend on sort of how that timing plays out.
Sure. And are you...
Correct me if I'm incorrect about this, but I understand it's a 30-day public consultation, which gives you some indication of the, the sequencing.
Are you comfortable with a 30-day public consultation over Christmas? December, January doesn't seem like a great time to be consulting the public.
Yeah, I think it's a minimum. I don't have the TEL Act in front of me. I'm pretty sure it's a minimum 30-day period, and I suspect that the authority might have some views on whether that is sufficient if it's to go out over that period, which we would share with the industry, and I expect they would be both alert to and receptive about.
And are you confident that provisions around upselling will be dealt with properly in the code?
We have had extensive conversations with the Comms Alliance about the uplift we expect to see in that area. And as Kath said, we'll be reviewing the code when it comes back to us. And if it doesn't reach our expectations, then again, we may consider alternative regulatory options.
Sure, I'm just asking specifically about upselling.
That's part of the selling practices piece.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. And so you expect that will be dealt with?
We expect, absolutely.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you. And what resourcing is the AUSParliament committing to enforcing activities under the TCP code, given the egregious practices we've seen revealed by the ACCC?
We might need to take on notice the exact detail, because it's part of a team that has broader regulatory responsibilities.
Yeah, well, I mean, can certainly take that on notice. What I'd say, Senator, is we receive intel and reports from a number of sources, including the telecommunications industry ombudsman and a range of advocacy and consumer bodies. Should those raise questions about whether or not any telco is complying with their obligations under whether it's the TCP code or any other piece of regulation, we certainly take a very good look at it, and where there are real questions about compliance, we would investigate those matters.
No, thank you. What resourcing is the ACMA directing to engagement with First Nations consumers in light of recently identified behaviour?
Senator, I think that would be part of our sort of general approach.
So it wasn't increased after the $50 million fine to Telstra 2 years ago?
Senator, I think what you're referring to is the ACCC's role in terms of the telecommunications industry. So the ACCC obviously has a whole of economy role in implementing and monitoring and enforcing the Australian consumer law. The Australian consumer law has general provisions in it around misleading and deceptive conduct, which is the case that they took against Telstra previously and the case that they've taken against Optus. Sitting alongside the Australian consumer law are the provisions that we have, including the TCP code. So they're complementary regimes. They sit side by side. Because of the complexity of telecommunications services, it's been a feature of the regulatory environment since 1997 that more rules are put in place for the telecommunications industry. So that's the way it works between the ACCC and ourselves, and they are complementary regimes, and the action that the ACCC has taken, we thoroughly encourage.
Can I just add
this?
Oh, sorry, Senator Pocock. The department officials that would deal with this in the actual the communications department rather than the regulator, I understand those officials aren't here, but I do understand the department made a submission to the code upgrade and highlighted a number of issues, including on domestic and family violence, protections for First Nations consumers, direct debit payment flexibility, responsible selling, credit assessments, billing, customer contracts and order summaries, and the ability to call 000. Unfortunately, I don't think the relevant officials from the department side are here to provide any further detail, but that may be of assistance.
Thanks, Minister. I'm interested in asking the regulator.
Yeah, of course.
Who regulates the telcos, who seem to be pretty rogue, and over the last 13 years, you've only fined them $10 million. Despite all this egregious behaviour we're seeing, I'm trying to find out what is going on.
I'd like
is
to
the regulator actually regulating?
I'm happy to address that because I think there has been quite a lot of misrepresentation of our enforcement action in the public domain. From the period of 23 to 24, we have a range of enforcement powers. It's not just civil penalties. We have formal warnings, we have remedial directions, we have directions to comply, we have enforceable undertakings. So between September 23 and September 24, we undertook 23 enforcement actions, 12 formal warnings, 2 remedial directions, 20 directions to comply, 2 enforceable undertakings, infringement notices totalling close to $7 million, and I think most critically, court proceedings in the Optus data breach matter, which is currently before the Federal Court. We also undertook during that period a whole bunch of audits around requirements of the financial hardship industry standard, obligations under the Consumer Complaints Handling Industry Standard, obligations for statutory infrastructure providers to publish service area declarations, and the reducing scam calls and scam SMS codes by SMS aggregators. So I reject that we're not an active regulator, but I do think there is misrepresentation about our role and the ACCC's role.
Sure. One last question, please. Thank you. There sounds like there's a range of things happening. I guess I have a lot of concerns raised with me that the ACMA is meant to be regulating all these industries that seem to be basically just doing whatever the hell they want. Like,
Senator,
when it comes to, we touched on.
I totally reject that.
Okay, could I just give you...
There's a complementary regime where the ACCC also has involvement in the telecommunications industry, around things like contract terms, around things like misleading and deceptive conduct. They do their job, we liaise with them, I'm on the ACCC, they're on ours, so there's a lot of cooperation between us. In the case of the current Optus case, it's totally appropriate that the ACCC pursue that. They can pursue it quickly. They've got much larger penalties than we have, and we totally support it.
And so, to our conversation earlier, what about the point about the ACMA allowing alcohol ads during sporting events?
Senator, we've discussed previously that was not a decision of this ACMA.
But you haven't even looked into it. Yeah, this is a huge live debate in our society.
And we've indicated previously it was part of a Senate inquiry, and those matters would be matters of government policy.
Okay. And so as a regulator, you don't see a role for inquiring into those sorts of things?
We inquire where we need to. If there's something that we need to take on board out of a Senate committee, I'm happy to do so, but it normally goes through the process that comes to us.
Okay, so you're just implementing government policy?
We create our own rules as well, but we're usually implementing the law.
And so what about...
Senator Pocock went into rotate.
Okay. What about rules about things like alcohol ads during sporting events, which have been highlighted by the Rapid Review, are a live debate. And what I'm hearing is that no one in the ACMA has even brought to your attention that, hey boss, this report dropped this recommendation. We're actually the regulator for that. Maybe we should look at this.
We'll discuss with our department what that provision was and take it on board, Senator.
How many staff
we'll
does...
now move on to Senator
Thank you.
Hanson.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I wanted to ask about what involvement you've had in the consultations that the government's running for the response to the new news media bargaining code process. I mean, we've heard that there's earlier today that they're considering the levy, but also a assistance fund. Has ACMA been involved in any conversations with the government about what the assistance fund would look like?
No, Senator, we haven't been involved in those discussions.
Okay. Have you been asked for any advice about which news agencies would be appropriate? You haven't been asked for any advice in relation to this?
No, Senator.
Did the department or the Minister's office contact you in relation to their contemplation as to what to do in response to Meta pulling out of the News Media Bargaining Code?
Senator, are you talking about previously, a number of years ago?
No, I'm talking recently. This year. Since Meta announced that they are going to refuse to comply, has the government, either the department or the Minister's office, been in contact with ACMA?
Not that I'm aware of, but we may need to take that on notice in the sense that there's been any contact and stuff, but no, I don't think so, Senator.
Okay. And have any of the media agencies, I mean, you have a role in this because, you know, you list who the platforms should be dealing with, right?
Correct.
Okay. So have any of those agencies that are on your list contacted you about their future, given Meta has refused to refused to sign new contracts?
Not that I'm aware of, no, Senator.
Have you run any? Have you done anything proactive since that news broke?
Senator, in what regard? Our role is to register sources. So we've had some applications to register sources.
We continue to consider registrations as they come to us.
So have registrations still continued to come since April?
Yes, I think do we have some data on recent registrations?
They have, Senator. As of the 30th of September 2024, the ACMA has received a total of 112 applications in relation to 949 media sources. We continue to receive those applications.
And you have a set of criteria by which you assess these applications, right? And then if you deem them to be appropriate, they go on the list and then they're able to negotiate with the platforms.
Well, Senator, just to be precise, being on the list doesn't entitle them to the negotiation. I think the point is that if a platform is designated,
they would have to be.
Then at that point, because they are on the list, they would then be able to enter into the mediation and the
if there was a designation.
Process.
And there hasn't been any designation
Correct.
yet.
That's right. So I mean, so they are just whether they are or aren't on the list, they are perfectly entitled under their own steam to negotiate with platforms as they see fit.
Can you just give me those figures again? How many media companies have applied and how many have been approved?
So, Senator, there were 112 applications in relation to 949 news sources, and those comprise 96 applications to register a news business, 15 applications to add or remove a news source that was previously registered, and as of the 30th of September 2024, we have registered 54 news business corporations comprising 436 news sources and 28 applications are being assessed.
And that's all publicly available?
It is, Senator, yes.
Yeah. It's on your website, yeah? Okay. And just to be clear, and the government, no one from the department or the Minister's office has been in contact with you in relation to what that list looks like, or the current criteria or the current assessment process that you're using?
Senator, not that I'm aware of, but I'm happy to take that on notice.
Okay.
I will just, I think you know this, Senator, but the issue around the mandatory bargaining code is led by Treasury. So
yes.
I think, I just want to make that clear.
Yes, I know. Yeah, great. But ACMA has an important role in this. Has the criteria by which you assess who is on or off the list changed? Or is it been set from the beginning and just remained the same?
No, it's set in the legislation.
Yeah. Has there been any appeal to you about any knockbacks? Is there any process by which, if somebody doesn't make it onto the list, they can ask for that to be reviewed?
Senator, we'll need to take that on notice. There certainly has been conversations that have occurred when, over the last few years since this started, when organisations have been rejected, there would have been discussions, so I'd need to take that on notice.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Can I ask you about the implementation of the prominence regulation? I'm not sure if you heard my questions to the department earlier today. Does ACMA have a definition of what the primary user interface looks like, or does it require scrolling or not scrolling?
Well, Senator, the definition is set in the legislation. As you're aware, we have undertaken a consultation process with interested parties. We've received a number of submissions which have now been made public. One of the three major issues that were part of that consultation was the definition of the public user interface. There was quite divergent views of the interpretation of that legislation.
Of that particular
as you're aware,
definition?
Of that particular definition. We realised that this is very much a central issue, and I think Mr Penpraise referred to this morning. It's central to the policy objectives of the legislation, and accordingly, we, as a policy matter, we've indicated that we won't be making any further directions, and we've sought assistance from the government, and it's really a matter for them. And I think Mr Penpraise this morning indicated that they were providing advice to the government about further clarification in regulations.
So, excuse me, frog in my throat. So can I take it from that you don't feel as though it's your place to determine between the differing interpretations, and you want government to do that? Is that effectively what you're saying?
Well, I think it does go to the heart of the policy outcomes of the prominence framework, and yes, we consider it to be a matter for government to determine that. And my understanding of the evidence this morning was that that is a matter that is compatible for the government to pursue.
And has the Minister responded to you on that? You've been given a time frame on that or anything?
No, Senator, we haven't been given a time frame.
Although I think Mr Penpraise this morning indicated that regulations are to be made by the end of the year.
Yes.
And it would be included in those regulations.
Right. Was there any other parts of that consultation that you did with the elements of the legislation, either prominence or anti-siphoning, that you felt was not clear?
I might. There were three main issues in relation to prominence. There was the issue of what constitutes an offer by a free-to-air of an app to a manufacturer, and the first one was in relation to
devices.
What is a regulated device. Those were consulted upon. They were certainly clearer issues, we feel, than the issue of the public user interface. Yes.
Okay, all right. I might give it back to you, Chair, before I have another coughing fit.
Excellent. Well, we will now take a break for dinner. Thank you so much for coming along, and we look forward to seeing you again on Monday. We will now take a break and come back at 7:30. Welcome back, everybody. I would now like to welcome officers from the Australian Post Corporation and welcome Mr Paul Graham, Group Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director. Would you care to make an opening statement?
Yes, I would, Chair. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair and Senators. My name is Paul Graham. I'm the Group Chief Executive Officer, Managing Director of Australia Post. Today I'm joined by Jane Anderson, our Executive General Manager, Community Sustainability and Stakeholder Engagement, and Mr Nick McDonald, our Group Corporate Secretary. I'd like to start by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the Canberra region, the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples, and pay my respects to elders past and present, and I thank the committee for the opportunity to provide this opening statement. During the 2024 financial year, Australia Post delivered 2.3 billion items, paid our licensed post office partners $581.8 million, and permanently changed our letter delivery model for the first time since we became a government business enterprise back in 1989. We continue to transform the business to better meet the rapidly changing needs of our customers and communities and support our long-term viability. Despite reporting an $88.5 million loss in the past financial year, our post-26 strategy and modernisation reforms have set the business on a more sustainable financial pathway. We are making good progress. The $111.8 million improvement on last year's performance was largely due to our focus on simplifying the business, removing costs and strategically investing for future growth. We've continued to invest in regional Australia with new parcel facilities open at Avalon, Ballarat, the Gold Coast and a number of other locations. There's a growing gulf between our two businesses. The letter business is stuck in reverse, while our parcel business continues to achieve solid growth in what is a highly competitive environment. Letter volumes have declined to the lowest point since the 1950s, this despite the Australian population growing threefold during the same period. Our parcel business continues to grow solidly year on year, even as we face fierce competition from domestic and global competitors who have caused widespread disruption in other geographies and continue to invest billions of dollars locally. Our letter business lost $361.8 million in FY24, despite a 30-cent increase in stamp prices. Letters have now fallen back to our third largest revenue category, behind our parcel business and our Star Trek business. Added to this, the cost of delivering letters, which is part of our community service obligation, increased to $447 million. Our letter business hasn't made money in years, and we don't anticipate that it ever will. However, we will always provide this important service to the community. Implementing the first phase of our modernisation reforms has been beneficial, including the rollout of our new delivery model that allows for letters to be delivered every second day. However, further reform will be needed to fully future-proof the business. The business is also seeking to operate more sustainably. We already have Australia's largest electric delivery fleet of 5,131 vehicles, including 175 new electric motorbikes, to reduce our emissions profile even further. And we've also increased our own solar generation in the past year by 55%. Bank at Post remains a critical service that both metropolitan and regional banking customers access and value daily. According to recently published APRA data, the big four banks had a net reduction of 190 branches over the past financial year. And while Australia banks have had a net branch reduction of 41% since FY17, our post office network has had a net reduction of only 4% during the same period. We expect Bank at Post will make a loss, and we are working with the banks to negotiate new agreements that reflect the changing circumstances, to return a small margin to Australia Post and its licensees and meets community expectations of the banks. We've allowed the banks to leave town with their reputations intact, but we cannot and should not subsidise the essential services to the benefit of the bank's bottom line. A viable and thriving Australia Post is more important than ever for the tens of thousands of people who work in our facilities and post offices, as well as the communities we support. This includes the 71 not-for-profit community groups across the country that are receiving funding as part of our 2024 Community Grants Program for projects to support mental wellbeing, childhood education and community inclusion. We've also launched our first Refugee Action Plan to boost inclusion in our workforce and the wider community. Australia Post has team members from 143 nationalities working in our business, reflecting the diverse communities we operate within and support, and we are committed to even greater inclusion across the team. The safety of our team members remains our highest priority. One of the biggest challenges our posting and delivery drivers face comes in the form of our beloved pets. Over the past 6 months, we've reported 1,277 dog-related incidents, which equates to 10 every single day, falling victim to a dog attack or threatening behaviour. This cannot continue and comes despite our many pleas for dog owners to take responsibility for their pets. The commitment and dedication of our 64,000-strong team continues to be our greatest strength. Every year, our people step up to the plate for our customers, and last year was no exception. I would like to thank the team for their continuous efforts. Of course, the calendar year is far from over, and the next 7 weeks leading into Christmas will be our busiest for our permanent team, as well as the over 3,000 casuals that we have successfully managed to employ to help us with the traditional peak period. In closing, Australia Post looks forward to delivering a better tomorrow, where we continue to make a valuable contribution to the lives of our customers and community, and I remain optimistic about the future of our business. Thank you, Senator. I'm happy to take your questions.
Thank you very much.
Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Chair. You mentioned a couple of things in there, the loss that is there and it's coming from that, and a phrase in your opening statement that really struck up: banks leave town with their reputations intact. I'm increasingly concerned that banks, knowing your business and Bank at Post exists, are leaving and using the excuse that you exist to justify their exit from towns. I don't think they're paying their fair share for services. They are in fact reducing their operating costs by closing these branches, less wages, less rent, less cash handling, which is and security fees. How are you going with negotiating with them to get a fair price to keep cash handling and banking services in regions when they abandon them and the community and leave you to pick it up?
Thank you, Senator. And indeed, we are in the middle of those commercial discussions with the banks. We have made the point that despite signing agreements some years ago, which are still running, that we feel that circumstances have changed quite dramatically over recent years. And indeed, if you saw the numbers over the 5 years of the branch closures, and as you say, they have then left that responsibility to Australia Post. I've been around a lot of our regional branches, particularly in the last couple of months. One particular licensed post office in Burra in South Australia. The nearest bank is 42 kilometres away in Clare, and that small licensed post office now provides cash for not just that local community but indeed the surrounding community, and that's not an expectation that we signed up for originally at Bank at Post, as well as you say the cost of bringing that cash to that town. So we remain hopeful that the banks recognise, as we do, that we have a responsibility to the community to ensure that these essential services are provided, and that the burden of providing those services should not fall on Australia Post financially, but should be borne by the banks, given that they have, as you say, been able to reduce their costs significantly and had Australia Post step in to pick up those services. So we are in detailed discussions with the banks. We've opened up our numbers to be very transparent on the fact that this is going to be a loss-making business, and we remain hopeful that they will recognise the role that they should play in community and ensure that Australia Post, as well as its licensees, makes a small but fair return on the services we provide.
Thank you for that. I hope you're successful. Please, I know your team has been great in interacting with us in this way, but please come back to us if it's not going well. I think the regional banking inquiry that we had done in the Senate raised things of potentially increasing banks' licence fees if they don't play good, replacing these regional services. So use this as blackmail as much as you can. I would encourage you to do that, to get the services, because the bush is suffering and regional suffering. You are there. I thank you for that. I understand it's hurting your bottom line. I might have a go at you on other ways you're hurting your bottom line, but on this one, I'm on your side. So thank you for all you do. Is there a timeline for trying to close the new arrangement? Is there a hope, an estimate, a guess?
Yeah, I would like to see us reach a final position, either where we have an agreement in principle that we can jointly commit to, or indeed we don't, because they decide to sit behind the existing agreements. I would be hopeful that we would have a conclusion on that before the end of the calendar year.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Thank you for that.
I will tell you, Senator Cadell, although the relevant officials aren't appearing now, I know that the department was also involved in convening a roundtable with the Banking Association, a number of the banks, including the Commonwealth Bank, the National Australia Bank, Westpac and the ANZ, to discuss the financial sustainability of Bank at Post. It is a priority for the government also, although the negotiations, as Mr Graham has explained, are commercial and being led directly by Australia Post.
Surely now we have an ex-Queensland Premier in the head of the Banking Association, ex-Queensland Premier on your board. I go back to another great ex-Queensland Premier and say, Joe, that's got to be a confluence of interests that you can make work somehow, surely.
Well, we continue to engage proactively with the banks, and as I say, we remain hopeful that they recognise the responsibility they have, because we have certainly recognised our responsibility.
Okay. On to some other stuff. Closures are a real concern still going through. I note we have a list of closures provided to us from 1 July 23 to 30 July 24. It's quite long. It runs over 4 pages. They are closed. I noticed there's a list of potentially 22 post office planned for closure in Q1 alone, FY25, that have been survived. One of those is Blacksmiths LPO, 2 beaches down from mine. Do you see the rate of closure? That's 25 in a quarter, so let's extend that out to 100 for the year. Is that a fair assumption that we're going to close at that sort of rate? And what does that do to your service requirements?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. It's not a fair assumption. That number, again, as we've explained, is what we believe may happen, but it's a very fluid environment that we deal in. We have a number of unexpected closures where a licensee will retire or through illness or simply walk away because it's not financially viable or their lease is terminated and expired and they don't want to renew that. We have planned closures, again, on similar lines where we have lease expiry or indeed, as we've expressed in this forum, our buyback program where we've identified post offices, particularly licensees in metropolitan areas where we have significant overlap. We're very conscious of our role, particularly in regional and remote Australia, and therefore look to preserve the 2,500 number that we are regulatory required to do so. It can be difficult, and again, the example I gave on Bankit Post, the post office in Borough in South Australia, Carol and Paul, who have ran that for 13 years terrifically, it took them 4 years to find a buyer for that licensed post office. And the buyer is a retiree who doesn't want to stop working, who has bought it over. So again, not a long runway we would expect. So we will make an assessment. I'm not familiar with the particular one that you raise, but we take a very detailed process of assessment before any post office is closed, or indeed when one is unexpectedly closed, we will look to ensure that we preserve the services that are important to that community. It's fair to say there's a difference between metropolitan and regional towns. Metropolitan is all about convenience and parcels. Regional, we do provide a broader range of services in some towns, and therefore we look to preserve that. However, in certain places like Bendigo, we have 21 post offices, so that probably doesn't make sense. But it is a fluid network, and we're very conscious of our regulatory responsibility, as well as to say the critical role that we play, will it be Bankit Post, will it be mail, or indeed other over-the-counter services.
I know, I love my redhead LPO. I get to spend money on gambling and stupidity across the counter, buy a magazine, put my... I think it was great. Thank you very much. But you raised that issue about sailing and retail and LPOs out there and retirement being a problem. We've got a lot of stuff, and you would have seen from the Post Agents Association. Their concerns that almost a third of country LPOs have been on the market for nearly over 3 years. You mentioned 4 years on your own. Many of the owners are past retirement age. Their post office they see as their superannuation. Is there any talk about, and it gets complicated, of course, back in the day there was residences attached to some of these, not all of them, but to some of them. Is there any mechanisms? Are you looking at anything where they can be turned into CPOs, where the buyback can be extended to regional? Is there anything we can do to help those people who are in this situation, working now well beyond where they wanted to, because the business isn't everything it was, they can't sell them?
Yeah, look, it's a very good question, and as you say, Senator, the circumstances of where they were good businesses a decade ago, they have changed dramatically. We've seen a 28% reduction in over-the-counter transactions in the last 3 years, so significant reduction, and that's taken into account the rise we've seen in banking transactions. So if you actually take those away, non-banking over-the-counter transactions have reduced even further. I've been to a lot of those regional post offices. The people are hanging on for, as you say, maybe that super payment because they've seen the post office as a super fund, and indeed a lot of them are hanging on because they really feel they have an obligation to the community because no one else wants to pick up the baton and take it over. And I saw one recently who's in their late 70s who's still working behind the counter every day, and it's more to do with community obligation that they feel it's an important role that they play. So it is a very difficult situation. The buyback program that we had in place and have in place is related purely to metropolitan areas where we have significant overlap. In Brunswick, in Melbourne, we have 72 post offices within a 7.5 kilometre radius. In Surrey Hills, about 74 within a 7.5 kilometre radius. It has not been extended to regional areas, primarily because of the fact that we feel that we may get inundated with requests, and what we don't have is a viable alternative. The viable alternative is for Australia Post to actually put in our own post office infrastructure, and again, that is not something that is financially viable. And what we are doing when those occasions do come up is looking at what we can do to either get an in-association type of postal service or indeed validate what services that community requires. Bank at Post, and we've been very, very clear where there's a bank at post service existing in the town. If for whatever reason there's a change or a closure, we will still find a way to maintain that essential service. But it is, I think, a very difficult situation and one that is of a period of time where the business has changed quite dramatically in the last decade or so, and we are faced with those changes as part of our transformation, like other industries are facing, generational change.
I'll look to the chair if I can keep going, or do you want one? No, fine. In April, the BPR went up 30 cents to $1.50. Has that had any effect? I know we're hemorrhaging still on letters by volume. Has that had any effect on cash flow or profitability of the letter side? Has it been a price elasticity change, or is it just still declining at the same rate?
We've seen some elasticity recently in terms of decline, but it's fair to say that it has held up stronger than we anticipated. Why that's the case, we're not really sure. Is it because banks, utility companies, etc., who send 98.5% of the letters we receive today are bills or non-personal letters, that their systems are not able to generate an electronic version? Is it because there are certain regulatory frameworks in place that require something still to be sent by mail? Elements of that, but it doesn't completely answer why the volume is held up, but it has held up. Certainly getting an increase in the stamp price has helped minimise the significant losses, but the losses are still significant. And as I said in my opening statement, we do not see the mail business ever making a profit.
Yeah. Okay. Something I raised with your staff, we had a pre-conversation, is your marketing and going out there, what we go for. I drove past, I think it's an innovative thing, your coffee van outside Newcastle when I was in my way to the office, except it was parked outside the uni. There's lots of students getting free coffee. We're not targeting customers so much. What are you looking at your marketing costs? We have to be effective if we're loss-making. How are you targeting your market spend? I know the phrase 50% of my marketing spend is wasted. I just don't know which 50%. How are you looking at return on investment? Yeah, look, it's a key focus for us. We've significantly reduced our overall marketing spend in the last couple of years. We were doing some very good marketing, but it was more about the brand and loving the brand, and we think the brand is loved without having to spend the marketing to validate that. Our marketing spend is about $10 million, which for almost $10 billion corporation with a high-profile brand is actually quite small. What we're doing with that spend is making sure it's very targeted on the services that we wish to promote and that are the ones that our customers want to avail themselves of. That's our lockers, it's our parcel app, it's our parcel business, it is Bank at Post. So that's where our focus is. It's very much targeted at the products and services that we believe are viable for us and are the ones that our community want to be informed about. Okay. Was it the number I think I had was 1277 dog attack, 1,277?
Correct.
That's a lot. How are you? Any serious attacks where your staff have been needed significant time off or anything?
Yes, we have had some staff who will never return to work again. As I said, that's on a weekly basis. We have a big campaign that we've put out through the media, and I must say the media has responded quite well to that. We are continuing to work with local councils and state government. The Queensland government has been quite proactive in doing that. We're also working with other industries that have similar challenges, such as the home delivery or food delivery business, electricity meter readers or gas meter readers. But it is a very significant problem and one that we are doing everything we can to minimise. We saw some global research that said that it's the high-vis uniforms that make them, go off. So we've tried blue uniforms. That doesn't work. We're now trying citronella spray, which seems to be having some impact.
Who's the poor person that has to try a uniform knowing there's a dog that's had a crack at him?
Well, if it helps prevent the dog attack, it's worth trying. We've introduced the electric motorbike because, again, research can show that the sound of a motorbike can trigger But frankly, the biggest trigger is that during COVID, we adopted 1 million pets more. As people return to work or return to more normal habits, the dogs get more anxious when people are not at home. We had one particularly bad attack last week, a bull mastiff. It was on a chain. Our postie was at the front door, heard the click of the chain breaking, and the bull mastiff attacked the postie and actually ripped off their calf muscle on their leg. So that postie will never do a postal round again. One thing we are doing now that we haven't done in the past, Senator, is we are prosecuting the individual homeowner on behalf of the postie. Under the law, the postie has to take the prosecution, but we're obviously supporting that financially. And any claim that the postie gets will go to the postie. We've had 2 successful claims so far, and that money's gone. We hope by doing that, that it sends a clear signal to the community that we will take action. And secondly, as most of these claims will end up being paid by the insurance companies will look to enforce better controls, fences or other things when it comes to dog. But it is a significant issue for us.
How many do not delivers? Are they increasing on these dogs?
When there's an attack in a street, we immediately stop delivery to that street.
The whole street?
Yes, and we inform everyone in that street, particularly if it's a dog on the loose, that we're not delivering mail. Yeah. If it's that household, we stop delivery for that household, and we will work with local council to ensure that fencing is improved or whatever means can be held to protect it. Obviously, in some of our areas, geographies, Queensland, rural areas, not a lot of fencing. The dog's around the back. The postie doesn't see it. They close the gate. They're inside the property. Very little room for escape, and they're sort of trapped. We have really clear protocols around what our posties should do during a dog attack, particularly if they're in an EDV. Roll the EDV, stand in the middle, use the EDV as a shield. But when you're walking around or on a bike and you've got off to basically knock the front door, and I've seen the videos, unfortunately, because we have cameras with our posties and on their bikes. It's a split second, literally 10 seconds can do serious damage.
Sounds like Joe, serious. Dog attacks, big number. Things like roos, anything like that going on the roos?
In rural areas, we encounter the odd roo. The 2 big issues are, we've done a significant job in improving critical accidents within our environment, so where we control the environment. The vast majority now, 99% of serious accidents occur outside environment, dog attacks and motorcycle accidents, particularly with our motorbikes and our EDVs, lack of visibility. So SUVs particularly, they sit high up, the EDV slightly lower. We are working with state governments to try and get flashing lights, but we're told that only emergency vehicles can have flashing lights, but ice cream vans can have flashing lights, so maybe we'll convert our EDVs into ice cream vans.
We had that conversation with some states.
Western Australia, we're trialling, and we're making some progress. We're making some progress with the New South Wales government as well, but there is not a national standard, and that's what we would like to see adopted. So we are trialling various degrees of flashing lights, lights that flicker. We've got flags in the back of our EDVs, different high-vis uniforms, whatever we think can help, we will invest the money to try it.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Done? Yep. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr Graham, for being here and your colleagues. I'm advised by multiple Australia Post licensees that the new Australia Post point-of-sale system, Post Plus, is in most aspects of its operation not fit for purpose. Yet licensees are required to operate using this system. My questions test that contention, which I'm sure you will disagree with. On Monday, the 27th of May, the system went down for several hours and Australia Post officers were unable to process transactions. According to the licensed post office network, this cost their outlets $200,000 in lost transactions and wasted staff time over several days due to the errors generated in the breakdown. Who pays that loss, you or the licensee?
Australia Post pays that loss, Senator, and we repaid that. This is a brand new point Up to almost 4,000 post offices. It's a state-of-the-art system replacing what was a 30-year-old system that was well beyond its use-by date. It's fair to say that when you implement any brand new system to the scale that we have implemented it, there will be teething problems. However, I would challenge and ascertain that the vast majority of post office licensees are very pleased with the system. I've been round our post offices a lot, particularly in recent months. It does what it says on the box. It has delivered and will continue to deliver even greater efficiency than the old system. But that one outage was an unfortunate event. We were still able to transact, but not obviously online, and any cost to the licensee for that was fully compensated by Australia Post.
Thank you. In the outage, some transactions that were in the process of completing when the system went down failed to complete. And in some cases, money went missing. Your help desk instructed post office licensees to put in the amounts that went missing from their own pocket to ensure your system balanced, with the promise that you would investigate and pay them back if it was sorted out. How much money went missing in the outage and how much money was put in by licensees?
Well, those statements are not correct, Senator. We did not ask the post offices to put the money back in to balance it out. What we did is provided a report for all those transactions that were not processed through. We did a reconciliation and audit trail working with the individual licensees, and then we balanced the books with them and had them push through those transactions when the system was up and running.
So judging by your reaction, we've heard this from licensees, it's fair. You don't think it's fair for the licensees to put their own money in to make your system balanced when the fault was not with the licensees but with the system. So you disagree that it's happening?
Well, they didn't put their money in, Senator. They weren't asked to put their money in. Right. Yes, we strongly disagree, yes.
What is the longest outage Post Plus has experienced? I've received reports Post Plus can go down for days, and while it is down, the post office can't trade.
No, that's completely false, and I think we're talking minutes. We had that one outage, as you said, for a couple of hours in the very early days when it was launched. We're talking minutes. I can't remember when we last had a P1 on that system. As I say, it's built in state-of-the-art architecture. It sits in the cloud. It's fully backed up every day. The reconciliation process that happens of end of day, which used to be a very manual process for the licensees, is now fully automated. We've launched a new suite of reports that show them every transaction and enables them to get detailed analysis of the trading during the day. This is a modern system, and those statements are totally incorrect, and I would strongly object to those statements. And I would also say that it's a very small minority of licensees who have made the noise around this system, and have done so, in my view, not because of the fact that the system is not performing, it is, but for other mischief.
Okay, let's continue. Licensees report the system does not provide an adequate reporting function. With the outcome, licensees don't have the data they need to run their daily business.
Again, Sanders has said we have had a reporting system from day one. We've recently launched the latest update of that report, and indeed the review of the system is done in conjunction with licensees. We have a licensee steerco that meets on a regular basis to look at enhancements, to look at improvements to the system. We have a whole team of people who are working on these systems and improvements as on a day-to-day basis. This is a very collaborative effort, and I would argue that if you were to go around and speak to licensees, that you would get a very positive reaction to the system.
Maybe that's what I should do. Licensees are reporting Post Plus runs slower than the system it replaced, meaning licensees are having to put on extra staff at their own expense. How's that an improvement? Because LPOs are small businesses, they can't afford to bankroll your system development. Well, that's the way they see it.
Well, again, I would say that's a very small minority of licensees. Obviously, when you're replacing a system that's 30 years old, that people basically know how to operate in their sleep, and you introduce a brand new system, it's like going from a rotary phone to a smartphone. It takes time for people to get used to the new navigation of that system, and that's something that we highlighted to every post office before the implementation. But the actual system itself, in terms of processing transactions, providing more meaningful insights and data, is significantly superior to the 30-year-old COBOL-coded system that was in place.
You have a help desk which logs every disputed transaction from a post office. It must be a simple matter to get out data on those reports.
It is, Senator, and we've released, as say, an enhanced data report a couple of weeks ago that gives insights and visibility and transparency to every transaction that takes place in that system.
Okay, on notice, could you please provide the number of transactions that have needed to be sorted by the help desk, the total value of those transactions, How many are currently in the process of being resolved? And finally, how many were resolved in a manner that required the Post Office to make good the transaction?
Happy to do so, Senator, and I would know from looking into that issue, it's a very small amount, but we'll provide that detail.
Thank you. Next issue is a missing transaction. Licensees have suspected money is going missing in the normal operation of the system. Some have started running transaction reports hourly. This is catching your system out by showing the licensee putting the money in for the customer and the money then just disappearing into the ether. Gone. At which point, your help desk tells them to put the money in again out of their own pocket. Licensees are reporting thousands of dollars have to be made up per outlet. Are you aware of the problem of missing money?
Totally incorrect, Senator, and I dispute those claims strongly. The system provides clear transparency in everything that's transacted. There's a complete electronic audit trail, which didn't occur in the old system, so we know every transaction is reported. What we do from time to time is find that there is operator error. So, for example, someone processes a cheque, but they put it in as cash. We then have to go into the system, talk to the licensee, and reverse that transaction so we can actually record the right dollars going into the right account. But this is a modern, state-of-the-art point-of-sale system. As I say, replacing a 30-year-old system that was not cyber safe, that had lots of challenges and issues. And I would say very strongly that the value that the system will create and is creating will be of significant benefit to the licensees going forward.
Okay. Previously, sales of merchandise through the Australia Post shop went into the licensee's bank account on the day of the sale. Under Post Plus, the money goes into your bank account and is sent back to licensees in 48 hours, longer on weekends. How is adding that extra step and introducing payment delays to LPOs an improvement?
Senator, I'm not aware of that particular issue, but I'm happy to take it on board. And if there's any, I wouldn't see any reason why we want to delay payment, because we understand the importance of cash flow to the licensees. We've done a number of things to improve cash flow to the licensees. In terms of merchandise they buy, we give them credit for that merchandise straight away, even when it has not been delivered by us. But we don't take the money out till they physically do it. So I'm happy to take that query on notice, but it doesn't sound correct to me.
If you could, please.
Yep, certainly.
Now, this is a question of whether or not you're abusing power over licensees by requiring the LPOs to cover the losses of a system you're requiring LPOs to adopt. What incentive is there on Australia Post to get this right if you don't wear the losses from this going wrong?
Well, first of all, Senator, again, I would restate that we do not expect the licensee to suffer any loss for what may or may not be a system failure. That is not an expectation. Australia Post, if the system is down and we have caused any financial harm to the licensee, then we will refund whatever harm that is. We are very clear, and indeed that would be a breach of the franchise code if we were to do that. So that does not occur. And if the licensees can show us that they have suffered a financial situation because of the system or an error in the system, well, we will happily make good on that loss.
Okay. I'm sure they're watching.
I'm sure they are. I'm happy to talk to them.
What is the budget for Post Plus implementation?
The total budget for Post Plus was about 270 million.
270?
Yes, a very large investment that we made. Australia Post made that investment to improve the efficiency, improve the security, and improve the features and benefits that were available to our customers as well, because it has many benefits to our customers in terms of being able to send electronic receipts, SMSs, etc., and to do a number of other things that are of benefit to the end customer.
Thank you. The money for Post Plus, where did the money come from?
It came out of our normal capital investment cycle. Okay.
Is there a code commonality, that's a software code commonality, between the UK system known as Horizon and Post Plus?
Absolutely not, Senator. The Horizon system was built some 16 years ago. This is a brand new state-of-the-art system built in the cloud and built with global best practice around point-of-sale systems.
So we'll need to rotate the call, Senator Roberts.
Sorry?
Do you want to make that your last question?
I need to come back afterwards.
Sure.
Is it your testimony then, just to make sure I'm clear, that if a review of the software was done, there would be no code commonality between your system and Horizon?
That would be I'm not a technical expert, Senator, but given that the Horizon system was built in a completely different software language some 14, 15 years ago, I would be very surprised if there was any coding similar to that and done by a completely different company.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good evening to you all. Mr Graham, I'm wanting to ask about your 13% increase in your total remuneration, just published in your annual report. You're now earning $2.687 million, and you had an increase in your salary of $301,952. What was the basis for such a large increase?
That's not a matter for me, Senator. My salary is reviewed by the Independent Remuneration Tribunal. They would have set that, and that would have been signed off by the board. Now, given Australia Post made a loss again this year, I'm just wondering why you received such a significant increase in your salary. Again, Senator, that's a matter for the independent arbitrator and the Remuneration Tribunal. A matter for the board. The number you mentioned is both my fixed and at-risk remuneration. Yes, that's true. I mean, I'm just looking at some of the other increases for your senior executive team. So Mr Starr received $179,000, a 15% increase. Ms Davies, the head of People and Culture, received a 16% increase. $181,000, and there are a few other very large increases. I guess I'm raising the concern in this cost of living crisis, Mr Graham. This doesn't look good. You're an organisation which is obviously owned and funded by the taxpayer. I'm not attributing direct responsibility to you, I understand that, but did you make any representations that you shouldn't receive this sort of increase? Sandra, it's not for me to make those representations, and just to correct you, we're not funded. We are completely self-funded. We are owned by the taxpayer, but we are completely self-funded. Well, you're owned by the taxpayer, yeah. I'm just... Correct. Just wanted to make that correct. Again, Senator, we are in the middle of one of the most significant transformations in Australian corporate history. We are on a war for talent. We have to ensure that we attract and reward the best talent. The percentages that you mentioned also include, as I say, the at-risk component for those executives. We are set a stringent set of KPIs that we need to achieve to participate in that at-risk component. We met some of those and exceeded a number of them, and there's others that we didn't meet. But even if I look at your base salary, that's gone up from $1.428 million to $1.644 million. So even on the base salary, you're looking at a very significant increase. And given Australia Post is essentially funded by the taxpayer, meaning that the taxpayer, I mean, I know you're partly commercial, but every Australian many Australians are now paying $1.50 to send a letter. So Australians make a very significant contribution. I'm just raising concerns in this cost of living crisis, how you could receive such a massive increase in overall salary. Well, Senator, that's over a period of a couple of years. Again, it's a matter for the Remuneration Tribunal. The increase in the price of a stamp, we believe, is about a cup of coffee to the average household per year, given the number of stamps that are sent by the average household. We, of course, take any cost of living increase into consideration, but we are a commercial enterprise at heart. $7.6 billion of our almost $10 billion in revenue is in our parcel business that is an openly active, one of the most highly competitive businesses in the world. So a core part of our business is out there in the commercial environment. Therefore, attracting and retaining talent is a key part of our ability to compete. Thank you very much, Mr Graham. No further questions, Chair.
Thank you. Mr Graham, maybe you could remind us the average number of letters that a household would potentially send in a year.
It's about 8 at the moment, Senator.
8 per year per household?
Yes, yeah, and we've even seen a significant reduction in Christmas cards. People are now sending them electronically more so than by mail.
Snails can't even in the letterbox that way, trust me.
No. Yeah, it's about it was 12 2-3 years ago. It's now down to, based on the research we do, about 8. So 98, almost 99% of all mail, is corporate mail.
So would you anticipate seeing a drop again this Christmas?
Yes, we would. We've seen about a 12 to 13% drop in volume last financial year.
Just in 1 year?
Yes, and we expect that will continue. We thought it would be a further decline because of the increase in the postage stamp, particularly in the corporate mail. But as I said, for whatever reason, that is sort of held up. We are seeing in the last 4 months a greater decline in corporate mail, but it has been slower than we anticipated.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you. Just a brief few questions. Do you have access, Mr Graham, to the or does Australia Post have access to the software code for Post Plus to review? And did Australia Post review the code before implementation?
Yes, Senator. We have a comprehensive review process. We've also had that process externally validated. We have ownership of the source code of that software platform. It is a core, obviously, operating platform for our retail business, and therefore really critical that it does what it says it does on the box, and that we maintain and continue to invest in updating that software to reflect improvements that we can make, both in its operating system, in relation to the enhancements that can be provided to customers when they transact with us over the counter, and also in being able to make it more efficient for our team members and the licensed post officers who use it. To give you an example, one of the features is it's got an online training program, so if you're in a transaction and you're stuck, you can go to the screen, it will show you and explain how that transaction could be managed. None of that was available in the old system. The old system was literally a rotary telephone equivalent to what is now a smartphone.
So you manage it yourself internally, rather your Australia Post people?
No, we work with the software provider who work with us to build the software. They work with us to. We've got our own team of software engineers. They have their team, and we work with them to implement the enhancements, do the normal backups, and all the other things that you would do with a large-scale technology system.
So the company installing the point-of-sale system is Fujitsu, is that correct?
No, that's not correct, Senator.
Not correct.
They're installing the hardware, so the screens and the keyboards. The company that's involved is a company called OVC, which is an American company.
What was the name of the company?
OVC. They specialise in point-of-sale systems, and they built the software in conjunction with Australia Post. The role that Fujitsu play is a role that they've played with us through a contract, which is they have responsibility for servicing our screens, laptops, keyboards, all the normal sort of...
Hardware only?
Hardware only, correct.
So Fujitsu is the company that provided the UK Horizon system, correct?
14, 15 years ago, that's correct, Senator, correct.
So Fujitsu...
They've had no role in the software provision of Post Plus.
So they cannot go in and change the data in the system, such as account balances, as they testified they could in the UK?
Correct. It's a closed system. They have no access to the software. They have no role in the software. It's completely closed, and the only people who have access to that are our engineers. And again, we have a clear technology audit trail for when people access the system, as well as OVC.
Thank you. Last question in this thread. I've just got a few more after that on another topic.
Anyone left, Senator Roberts?
Sorry?
You can keep going.
Money is going missing, according to the LPOs. So where is that money going? It has to be going into someone's bank account.
Well, Senator, first of all, again, I would strongly challenge that claim. Money is not going missing. We have a full electronic audit trail of every single transaction that takes place. We provide that report both to the licensees and as well to our own internal team. And again, I would highlight that there's a very small, noisy contingent of one licensee group that is not representative of the vast majority of licensees. I've been out there, I've met with them, I've been in town halls, I've been around the country, as is our retail team. The vast majority of people, and again, I'd be happy to accompany you to visit our licensees, are very, very positive about the system, having replaced an old creaky system that was 30 years out of date.
Thank you. So these small disgruntled group, are they scattered across the country or are they in a locality?
I couldn't give you the example. I know that it's a very small group, and as I said earlier, we believe they are pushing a broader agenda, not just around Post Plus, and therefore creating noise when we believe there is no noise. We take very seriously to ensure that the system does what it says it does. We've spent $270 million. It better do what it does. This is going to be around for a long time. We have made sure that we will do an upgrade of this system every year, so unlike the old system, which was well out of date and had not been upgraded and was a cyber risk. This system, again, is built in the cloud with modern architecture, modern infrastructure. We're committing tens of millions of dollars to continually make sure it is upgraded and reflects the needs of both the users, which includes the corporate post offices as well as the licensees, and also the needs of our customers.
So this small group that you're talking about, you don't know how big it is?
No, but we believe it is a small minority based on both surveys we have done in relation to Post Plus, the activity that we have been out there in talking to both licensee associations, and indeed the day-to-day backwards and forwards that we have with all licensees.
So they're not in any one of the two licensee groups?
They may be, Senator, in one group.
Okay. What are their main issues? What are they disgruntled about?
Well, I think it's been a long-standing issues with Australia Post over a long period of time. And as I've said, I cannot fix the problems of the past. They are in the past. My job is to fix today and tomorrow, and to listen and to respond to any genuine concerns that they have, and we have done that. We are not perfect. Occasionally we do make mistakes, but we open up and put our hand up in those mistakes. They have other motives around the role that Australia Post should play in banking, for example. We believe that our Bank at Post service is the right service for us. We don't believe we should go beyond that. And as I say, there are historic gripes that go back some time, and we have worked very hard to ensure that we resolve any outstanding issues. But I would say again, and I would say it with strong conviction, that the vast majority of our licensees have a very positive attitude to Post Plus, have a very positive attitude to the investments that we are making. Both associations stood behind our licensee buyback program in metropolitan areas because they clearly recognise the significant overlap and the financial strain that a lot of these licensees in metropolitan areas are undergoing.
Thank you. Moving on to the next topic. Can I pay my Telstra mobile telephone bill at Australia Post?
You can, and you will pay a fee for that, which Telstra has imposed on you as a Telstra customer.
Who gets the fee?
The fee goes to Telstra. It goes to, it gets split, I believe. I'll take that on notice. I believe it gets split between the licensee, who gets money for the transaction, and a fee goes back to Telstra.
Recently, Telstra updated their terms of service for some mobile phone customers. It no longer allows payments to be made at post offices. Have you just lost a customer?
This is not uncommon, Senator. As I said, our over-the-counter transactions outside of bank at post have gone down 28% over recent years. More and more companies are encouraging their customers to pay bills digitally or electronically or online. And we have seen a significant decline in what we call our bill pay services, so paying gas bill, telephone bill, etc., because customers are being encouraged or to pay electronically, or indeed being penalised to pay over the counter.
Well, the banks like doing that to us anyway.
Sorry?
The banks like doing that to us.
Well, that's an opinion one could express, Senator.
Yeah,
yes.
I'm not asking your opinion. Has a long-term solution been found for the cost of carrying cash, Armageddon?
It's a very good question, Senator. I don't believe a long-term solution has been found. And again, this is where Australia Post plays an important role. Whilst we've had the banks and indeed the RBA confirm that cash use in the economy is declining, we cater to a demographic and a profile of society where cash is the main form of transacting. So it's the elderly, it's people who don't have English as a first language, it's areas where there are high immigrant intake or a distrust of financial institutions. So we are on the other side, we're seeing growth in that area of transactions. And it would be, my observation that these are customers that may not be that attractive to the bank because they don't have mortgages or they don't have business banking accounting. And we are the service provider who is providing that service and will continue to provide that service. But as I said in my opening statement, whilst we remain very happy to do that, we need to do that at a small margin so we can continue investing in that service. And that service is on track to make a loss for Australia Post.
Didn't you say some time ago, maybe 12 months ago, I saw you somewhere saying that Australia Post has the largest retail network in the country.
We have, in terms of our footprint, over 4,181 branches, correct.
Okay, I'll come back to that in a minute. Do you have plans to change any post offices from manned to unmanned using kiosks?
We have a whole range of different formats, including unmanned kiosks or self-service terminals, both our parcel lockers as well as where you can go and buy a stamp or an envelope or a satchel. That's part of the broad range of services we provide. And as I said, when we look at a suburb or a neighbourhood, we look at what services they are demanding. So, for example, we had a group in a Sydney area recently where they were looking for postal services. We had a town hall. We met with the community. It's a commuter community, a lot of parents both working, and what they wanted was convenience to pick up their parcels out of ours. So we installed 3 locker banks, and that more than satisfied that local community, along with some self-service terminals. In other cases...
So excuse me, that's to enhance a manned post office rather than to replace a manned post office?
It's to enhance availability and convenience. In other places, like growth corridors that we see in Western Melbourne or indeed in Newcastle, west of Newcastle, we will work with the community to put in a new post office or a new range of services. We continue to see customers demand more convenience for their parcels. So I want to be able to pick it up 24/7. I want to be able to access it through your postal app. It's not a simple, one size fits all. So we look to try and adapt a range of offerings to meet that community needs.
Thank you. Last question, Chair. Last topic. Some months ago, you were very positive about the possibility of an Australia Bank, People's Bank, Post Office Bank, Postal Bank. What are your thoughts now on possibilities of that, and are you getting any support from the government?
Well, Senator, I've always made it clear that that's a matter for government. We're very happy to continue providing our bank at post over-the-counter transactional services, and we'd be even happier if we were to make a small margin and our posties were to get more, our licensees would get more money for that. Anything beyond that is a matter for government.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Thank you so much, Mr. Graham.
Thank you.
We really appreciate your time.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senators.
And sorry to have kept you waiting so long. I will now ask officers from the Office of the eSafety Commissioner to come forward. And while you're making your way to the table, I'll just, for those who are listed to appear later tonight, we are running significantly over, and I have limited clarity about how easily we're going to catch up. So just for people's information. But also for senators, if there are questions that you could put on notice, please consider doing so. So welcome, Ms. Inman-Grant.
Thank
Commissioner.
you.
Would you like to make an opening statement?
I have submitted a reasonably long opening statement. If it pleases, I can give you an abbreviated version, or we could go right into questions, given that you are behind. I want to be considerate to the people behind us as well.
Maybe you could give us the sort of elevator pitch, as it were.
All right, okay. I was just going to start by saying that 2024 was a very monumental year for eSafety. For the first time in our 9-year existence, we have appeared in both the federal court and the Administrative Appeals Tribunal to progress our regulatory actions and to test our powers under the Online Safety Act of 2021. We've also completed our first phase of our enforceable codes and standards, designed to put the onus back on industry to tackle the highest harms like child sexual abuse and pro-terror material. 6 Phase 1 codes are already in force, and the final standards will come into force next month and will provide meaningful safeguards on things like open source AI developers and the platforms and libraries that host them. The Phase 2 codes aimed at protecting children from exposure to pornography and other high-impact material are well underway, with early industry drafts already out for public consultation. Our expectations are for a layered safety approach where every sector of the technology stack implements appropriate community safeguards and distributes responsibility across the industry and mitigates the risks to prevent any single point of safety failure. And of course, we've continued to use our transparency powers to great effect, forcing the tech industry to face some uncomfortable, I can't pronounce that word, uncomfortable truths, some truths that they're not comfortable with, about a range of harms that may be playing out on their services. This includes delivering 19 non-periodic transparency notices to more than 30 major online services, some of which have resulted in meaningful safety changes. This includes Apple introducing a feature just last week allowing Australian children to easily report unwanted nude images directly to the company. This is rolling out in Australia first, and then to other markets following, and other meaningful changes have been implemented by Discord, Microsoft, and Meta in response to our transparency reports. We'll be releasing our Section 20 notices to 8 companies in early 2025, assessing their age assurance readiness, and we'll also see our first set of periodic notices being delivered in January next year. For those of you who have read our annual report, you'll have seen that 4.7 million unique website visitors to eSafety.gov visited last year, an 85% increase over the prior year, and we've touched more than 1.4 million Australians, including educators, parents, and young people themselves, through our trusted eSafety providers, but also through our direct programs. We've helped young Australians have an important voice in co-designing our resources, in managing our Scroll with eSafety Instagram channel, and in participating in a range of policy submissions and inquiries, including the Joint Select Committee on Social Media and Society last week. Now, responding to public complaints and serving as a safety net is one of the most important things that we do. And we've been able to help Australians who have come to us for help when things have gone wrong online and they have not had proper recourse from social media platforms. We've seen a 37% increase in youth cyberbullying reports, and I can talk about some of the trends there, but with almost a 90% success rate in remediating the harm. With image-based abuse, our success rate is close to 98% of the time of having that material removed, and that's from more than 947 locations and 191 different platforms. We've had about 41,000 complaints through our different regulatory schemes, and I'll just end by saying some of the important work that we've done around technology horizon scanning and the anticipatory approach that we've taken.
Did you say ID scanning?
No.
Did you say what sort of scanning?
Anticipatory, to anticipate technology changes that might be coming so that we're ready for it and we're on the front foot. Just to give you an example, in 2018, when we launched the Safety by Design initiative, it took really extended and concerted effort to gain traction. Now, 10 major AI companies have signed on to Safety by Design principles, and most of the online safety global regulatory regimes dealing with online safety have Safety by Design as a fundamental underpinning. Again, our work on deepfakes in 2020 have helped prepare us for the creation of synthetic CSAM, pro-terror material, but also deepfaked image-based abuse. So being able to think about the changes that are coming our way rather than having it hit us in the face and being on the front foot has proven a useful tactic.
That's great. Thank you very much. We'll start with Senator Antic.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. I wanted a couple of topics, but the first one I want to raise with you is an interaction we had back in, I think, the estimates of May 2023, when I asked you about a matter involving the deletion of a Facebook account for the spokeswoman for Binary Australia, Kiralee Smith. I think I asked you on that occasion whether you were familiar with that matter, whether your office was familiar with that matter, and you said, from the Hansard, there's no matter with which I'm aware that was reported to the office. There have been some allegations in the media that her Facebook account was deleted. To my knowledge, we have no reports, and it goes on. That wasn't true, was it?
Actually, it was true. I think it's quite an insinuation that you're making. I answered your questions very accurately, very literally. You asked me about the deletion of Kiralee Smith's Facebook account. And I said, there was no matter that I'm aware of that was reported to the office. I have seen some of her allegations in the media that her Facebook account was deleted. To my knowledge, we have no reports. All I would say is that Facebook took that determination on its own, and Facebook does not delete accounts unless there are at least 5 strikes of serious suspensions or violations of their terms of service. So then you asked, so there were no reports made through your office, no complaints. I said there were no complaints and no action taken by our office around her account. And the reason I'm saying literal, Senator, is because we don't have account removal powers. So in response, we can remove content. When you go through the FOI request, you get through there. That's a common misperception. We do not have account removal powers.
So I asked you whether you were familiar with the matter. Your office, through the an FOI that was received by Ms Smith, an FOI application returned a report, an email, I think, from your office to what appears to be Meta on the 15th of February, discussing that very matter, that very post. It's blanked out largely, but it does alert you to the complaint. This is I think your office says, we wish to alert you to a complaint we've received about potential incitement of violence, abuse, harassment, hateful conduct, so forth, in relation to that very post. So it's not true that you had no knowledge of that. Your office had quite a lot of knowledge about that, and there were other contacts as well. There was also, I think on the 8th of March, you made a report to Meta concerning a video in which this matter was discussed on ADH TV, and then on the 31st of March, there was an inquiry from the ABC to your office about the very matter. They were all before we had that interaction at estimates. So, I mean, it's all very well to say taking it literally, but that is a very cute response to,
no,
and
it's
not an
not a
accurate
very
one.
cute response, Senator, if you would give me the opportunity to respond, because it's quite a very serious intimation that you're making here.
It's a very serious,
orderly
body
ask
in this
the question and allow that question to be answered.
Right.
Thank you.
As I said, Senator Antic, we received 41,000 reports, complaints through our reporting schemes last year. We have 45 people that deal with those complaints, 5 different teams and delegations. I do not know every complaint that comes in. Now, can I just, before you jump in, do you think it is reasonable that I would know every complaint from every person? I can tell you what I did know. About 6 months prior, there had been a memo that had been sent to me about an organization called Binary Australia, and there were concerns by Football Australia that they were targeting a particular Australian adult, and they were actually showing up at the games in a very menacing and harassing way. That's what stuck with me. But after your letter, and thank you, I appreciate you giving me that heads up, we went back, and I can confirm that from the 24th of May 2023, eSafety did not receive any complaints that specifically sought removal of Ms. Smith's Facebook account. We did not receive any complaints that resulted in a request by the Commissioner for deletion of Ms. Smith's account, or receive any complaints about Ms. Smith's Facebook account that met the threshold of adult cyber abuse under the OSA. And the question you asked me was about the deletion of her Facebook account.
So are we to expect that every time you give an answer in this chamber that you are carefully navigating the terms of the question such that it's a cute response to that? The question actually was, is anyone here familiar with that matter? Your office was familiar with that, and the fact that you get inundated with correspondence is immaterial. I mean, the Australian people have an obligation to assume that you're across what's happening in your office. Now, the normal response to that would be, I'll take it on notice, but you were quite unequivocal about it. You said, no, I'm not.
I said I was not aware that there was any report about an account deletion, and there was not.
Well, that's an extraordinary response. I think that's quite disingenuous, actually.
It is not disingenuous. We do not have account removal power, and if we go back to the kind transcript that you wrote, I want to ask you about a matter involving the deletion of a Facebook account. And when I responded back to you, I was saying, and you didn't clarify when I said, I've seen some of her allegations in the media that her Facebook account was deleted. To my knowledge, we have no reports. All I would say is that Facebook took its own. I've read that part. But you didn't say content or material. You asked about deletion of her account.
At the time I asked that question, your office had sent an email to Meta flagging this for their consideration of deletion. I mean, that is the fact.
Senator, if I could just clarify, we did not seek deletion of Ms. Smith's...
Well, you were flagging it.
We did not seek deletion of Ms. Smith's Facebook account. There are a couple of complaints that are germane to this discussion, and if I could take you through the details. So on the 14th of February, we received a complaint alleging 4 posts and comments were made targeting a complainant's gender identity. In relation to this complaint, eSafety determined that whilst the content may have been perceived as offensive and menacing, there was no further information to establish the requirement to intentionally cause serious harm. So as a consequence, the adult cyber abuse threshold could not be met. We notified this content to Facebook, and I should stress we notified this content to Facebook for consideration under their terms of service with a request that they take appropriate action. So we did not request the deletion of Ms. Smith's account. We have no power, as the Commissioner has explained, to do so under the Online Safety Act, and in this particular instance, even the material didn't meet the legislative threshold for us to exercise removal under the adult cyber abuse scheme. In relation to the 29th of March complaint, it was similarly provided to us via our complaint scheme, but again, we sent the notification to Facebook for actioning under their terms of service. We did not make any requests for that account to be deleted. Again, we have no power to do so.
Your office was aware of the matter, and I would have thought the standard expected was we're aware of a matter, it has been referred, and that's the end of the story. I mean, the answer that was given gave the impression that there was absolutely no knowledge of the matter, full stop.
No, I didn't say that. I said I saw that there was a media article. There's another thing that's really germane here, Senator, if I may. Many times to this committee, when I've been asked specific questions about specific complainants, I say we don't talk about individual cases, and there are very important reasons for that. We have to treat those reports with confidentiality, that we treat them as personal information, and the Information Commissioner agrees with that. And there's 2 reasons we do that. One, to protect the member of the public, and you did disclose her name, and I assume you had information from her. But the other is to protect the complainants from potential retribution. If you have a really pernicious and aggressive troll, and you let the public know that someone has made a complaint about them, you're putting them in further harm's way.
That is not the answer you gave. The answer you gave was not designed to do that. The answer you gave was an outright no, we don't have any knowledge of this matter.
I did not say that anywhere in this transcript, Senator.
I don't think we're going to agree with that. I would say that answer was misleading. Can I ask you about another matter, and that is you are aware, I think are familiar with a lady by the name who was the former Executive Director of the Disinformation Governance Board in the United States, Nina Jankovic?
Yes, Nina Jankovic is also an expert on technology-facilitated gender-based violence.
An expert in disinformation?
That is one of her areas of expertise.
She's also a person who's expressed some pretty controversial views. There are many non-binary people who give birth, she said at one point. She also expressed some views about the Hunter Biden laptop affair being Russian disinformation and so on. She was, I think, as I said, the former Executive Director of the Disinformation Board before it was disbanded in the United States. You met with her when she was in Australia on the 10th of July, did some media interviews the 6th of September, and attended a virtual eSafety All-Star Forum. Do you think her views are controversial on this issue?
I didn't engage with Ms. Jankovic about disinformation or misinformation. She's an expert on technology-facilitated gender-based violence. She wrote a paper on the issue that was commissioned by Vital Voices and Columbia University. She used my trolling episode as a case study. And when she came out here for a conference called, I think, Everything Digital in Queensland. I did 2 media interviews with her to release the paper around technology-facilitated gender-based violence. I met her through the Global Partnership to Counter Gender-Based Harassment and Abuse. That is an area of her expertise. Disinformation is not in my bailiwick. I meet with experts all over the globe on issues that are of mutual concern, and she met with a number of members of the government. I was not the only member of government who met with Ms. Jankovich.
It's a lot of meetings, though, in one trip.
2 interviews, and then she came to our office to deliver a staff trip and do another briefing on gender-based violence. I don't think that's excessive. 4.
Okay.
4? 4,
Well,
did you say?
In a short trip, I think that's a lot.
It was a 2-week trip, I understand, across the country.
In the matter of, final question, in the matter of the, I think it was an Administrative Appeals Tribunal matter in which Twitter, X, there was a matter involving the eSafety Commissioner, was recently, I think, resolved in some capacity. It looks like consent orders were entered into. What was the cost to the taxpayer to be involved in that matter? This is the one, I think, involving Bishop Murray.
So there was the Wakeley Federal Court case, and then there was the case that X brought to the AAT. Through mutual agreement of both parties, we decided to dissolve the AAT case, and there's a very good reason for that. In fact, saving taxpayer dollars was part of that equation, because the questions that were being tested were around whether or not the online content scheme and our ability to quickly respond to user-generated terrorist real-world harms was compatible with the National Classification Scheme, which is used to classify produced books and movies.
Yep.
We came to the conclusion that neither that the AAT wouldn't be able to
Got all of that. What was the
address
cost?
that. What was the cost? I think around $16,000 or $60,000.
60.
60.
Yep.
60.
Thank you.
Can we add to that?
That's all from me.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Darman. Thank you, and thanks for your opening statement. You whizzed through it pretty quickly, and you have touched on a couple of areas that I did have some questions. There's been a lot of focus on takedown powers, but you did reference the transparency powers in your opening statement that require or request information from online service providers. And you talked about some of the difference that has made in terms of the platform providers. I think you talked about Apple, Discord, Microsoft and Meta adjusting their policies as a result, I think. That's what I heard. But I wondered if you could just expand on that in terms of, what difference has the transparency powers and your actions that you've taken made?
Right. I can't divulge all the specific differences. I mean, the Apple one was very public. They very rarely pre-brief, and they pre-briefed us because they wanted, I think, to show goodwill and good faith in making these changes. With respect to Microsoft, I think this was the first time there had been scrutiny around Skype and its use as a vector for live stream child sexual abuse material. So the company took it very, very seriously, particularly in the areas where they didn't have geographical indicators. So they took it offline for a while their engineers took a look at it. Discord, we were concerned that they weren't updating their hash lists, and immediately after the transparency report, they joined the IWF. To sign up for their hash list, and Meta wasn't sharing certain information between different systems. When they found an offender on one platform, they weren't sharing it with the other, and they are remedying that now as well.
Mm-hmm. And in terms of those, the actions that you've taken, are there any other kind of broad differences that you're seeing that is making things safer, or online safety improvements for Australian users in general?
Well, I think it's very clear that companies do want to be seen in a positive light. They do want to be seen as safe. I mean, being a toxic service that's dangerous for young people is not very good for the bottom line or for the goodwill of the public. So we're seeing lots of increases. So for instance, Instagram put out its teen accounts figures. Often when one company innovates around safety, others will follow suit. And when I was in industry, we used to refer to that as co-opetition. And that is, they're competing on some things, but you don't compete in the area of safety. You learn from each other and you share best practice. And that's precisely what our Safety by Design initiative does. We just put out a Safety by Design paper around good practice around technology-facilitated gender-based violence. So while we did try and call out some of the positives, we also noted that 80% of the technology leaders and the product designers and engineers in Silicon Valley are men without lived experience, and that we think that there is a lot more that they could do to understand how misogynistic targeted abuse manifests, and to use their collective brilliance, financial resources, and access to advanced technologies to make their online experiences better for half of their user base.
Thank you. And so I was going to ask about the Safety by Design principles and what changes you're seeing worldwide as a result of those, but that's a good example, I guess. Are there others that you wanted to talk about?
So Safety by Design was something we decided to do with the industry rather than to the industry, and so we agreed to the 3 primary principles around what service provider responsibility looks like, what user empowerment autonomy should be, because the burden for safety should never fall on the user, and what meaningful transparency and accountability looks like. As I said, 10 of the major AI companies have signed on to Safety by Design principles. We're working through the US-Australian Joint Council to combat child sexual abuse material on a Safety by Design workshop with Homeland Security and the US Department of Justice and a number of technology companies to make sure that they're deploying these properly. We've developed free risk assessment tools which have been used all around the world by both startups and large companies. And as I said, the UK Online Safety Bill, the European Digital Services Act, and hopefully when the Online Safety Act review is made public, Safety by Design will be an important feature there. You cannot have a safer online world if the fundamental building blocks of the services and platforms we're using every day aren't fundamentally safe. They were built to be sticky by design and are risky by design, and we need to change the way that these companies develop, deploy, and even refresh their products.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Under the Act, eSafety has an online safety education mandate, but I'm not sure exactly how it achieves that mandate across the entirety of Australian school systems. I wondered if you could particularly provide some idea around the education role and how eSafety gets boots on the grounds across all Australian schools.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you would agree that education and prevention is absolutely essential. And so we've built up our capacity in a range of ways. I may turn over to Mr. Dagg, who runs the Education Prevention and Inclusion branch. But we haven't rested on our laurels. We do everything from training teachers to building tools for schools, to working with trusted eSafety providers. As I say, we've reached 1.4 million Australians over the past year with this information. We formed something called the National Online Safety Education Council that we meet quarterly with 27 different education departments around the country to find out what their needs are and what they're seeing. And really dealing with educators at the coalface is important. One of the things that we learned 2 months ago was that upper primary school kids and lower secondary school children were starting to spend 4 or 5 hours a day on sexualized chatbots and felt addicted to them. And so through our regulatory ops model, we take a lot of this information and then we do some intelligence work, and it's mutually reinforcing. But I think a number of people have seen that tragic story that was published in the New York Times about the 14-year-old who took his own life after becoming attached to a AI chatbot. And so we sort of raised the alarm about that. And of course, AI-programmed sexual chatbots are not going to have the same reactions. They're not human. So we need to start thinking about how we talk to kids about their interactions with AI. We know that AI can prevaricate, manipulate, and hallucinate. And so we need to be building digital resilience and honing critical reasoning skills. Do you want to add anything?
Senator, I might just quickly give you a Cook's tour of some of the highlight statistics to sort of answer your question about how we achieve that scale. I mean, scaling is a real challenge for us. We're an organisation of about 215 people. We have about 50 people dedicated to the education prevention work. One of the best things that we do, I think, to scale is our virtual classrooms work that has been in place since about 2015. It was one of the first digital programs that we rolled out under the Children's eSafety Commissioner. Last financial year, for example, we reached over 128,000 children across the country through the virtual classrooms program. And over the life of the scheme, we've reached just over 974,000 children. We're also stewards of a program that enables us to engage with private providers of eSafety education called the Trusted eSafety Provider Program. And through that we do a number of things, including ensuring that the materials delivered by those within the program are of a particular quality, that they make reference to the eSafety Commissioner, that they reference our curriculum work, for example, and our framework for education. Through that program, private providers have reached well over 1.3 million people just in the 23-24 financial